On the 5th day following the emergence of the undead, I was forcefully expelled from the dormitory, inadvertently transforming into a being caught between the realms of the living and the deceased. Thus began my arduous journey for survival. As I became aware of my continued existence, Chen Yuan discarded the brick in his hand and unsteadily rose from the ground. The zombie that had bitten him lay motionless, its skull crushed by his actions. He exhaled slowly, casting a glance at his right hand. Approximately at the elbow, a grotesque bite mark marred his flesh. With remnants of the flesh torn away still clinging to his skin, blood continued to trickle down, yet his entire arm felt numb, devoid of pain. Reflecting on his recent experiences, he recalled how he had been ousted from the dormitory by Sun Zhenyu and his affluent companions under the pretense of gathering supplies. Subsequently, he had been pursued by zombies, ultimately succumbing to a bite. Chen Yuan wearily lifted his head and sighed. The sky above him had morphed into a crimson hue. He blinked forcefully and rubbed his eyes, but it was futile. The red remained, as if he wore dark crimson sunglasses, rendering everything around him a shade of red. His eyelids grew heavier, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. His body began to stiffen, and the surrounding zombies ceased their attacks. It seemed that before long, he would fully transform into one of them. Time slipped away unnoticed, and his thoughts were a haze. A gnawing hunger began to swell within his stomach, an insatiable desire to consume overwhelming his mind. The urge to eat intensified, regardless of what it might be. His body instinctively moved, grasping something in his hand. He began to tear, bite, and swallow, the foul stench permeating his throat. Moments later, he regained his senses, only to find his hands smeared with blood and remnants of flesh in his palms. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in horror as his stomach churned violently. In the next instant, he succumbed to a fit of retching. After what felt like an eternity, he found a clean spot to sit. The intense hunger still plagued his thoughts, and he could distinctly sense a bloodthirsty impulse lurking within his mind. His body was gradually slipping from his control. It appeared that his time as a human was waning. What would he become after transforming into a zombie? Chen Yuan pondered aimlessly, having lived 20 years as a human, yet feeling as though he had always been treated like a dog. Soon, he would be a zombie, no longer compelled to live as he had. Perhaps that was a relief. However, there lingered a sense of having forgotten something significant. Ah, yes, he recalled. Sun Zhenyu and his companions should still be living comfortably in the dormitory. Those scoundrels stole my food and forced me out, leading to my being bitten by a zombie. This cannot be overlooked. I cannot be the only one to transform into a zombie. Even if I must descend into hell, I shall ensure to drag you all down with me. Yes, that is the way. While I still possess my awareness, I will bite them all to death. A fierce desire for vengeance surged within me, causing my body to tremble slightly in excitement. Chen Yuan pressed his hand to his forehead, a rigid smile curling upon his lips. In the murky depths of his mind, a blood-soaked plan began to take shape. The large iron gate of the dormitory building in the central district, which was originally accessible via a card swipe, had been locked with a separate chain by Sun Zhenyu and his group after the appearance of the zombies. To prevent them from refusing entry, Chen Yuan needed to bring back more food as bait. Therefore, his immediate task was to head to the supermarket for provisions. Resolute in his decision, Chen Yuan rose and made his way towards the supermarket in the southern district. However, he stumbled shortly after setting off. Disbelieving, he stood and attempted to walk again, only to fall once more after just a few steps. This was the first time in his life that he found maintaining balance while walking to be such a daunting endeavor. After several consecutive falls, his condition began to improve, and he realized he was gradually adapting. This sensation was peculiar, akin to a disabled individual acclimating to their prosthetic limb. Yet, such thoughts were trivial. He was determined to seize the moment and ensure he could bite Sun Zhenyu and his companions to death before losing consciousness. He yearned to witness their expressions in their final moments. Along the way, Chen Yuan encountered not a single living soul. The southern district was eerily quiet. Were it not for the passing zombies, he might have assumed the school was on holiday. Upon reaching the supermarket in the southern district, he took a cursory glance around. The cashier at the register on the right had long since vanished, leaving Chen Yuan uncertain whether they had fled or met a grisly fate. A few zombies wandered aimlessly between the shelves, and when their eyes met, there was an apparent mutual disinterest. They resumed their previous actions without further ado. The gnawing sensation of hunger surged like a tidal wave. Chen Yuan instinctively picked up a can of beer and a pack of marinated chicken legs, indulging in a hearty feast. Soon he devoured them and reached for chips, bread, instant noodles, sausages, chicken wings, chicken feet, and chocolate. 30 minutes later, he found himself seated on a stool at the register, gradually coming back to his senses. The hunger had dissipated, his vision returned to normal, and the bloodthirsty impulse was entirely absent. What was happening? He blinked in confusion, sensing something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, He found he was at a loss and decided to let it go. As he smoked a cigarette, he filled a plastic bag with various food items. Only after the bag was completely full did he exit the supermarket and head towards the central district. Building 9, room 207. The sound of a woman's moans incessantly echoed from the restroom. A few minutes later, that sound gradually subsided. Sun Zhenyu emerged, twisting his neck, followed by a disheveled influencer. He seated himself in a swivel chair, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. Despite having just released his pent-up frustrations, his mood remained grim. It had been 5 days since the appearance of the zombies. Emergency calls remained unanswered, and there was no news from the so-called rescue teams. To conserve food, he had resorted to various means to forcibly expel 7 individuals. Only 8 survivors remained in Building 9, yet food was undeniably limited, even with their meager rations. The grim reality of impending starvation could not be altered. At this rate, within a week, they would all perish from hunger. Damn it! Sun Zhenyu kicked the computer desk in frustration. The others in the dormitory were startled, but none dared to speak. After a brief silence, the bespectacled man on lookout at the door turned and said, Brother Yu, I see someone approaching. Sun Zhenyu, keeping his head down, casually asked whether it was a person or a zombie. The man hesitated before replying. It seems he is carrying a plastic bag. He should be human. Had the nearby zombies not attacked him? Whether he was human or not was inconsequential, but the presence of a plastic bag piqued Sun Zhenyu's interest. The bespectacled man shook his head, stating that the individual appeared to have come from behind the building, sticking close to the wall. And the nearby zombies seemed oblivious to him. Moreover, he remarked, he looked somewhat familiar. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, could it be Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan? The very loser he had expelled from the dormitory earlier that afternoon? Impossible. Those he had forced out had never returned. For everyone understood that leaving the dormitory meant certain death at the hands of the zombies. No one could escape. Impossible. Sun Zhenyu narrowed his eyes. His face clouded with suspicion. Where had he gone? The bespectacled man craned his neck to look down, saying, I can't see him anymore. He must have hidden by the iron gate on the first floor. All right, let us go take a look. When Chen Yuan arrived, near Building 9, he spotted the bespectacled man standing guard at the entrance of room 207. Knowing he would not be attacked by zombies, he sought to avoid arousing suspicion from Sun Zhenyu and, taking advantage of the momentary distraction, stealthily navigated to the rear of the building, returning along the wall to create a false impression of evading zombies. Finally, he positioned himself where the bespectacled man would notice him. Indeed, everything unfolded precisely as he had planned. He waited for only a brief moment before hearing the footsteps of Sun Zhenyu and his companion. However, upon their arrival on the first floor and seeing him, the 2 men stood frozen, gazing at him in disbelief. Chen Yuan inwardly scoffed, surprised that they had not expected his survival. Suppressing the resentment bubbling within, he feigned urgency, exclaiming, Hurry, open the door. Don't just stand there. Chen Yuan, how are you still alive? Stammered the bespectacled man. Damn it. If you two are alive, naturally I must be as well, Chen Yuan retorted, locking eyes with them. But first, let me in quickly. I've brought back plenty of food. With that, he lifted the bulging plastic bag in his hand. The sight of such an abundance of provisions left the bespectacled man utterly speechless. The overwhelming temptation caused him to cast aside his initial concerns. It no longer mattered how Chen Yuan had survived. The only thing that mattered was the food that could ensure his own survival. With this thought, he instinctively reached for his keys to unlock the door for Chen Yuan. Wait. Sun Zhenyu abruptly intercepted the bespectacled man, eyeing Chen Yuan with suspicion. Brother Yu, what are you doing? There is so much food. The bespectacled man, clearly intoxicated by the allure of sustenance, was becoming increasingly agitated. Calm down. Sun Zhenyu muttered under his breath, his gaze still fixed on Chen Yuan. This is too suspicious. With so many zombies outside, he hasn't perished. Yet he returns with an abundance of food. How did he manage that? Sun Zhenyu's face was etched with confusion and a hint of fear. It seemed impossible. There had to be something amiss. But what could it be? He scrutinized Chen Yuan carefully. Brother Yu, stop staring and open the door. What could possibly be wrong with me? Didn't you send me out to gather food? Well, I've returned successfully, so please, open the door. Chen Yuan exclaimed. Glancing anxiously around, he noticed 2 nearby zombies shuffling closer. If they got any nearer, they would surely discover Sun Zhenyu and his companion, which would lead to trouble. As he contemplated this, he heard Sun Zhenyu question suspiciously, Have you been bitten by a zombie? Chapter 2. Revenge. Brother Yu, what are you talking about? If I had been bitten, wouldn't I have turned into a zombie by now? Let him in quickly, the bespectacled man urged. Sun Zhenyu snorted dismissively, ignoring his companion and fixating on Chen Yuan, awaiting his response. Chen Yuan stared back, his mind racing. Damn it. It's all because of you fools that I was bitten by a zombie. If I admit it, they will undoubtedly refuse to open the door. That would eliminate my chance. No, I must drag them down with me to hell if it comes to that. With this resolve, he replied, Brother you're overthinking it. I haven't been bitten. Sun Zhenyu scoffed, pointing at Chen Yuan's arm. Then what is going on with your arm? A sense of dread washed over Chen Yuan. He had forgotten about the injury on his arm, as he had not felt any pain until now. As he pondered how to explain the situation, he glanced down and noticed that although his clothing was torn and stained with blood from a previous bite, the zombie's mark had inexplicably vanished, and the wound had completely healed. Chen Yuan found this peculiar, yet he had no time to dwell on it. The approaching zombie was drawing near. Hastily, he tore at his sleeve, exclaiming, It's merely my clothing that was torn, that is not my blood. See, I am uninjured. Observing Chen Yuan's pristine arm, Sun Zhenyu's brow furrowed deeper. Do not hesitate any longer, Yuga. Without food, you will surely starve to death. Please, open the door and let me in. If you allow me entry, I shall provide you with all this food. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Sun Zhenyu felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. Indeed, with this food, they could persevere for a few more days. But could such a fortuitous opportunity truly exist? As he wavered, Chen Yuan spoke again. Hurry, open the door. A zombie has noticed us. I have a means of escape, but without this food, you will be left to await your demise. This statement shattered the last vestiges of the bespectacled man's resolve, rendering him incapable of rational thought. He shouted, Yuga, if you do not open the door now, it will be too late. Sun Zhenyu gritted his teeth, hesitating for a fleeting 2 seconds before finally conceding. Fine. Let him in. With Sun Zhenyu's consent, the bespectacled man swiftly unlatched the iron lock. The door creaked open just wide enough for Chen Yuan to slip through. Akin to a wild beast unleashed. Seizing the moment of their vulnerability, he sank his teeth into the bespectacled man's neck. Blood gushed forth, and a scream shattered the air. The joy of a moment ago transformed into excruciating agony. Before the bespectacled man could react, his neck was brutally ravaged by Chen Yuan's bite. His hands instinctively pushed against Chen Yuan's shoulders and back, but his cries grew weaker. Moments later, his arms fell limply to his sides, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Damn it! Chen Yuan, are you out of your mind? Sun Zhenyu roared, instinctively retreating. Seeing him attempt to flee, Chen Yuan leapt over the corpse of the bespectacled man and lunged towards him. The two grappled fiercely. Chen Yuan aimed to bite Sun Zhenyu's arm, but he retaliated with a punch to Chen Yuan's face. Blood spurted from Chen Yuan's mouth, yet he seemed impervious to pain, pressing forward without a moment's pause. Chen Yuan stood at approximately 175 meters tall, with a slender build, while Sun Zhenyu towered over him at more than 180 meters, a muscular figure. Had he not witnessed Chen Yuan's merciless act against the bespectacled man, he would have dismissed him entirely. In that moment, Chen Yuan seemed reckless, and Sun Zhenyu realized he could not engage in a futile struggle. The zombies had already been drawn to the commotion, but thankfully, the iron door was closed. Although the lock had yet to be secured, it should suffice to deter the zombies for the time being. What must be done now is to rush forward and join forces with others to eliminate him. With this thought, Sun Zhenyu forcefully pushed Chen Yuan against the wall and then dashed up the stairs. Following the impact against the wall, Chen Yuan quickly followed him to the second floor. As they crossed the platform, a curly-haired man charged in from the right, presumably drawn by the commotion to offer assistance. In light of this, Chen Yuan resolved to incapacitate him first. Embracing the curly-haired man, he took them both to the ground. The man likely assumed it was merely a brawl and did not contemplate further. However, just as he attempted to push Chen Yuan away, Chen Yuan had already sunk his teeth into the man's ear. An intense pain surged through him, radiating from his scalp to the entirety of his being. He howled in agony, striking Chen Yuan's head, yet Chen Yuan, like a rabid dog, showed no inclination to relent. Soon after, he felt a sharp sensation at his right ear, accompanied by a chilling breeze. It dawned on him that his ear had been bitten off, followed by an even more exaggerated and severe pain. Blood splattered everywhere as Chen Yuan looked down and spat out the severed ear. Without any superfluous movements, he targeted the curly-haired man's neck and bit down again. At the entrance of dormitory 07, a girl adorned with a nose ring, caught unawares and still in disarray, witnessed this gruesome scene and was left utterly stunned. The ecstasy of the bite coursed through every cell in his body. This was the taste of vengeance. Chen Yuan could distinctly feel the curly-haired man's struggles diminishing. His peripheral vision was filled with blood, the air thick with a sticky sensation. 6 adversaries remained. Who would be next? Just as he pondered this, preparing to search for another target, a gust of wind suddenly swept in from behind. With a loud thud, an intense pain struck him, and Chen Yuan lost consciousness, collapsing atop the curly-haired man. Darkness engulfed him, an endless void. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It felt as though someone was speaking. This food should last us a few more days. Yeah, bro, we really ought to thank this fool. Indeed. We must express our gratitude. At that moment, a sharp pain coursed through his abdomen, as if someone had kicked him twice. Their conversation continued. What a pity about the glasses wearer and the curly-haired guy. Their deaths were so gruesome. But seeing as they haven't turned into zombies, this fellow should still be human, right? So why is he acting like a rabid dog? Who knows what this fool is up to? What were they discussing? The ones I bit didn't turn into zombies? What's going on? A wave of pain flashed through his mind. I haven't turned into a zombie either. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and a crack formed in the darkness. Light seeped in. Chen Yuan squinted and blinked. He found himself bound to a bedpost against the wall. Within his line of sight were 3 men and 3 women, members of Sun Zhenyu's group. Damn it, has the mad dog awakened? Sun Zhenyu, cigarette in mouth, turned around and slapped him fiercely. How dare you bite me after I let you in? Do you think I invited you to bite? You like to bite, don't you? As he cursed, he struck again. Afterward, he shook his hand and bent down to grab a handful of trash from the bin. Here, you enjoy biting, right? He said, shoving the refuse into Chen Yuan's mouth. Chen Yuan twisted his head incessantly, but bound as he was, he soon found his mouth filled with garbage. The foul stench of mixed refuse assaulted his senses, nearly making him retch. Bite? Why aren't you biting now? Don't you enjoy it? Sun Zhenyu inhaled deeply and then spat in Chen Yuan's face, watching him with amusement. Damn you, Chen Yuan mumbled, spitting out the refuse in his mouth. Sun Zhenyu grinned and suddenly pressed the cigarette but onto Chen Yuan's shoulder, holding it there until it extinguished. A sharp, searing pain radiated through his skin, eliciting a low growl from Chen Yuan. What did you say? Sun Zhenyu feigned confusion. Speak up, I didn't catch that. Cold sweat trickled down Chen Yuan's forehead as he glared at Sun Zhenyu. I want to kill you. What did you say? Kill whom? Sun Zhenyu lit another cigarette and pressed it against Chen Yuan's chest. Hearing Chen Yuan's cry of pain, Sun Zhenyu nodded in satisfaction. I'm hungry. I must first enjoy the takeout you provided. I'll return to play with you slowly afterward. With that, he sauntered to the other side of the bed, embracing a social media starlet and a girl with a nose ring as they began their meal. Shortly after, a muscular man, even more robust than Sun Zhenyu, sat down to keep watch over Chen Yuan. After a moment, the pain in his body lessened somewhat. Chen Yuan panted and scanned his surroundings. The social media starlet and the girl with the nose ring were dining with Sun Zhenyu. A hefty man stood guard at the door, while a girl curled up in the corner, hugging her knees. Had he seen her before? Is she watching me? Chen Yuan gently shook his head. That's not what matters now. He needed to think quickly about how to escape. He attempted to exert force with his bound hands, only to find it utterly futile. Damn it, brother you, this mad dog is struggling, thinking he can break the ropes with his hands. Ha ha. The muscular man laughed as he punched Chen Yuan's stomach. The intense pain momentarily stole his breath, and after a few seconds, he began to cough. Don't mind him, once I finish eating, I have something special planned for him. Sun Zhenyu continued eating without a glance back, his left hand brazenly roaming over the social media starlet's thigh. Must you all behave this way? The long-haired girl in the corner spoke softly. Sun Zhenyu seemed quite displeased with her words. He tilted his head and remarked, Chen Yuan, have you forgotten how this rabid dog killed Jingzi and Juanmu? Why not just kill him directly? Must you torment him like this? What purpose does this serve? If you hadn't expelled him from the dormitory, he wouldn't have resorted to such madness. Sun Zhenyu chewed slowly on the bread in his mouth, raked his fingers through his hair, and exclaimed, Am I giving you face? I am keeping you here to warm my bed, not to lecture me. It has been 5 days. Do you honestly believe Lin Hao will return alive to find you? I was hoping you would take the initiative. But it seems you are completely oblivious to the situation. Chen Yuan bit her lip, glaring at Sun Zhenyu, her eyes brimming with resentment. If you dare to touch me, he will surely kill you. Foolish woman, Sun Zhenyu chuckled softly, shaking his head. But I do admire that look in your eyes. I like it. Let us see it tonight. With that, he rose, grabbing a baseball bat and approaching Chen Yuan. I intended to take my time, but after your earlier remarks, I have decided to expedite matters. He flashed a grin at Chen Yuan before delivering a powerful blow to Chen Yuan's abdomen. How does that feel? Is this enough force for you? He repeated this question, continuing to strike. He did not cease until Chen Yuan was spitting blood from his mouth. On the verge of losing consciousness, grasping Chen Yuan's hair, he forced him to raise his head and said, All right, now let us engage in something more interesting. Chapter 3. Loss of control. Intense pain radiated from Chen Yuan's abdomen, as if his very insides were being shattered. His throat tasted of metallic blood, and breathing became laborious. His eyelids drooped, and through his blurred vision, he could see Chen Yuan, her head bowed, while the other 5 individuals appeared to be reveling in the spectacle. Damn you, beasts. Suddenly, his face was slapped a few times by Sun Zhenyu. What are you looking at? Come, look here, this is the main event. He teased, waving a pair of iron pliers before Chen Yuan's eyes. Turning to the others, he asked, "What do you think will be his reaction?" "It will be quite exhilarating, haha." "Ah, Jinyu, you are so wicked. Hurry up. We have never witnessed such a scene." "Yes, brother Yu, let us begin." What were they saying? What did they intend to do? Chen Yuan watched as Sun Zhenyu forced the iron pliers into his mouth. His eyes widened in horror. The pain in his mouth intensified, soon transforming into a piercing agony. Crack. Ah! Chen Yuan let out a low growl, blood filling his mouth. A blood-stained tooth was wrenched from his mouth with brutal force. Sun Zhenyu examined the tooth in the pliers, clicking his tongue. "This tooth is rather unsightly. Shall we remove another?" Yes. This is thrilling. Brother Yu. Let me have a turn too." Madness engulfed him. These people had all lost their minds. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain, tugging desperately at the ropes binding his arms. Yet, it was futile. Sun Zhenyu approached, a nauseating grin plastered across his face. "Isn't this exhilarating? Allow me to have another go." He spoke as he brandished a pair of iron pliers, shoving them towards Chen Yuan's mouth. "Damn you." Chen Yuan's protest was swallowed as the pliers clamped down on his teeth. "What did you just say?" Sun Zhenyu taunted, applying pressure. "I didn't quite catch that." With a sickening crunch, yet another tooth was wrenched free. Chen Yuan gasped, his mouth growing numb, the pain gradually subsiding. Sun Zhenyu's companions radiated excitement, treating Chen Yuan as if he were less than human. They laughed and jeered before taking turns torturing him, even the two girls joining in, frantically pulling out 3 of his teeth. His anguished cries grew weaker until he finally lost consciousness. Sun Zhenyu huddled in a corner, burying her head deep between her curled legs. She could not fathom how the world had so abruptly transformed. Humanity seemed to have vanished. It was over, everything was lost. "Please, stop struggling and find peace in the next world," she whispered, wiping the damp corners of her eyes. Though she and Chen Yuan were strangers, witnessing his inhumane torment brought tears to her eyes. She felt powerless to intervene, left only to hope that Chen Yuan would soon succumb, freeing him from further suffering. Sun Zhenyu and his cohorts continued to boast about whose extraction was the most pristine, and suddenly realizing Chen Yuan had fainted, he tapped the hefty fellow beside him. "Fatty, go fetch a basin of cold water to wake this guy up, otherwise, it loses its thrill." The hefty man nodded and ambled off with the basin. Darkness enveloped him again. It was pitch black, nothing was visible, not even himself. "Am I dead?" His consciousness felt like a jigsaw of disjointed pieces, adrift in the void. Chen Yuan pondered chaotically. He never imagined he would not only fail to bite Sun Zhenyu and his wretched crew to death, but instead be tormented to his end at their hands. It was infuriating. This world was indeed unjust. Even in the face of zombies, the lives of those scoundrels seemed to outweigh his own. Damn it. Vaguely, he discerned the silhouettes of 2 middle-aged individuals in the darkness. They were his parents, who had left him in his youth and had never returned. They glanced back, smiling at him before vanishing into the shadows. Soon after, he beheld his grandparents, who had raised him but had passed away years prior. They too smiled lovingly at him, only to be slowly consumed by the darkness. His awareness began to blur further. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. Water lashed against his body, an overwhelming hunger surged within him. He emerged from his stupor, coughing softly, and gradually opened his eyes. Before him stood the crimson figure of Sun Zhenyu, a man with a striking crew cut. Everything in his line of sight was suffused with red, growing ever more intense. Disjointed voices filtered into his ears. "Brother Yu, he's waking up. Let me see." A hand seized his hair, pulling his head upward. "You seem rather listless. Hey, mad dog. Not biting anymore. TSK, you look rather unsettling, brother Yu. No matter, let us pull a few of his nails and see if he reacts. If not, I'll send him on his way with a single blow." "All right, brother Yu. I'll do it." The dizziness intensified, enveloping him further. What was happening? His body began to radiate heat, as if something within him was yearning to break free. In a daze, Chen Yuan felt his right index finger being tugged. Then came a faint sensation. "Did you pull it off?" "Indeed." "Why didn't he scream?" "Not a sound. I managed to get it off intact. Look." The influencer held up the bloodied nail before Sun Zhenyu. He nodded, seemingly resigned. "It appears our playtime is over. This fellow is finished. Such a pity. I was just beginning to find it amusing. A truly deranged bunch." Sun Zhenyu cursed silently, stealing a glance at Chen Yuan. His mouth and hands were smeared with blood, and he appeared utterly lifeless. It seemed he truly was beyond saving. She gently bit her lip, wishing for him to be treated kindly in the next life. She blinked at Chen Yuan before burying her head deeply between her legs once more. Sun Zhenyu approached Chen Yuan, a baseball bat in hand. A cigarette perched in his mouth. "I had hoped to play with you a while longer, but I didn't expect you to be so feeble." He feigned regret, continuing. "However, considering the numerous deliveries you've made for us, I'll grant you this mercy. I shall send you off to the afterlife now." After an afternoon of torment, Sun Zhenyu and his companions had seemingly grown accustomed to the brutality as they prepared to end Chen Yuan's life. Their expressions remained disturbingly indifferent. Sun Zhenyu raised the baseball bat, contemplating how best to strike, pondering, shall I hit from here or from here? Chen Yuan felt an increasing heat radiating from within. It was unbearably warm. A fierce hunger surged within him, like a violent wave gradually drowning his consciousness. Shadows of crimson danced before his eyes. The scent of the living filled the air. Devour him, devour him, devour him. This thought ballooned relentlessly in his mind. At long last, chaos ensued. In the fleeting moment when the baseball bat came crashing down, he abruptly opened his blood-red eyes. The ropes binding his body were torn asunder. He reached out and grasped the bat. Sun Zhenyu gazed in disbelief into Chen Yuan's eyes, which were no longer those of a human. The entire scara had turned pitch black, with crimson veins connecting to the scarlet pupils. What was happening? Suddenly, Sun Zhenyu, still reeling from shock, felt an icy sensation surging through his chest. His eyes widened as he slowly lowered his gaze, only to discover Chen Yuan's arm piercing through his chest. An indescribable pain surged throughout his body. His mouth gaped wider, blood oozing from the corners. The bat clattered to the ground as two girls began to scream frantically. Chen Yuan tilted his head and forcefully yanked something from Sun Zhenyu's chest, grasping it tightly in his hand before devouring it, the thick blood staining his lips. How utterly unpalatable, he mumbled, before spitting out a chunk of flesh smeared with congealed blood and saliva. The occupants of the dormitory stood frozen, entranced by the sight of Chen Yuan consuming the gruesome morsel. Sun Zhenyu lay lifeless on the ground. Chen Yuan stepped over his corpse, grinning as he surveyed the remaining witnesses. The sensation of death grew increasingly palpable. He was no longer human. He was something else entirely. The nearest hefty individual trembled and attempted to flee. However, after merely a couple of steps, he felt a sudden lightness, the world beginning to spin around him. Just before darkness enveloped his vision, he glimpsed his own headless body collapsing to the floor, blood gushing forth. Chen Yuan picked up the hefty man's head, took a couple of bites, and flung it aside. He tilted his head towards the remaining four, extending 4 fingers, and mumbled, for left. As he advanced towards the influencer, she cried out desperately, help me please, turning to the girl with the nose ring for assistance. The girl, unable to contain her fear, shook her head frantically, retreating further. Chen Yuan then seized the influencer's hand. No, don't kill me. I'll do anything for you. Whatever you desire, just don't kill me. I promise to serve you well, she pleaded, her eyes wide with terror as she watched Chen Yuan bring her hand to his mouth. Chen Yuan, still tilting his head as if unable to comprehend her words, removed her finger with a swift pull. He echoed her previous words, before sinking his teeth into her fingertip. Ah! The influencer screamed as Chen Yuan chewed for a moment before spitting out 2 severed fingers. She clutched her wounded hand, still shrieking in horror. How dull and disappointing, he remarked, and with that, he slashed her throat. Blood sprayed across his face, and he licked his lips before turning to the girl with the nose ring. At that moment, the sound of the baseball bat being picked up echoed through the room, followed by the hurried footsteps of someone fleeing. The fierce wind howled as Chen Yuan turned his head to the left. The crew-cut man had already swung his baseball bat towards him. With a thud, Chen Yuan's neck was violently twisted, contorting at a right angle. The crew-cut man, panting and trembling, gripped the bat tightly. Is he dead? This thought barely flickered in his mind before he witnessed Chen Yuan forcefully realigning his neck. He remained in that crooked posture, gazing at him. Chapter 4. I soiled my pants. The crew-cut man completely collapsed. Damn you, die, he roared, raising the bat to strike Chen Yuan's head. However, this time fortune did not favor him. Before the bat even made contact with Chen Yuan's body, his arm was already seized by Chen Yuan. A searing pain erupted through his arm. Ah, my hand. Chen Yuan snatched the bat from him, swung it a couple of times, and then delivered a blow that shattered the crew-cut man's skull. At that moment, the girl with the nose ring crawled over, kneeling and clutching Chen Yuan's leg. Chen Yuan. No, brother Yuan, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Please don't kill me. Chen Yuan looked down at her, then grabbed her by the hair, yanking her up forcefully. Ah, brother Yuan, please don't kill me. Accompanied by her trembling pleas. Chen Yuan sank his teeth into her neck. Ah, the girl's voice dwindled to a whisper. Moments later, her body collapsed to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. Chen Yuan glanced down at her, and then turned to approach Sun Zhenyu step by step. Initially, she had huddled in the corner, wishing for Chen Yuan's demise, hoping he would soon be liberated from this torment. Yet, she could never have imagined such a turn of events. When she heard the screams of the internet celebrity and the girl with the nose ring, she thought something strange had occurred, but upon seeing the scene before her, she was rendered speechless. In the blink of an eye, everyone, save for herself, had perished, and now she was the final target of Chen Yuan. Her heart raced violently, as if it would leap from her mouth. An overwhelming dread enveloped her entire being, leaving her incapable of thought. She was too frightened to utter a word, her body trembling uncontrollably. Clutching a small fruit knife, which she had somehow unearthed, she held it like a lifeline. He was drawing nearer, unbeknownst to her. Urine had soaked through her jeans. Cowering in the corner, Sun Zhenyu raised the fruit knife slightly, trembling as she glanced up at Chen Yuan. What am I doing? Her awareness gradually sharpened. Have I become a zombie? Chen Yuan gasped, blinking his eyes. In the crimson haze, he spotted Sun Zhenyu curled up in the corner like a frightened kitten. Her makeup had long since smudged from tears, and her large eyes shone with an innocent clarity. The fruit knife she clutched appeared perilously close to slipping from her grasp. There was a certain charm to her vulnerability. As long as I remain conscious, I desire nothing more than for this girl to survive. If I can just reach outside, she should be safe once she locks the door behind her. With this thought, he turned and made his way toward the dormitory exit. However, just as he neared the door, a wave of intense dizziness surged suddenly, overwhelming his senses. He felt his body grow heavy, collapsing onto the floor. Endless darkness enveloped him once more. Sun Zhenyu stared in disbelief as Chen Yuan staggered past her. Why didn't he kill me? Just a moment ago, he seemed to smile at me, a smile imbued with the essence of humanity. She watched him reach the doorway. But in the next instant, he toppled over, motionless. Cautiously, she rose to her feet. After a moment's hesitation, she picked up the baseball bat from the ground and approached Chen Yuan step by step. What on earth is happening? Zombies don't behave like this, do they? And that smile, it was undeniably human. Yet, the memory of him mercilessly slaughtering Sun Zhenyu and the others sent shivers down her spine. She grappled with her thoughts, lifting and lowering the bat repeatedly. After a spell, she summoned her courage to place her hand near Chen Yuan's nose. He was still breathing. He was alive. With a sigh of relief, she patted her chest, biting her lip as she crouched beside him. Gazing at his profile, she found herself lost in contemplation, muttering softly to herself, "Are you human or a zombie? Should I kill you? Why didn't you just kill me? You're not a zombie, are you? You're human, right?" She rambled on for what felt like an eternity before finally relinquishing the baseball bat. With a heavy sigh, she stood up, realizing with dismay that she was utterly incapable of harming him. The following day, Chen Yuan awoke from a daze, finding himself staring at the familiar wooden slats of the upper bunk. The blinding sunlight streamed through the window, momentarily rendering the scene surreal. He was indeed in the dormitory. Devoid of any signs of a struggle, it appeared he had been moved to a different room. Slowly, he sat up, raising his hands to inspect them. The nails that had been ripped out had begun to regrow. He moved his mouth, discovering his teeth had also returned. What is happening? He closed his eyes, trying to recall the events that had transpired. A fleeting, gruesome image flashed before him, sending a jolt of pain through his head. Had he not transformed into a zombie? He tugged at his hair in frustration. As he looked up, he caught sight of a long-haired girl emerging from the restroom. Their eyes met, and for a moment, both seemed taken aback. Sun Zhenyu blinked vacantly, a hint of fear evident in her expression. "Ah, you're awake," she said, her voice melodious, gentle, and warm. Chen Yuan instinctively nodded in response, and thus, the atmosphere grew tense. Sun Zhenyu stood still, while Chen Yuan remained motionless on the bed. They gazed at each other across the space, each seemingly burdened with their own thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Sun Zhenyu cautiously inquired, may I sit over there?" She gestured towards Chen Yuan's bed. "Ah, yes, of course," he quickly nodded, his mind swirling with confusion. Sun Zhenyu settled beside Chen Yuan, studying him intently. "Your eyes have truly returned. They are quite beautiful," she remarked, glancing down at his hands. "Your nails have also grown back. It's remarkable, just overnight." Chen Yuan stared at her, bewildered. Was this girl truly naive? Given the danger he posed, what was she thinking? "Why didn't you kill me while I was unconscious?" he asked. Sun Zhenyu looked into his eyes and blinked. "And you? Why didn't you kill me?" Being so close to a beautiful girl made Chen Yuan slightly uncomfortable. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "I feel that you are different from Sun Zhenyu and the others." "Indeed," she smiled softly, nodding. "I also believe you are unlike them." "Aren't you afraid?" "Of course, I am afraid," she admitted. "But I cannot bring myself to harm you. After all, food will eventually run out. Death is inevitable. I would rather be killed by you." "Then, do you intend to kill me now?" Sun Zhenyu leaned closer, her eyes blinking innocently as she gazed at him. Given her U-neck t-shirt, he wondered if she was just a pretty face without much thought. He blinked in surprise and quickly replied, "Of course not." "Do you think I enjoy killing?" Pouting, Sun Zhenyu nodded. Sitting up straight, she proposed, "Then let us make a pact." "A pact for what?" Chen Yuan asked, utterly bewildered. "Well, It seems we are the last two left in Building 9, so we should coexist peacefully. You must promise me not to kill me, nor bully me. For now, that's all I can think of. Chen Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Her words sounded almost like a joke. Will you agree? In truth, Sun Zhenyu had little faith in her survival. The foolishness of her own words struck her as absurd, yet she yearned for a semblance of beauty in her final moments. She understood all too well that in this world, ravaged by the sudden emergence of zombies, everything had crumbled. If Chen Yuan truly wished to kill her, what value could such verbal promises possibly hold? All right, I promise you. Chen Yuan nodded slowly. Then, let us make a pinky promise. Before Chen Yuan could react, Sun Zhenyu hooked her pinky with his. We've made a promise now, so no backing out. Oh, okay. Let's formally introduce ourselves. I am Sun Zhenyu. I am Chen Yuan. And I am aware of who you are. Chen Yuan finally recalled that during the New Year's Eve gala in their freshman year, Sun Zhenyu had danced on stage. He had even inquired about her at the time, learning that she was a renowned goddess from the foreign languages department. However, he had been too reclusive and had not encountered her again, gradually forgetting about her. Is that so? I have seen you dance. Oh, that explains it. Sun Zhenyu nodded, contemplating what else to say when she suddenly heard Chen Yuan's puzzled voice. Do you smell something strange? What kind of smell? It seems to be a scent reminiscent of urine. Sun Zhengyuan's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively placed her hand on her thigh. Chen Yuan stared at her, bewildered. What is the matter with you? Sun Zhenyu bit her lip and spoke slowly. I accidentally wet my pants yesterday. Chen Yuan suddenly understood, recalling that she had indeed seemed startled to the point of losing control the previous day. Observing Sun Zhengyuan's expression of embarrassment and resentment, she exclaimed, It's all your fault. You scared me. Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile at her adorable demeanor. Don't laugh. You mustn't laugh. By the way, aren't you going to wash up? Why should I care what you think? Time drifted away in the midst of their cheerful banter. This fleeting moment of warmth enveloped Chen Yuan in a sense of nostalgia, as if the world around him still resembled what it once was. However, he was acutely aware that the zombies outside still roamed, and his own condition remained a mystery. He dreaded the thought of suddenly transforming into a zombie and harming Sun Zhenyu. He did not wish for such a fate to unfold. Leaning on the balcony, gazing at the desolate campus, he felt a sudden urge to strive for survival. A gentle breeze brushed past him as Sun Zhengyu's voice resonated from behind. It's time to eat, Chen Yuan. Chapter 5. I have no clothes to change into during lunch. The two had grown considerably more familiar with each other. Though Sun Zhenyu maintained an aloof goddess persona in the eyes of strangers, those who knew her well understood that she was, in fact, quite a humorous girl. As she nibbled on a piece of bread, she calculated, Chen Yuan, since you are a boy, you should have a larger portion. I am on a diet and typically eat less, so I'll take a smaller share. I've done the math. If we ration our food this way, we should be able to last 3 days. Chen Yuan nodded, taking a bite of the dry, flavorless bread. And what happens after 3 days? Sun Zhenyu exhaled deeply. Awaiting rescue, what other option was there? Alas, the emergency call had failed to connect, and the internet was down, rendering the prospect of salvation rather bleak. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Is it truly that hopeless? Sun Zhenyu shot him a glare. What do you propose? Should I venture out again like before to search for food? Well, that's certainly not out of the question, he replied. I refuse to entertain that notion. Sun Zhenyu widened her eyes in disbelief. What if you were to meet your demise out there, or become a zombie? I would be left here alone and would surely go mad. Do you have any idea how terrified I was while clearing out Sun Zhenyu and the others' remains? Indeed, he acknowledged. Then you ought not to go. Are you suggesting I should simply starve? She retorted, biting her lip. At least we have each other. It's far better than facing the undead alone. All right, I understand. After a modest meal of bread, Chen Yuan sat on the bed, deep in contemplation. 2 days prior, he had indeed been bitten by a zombie. Yet, throughout the ordeal, he had retained his consciousness. Although he could sense changes within his body, he remained aware. However, during the moments of torment, his awareness had gradually faded. He recalled that each time he felt his consciousness wane, it coincided with a surge of hunger. The hungrier he became, the more intense the bloodlust. Was that truly the case? Furthermore, his injuries had healed completely. His teeth and nails had regrown. Could it be that, akin to Spider-Man gaining extraordinary abilities from a spider bite, he had acquired some peculiar power from the zombie bite? How absurd. Chen Yuan chastised himself for being foolish. Yet at least one thing was certain. His body was functioning normally. As long as he didn't succumb to hunger and managed to suppress the bloodlust, he should be fine. Nonetheless, the issue of food needed addressing. It was impossible to remain here, waiting to starve as Sun Zhenyu suggested. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. Ever since he had been bitten, no zombies had attacked him. If that remained the case, gathering food would be remarkably straightforward. The realization filled Chen Yuan with excitement. as if he had rediscovered the will to live. The more he pondered, the more promising it seemed. He needed to test this theory immediately. Of course, he must prioritize safety. If reality proved contrary to his expectations, he would need to flee without hesitation. Resolute, Chen Yuan decided to venture outside. Just then, Sun Zhenyu approached him. Are you planning to go out? Yes. Chen Yuan scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, but I will be extremely cautious. Sun Zhenyu bit her lower lip. Do you truly have to go? Chen Yuan let out a deep sigh and smiled at her. If possible, I hope we both survive. So I must find a way to procure food. Sun Zhenyu blinked, raising her gaze to Chen Yuan, as if she had made a significant resolution. All right, I will wait for you. Chen Yuan smiled, stood up, and returned to his dormitory to change into a fitted outfit. He then took a baseball bat and strode outside. At the entrance, Sun Zhenyu grasped his arm. After a brief silence, she spoke slowly. You must come back. Of course, I value my life, he replied. Yes, I believe in you. This sensation was peculiar. Although they had only recently met, it felt akin to lovers parting. Despite the oddity, Chen Yuan felt a warmth within. At least there was someone awaiting his return, clearing his mind of distractions. He quietly unlocked the iron chain with the key he had taken from Sun Zhenyu and the others. A quick glance revealed approximately 5 zombies nearby. Logically, if he were their target, even the slightest noise would elicit a response. With this thought in mind, he tapped the iron door with the baseball bat. The sound of metal striking metal quickly attracted the attention of the nearby zombies. However, after a brief glance at Chen Yuan, they resumed their forward march. Could it be that they truly would not attack me? Chen Yuan pondered as he boldly opened the iron door and slowly approached the nearest zombie. He raised the baseball bat slightly. Should this creature exhibit any sign of danger, he could swiftly strike its head and retreat inside before the others arrived. 1 step. 2 steps. He drew closer, and the zombie continued to walk aimlessly. Under normal circumstances, a living person at such proximity would have already been attacked by the zombies. To thoroughly confirm his hypothesis, Chen Yuan positioned himself directly in front of the zombie. Yet, it did not even glance at him, merely walking past. A wave of satisfaction washed over him, prompting him to test a few more zombies. Indeed, they regarded him as one of their own, displaying no intent to attack. Exhilaration surged through him. He sprinted towards the small shop in the central district with fervor. With the threat of zombies eliminated, gathering supplies became a thrilling endeavor. Ham sausages, instant noodles, chocolates, chicken legs and wings, chips, shrimp chips. He filled 2 bags to the brim with an array of food and some toiletries before contentedly making his way back. As he returned, he felt as though he could soar to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Not only had he escaped becoming a zombie after being bitten, but he also possessed the remarkable trait of being unassailable by them. Awaiting him in the dormitory was the stunning goddess, Sun Zhenyu. It felt as though his life had suddenly been enhanced, akin to a dream. After securely locking the iron door, Chen Yuan walked back to the dormitory with his 2 bags of food. Sun Zhenyu, I have returned. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's voice, Sun Zhenyu swiftly peeked out from the dormitory door. She could scarcely fathom that Chen Yuan would return so soon, bearing such an abundance of items. She stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Hey, don't just stand there, Chen Yuan exclaimed as he stepped into the dormitory. Sun Zhenyu hurriedly followed him, gazing at him as if he were some fantastical creature. Are you even human? How did you manage this? You're incredible, like an inquisitive child. She examined Chen Yuan's physique. You're not injured, are you? No, Chen Yuan shook his head. Look, I'm perfectly fine. Sun Zhenyu nodded. Yes, indeed. Yet, she remained entranced by the spread of food laid out on the table, feeling as though she were in a dream. As soon as she uttered those words, she felt her cheek pinched. Ah, what are you doing? Chen Yuan chuckled. See, it's real. You're not dreaming. Sun Zhenyu covered her face, casting Chen Yuan an exasperated glance. All right, stop overthinking. We won T-Starve. Let us celebrate this evening. Sun Zhenyu remained silent, gazing at Chen Yuan. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Thank you, she replied softly. However, Chen Yuan's mood was not as buoyant as it appeared. After all, he had been bitten. Although no marks remained, he was acutely aware that something lay dormant within him. He worried that one day he might suddenly transform completely into a zombie. Yet, he was too weary to dwell on such thoughts. For now, he could still live well, perhaps even better than most in this world ravaged by zombies. What was meant to happen would eventually come to pass, so he might as well embrace the natural course of events. Perhaps one day, he could rid himself of the zombie virus, and the world might return to its former state. But that was a matter for the future. As night fell, Chen Yuan and Sun Zhenyu indulged in a sumptuous feast, their most satisfying meal since the emergence of zombies. After the delightful repast, Sun Zhenyu dutifully tidied up the remnants. Is it too wasteful for us to eat so much? Not at all. I have a plan. Don't worry. Is that so? Chen Yuan stood by the window, smoking, pondering the days ahead. Oh, I should check if there's still hot water. You probably haven't had a chance to try it these past few days, have you? No. Who had the mood for a shower back then? Entering the bathroom, Chen Yuan turned on the tap, letting it run for a moment until the water gradually warmed. Wonderful. The school's hot water system hasn't collapsed. It's a miracle. Hey, Chen Yuan, there's hot water. Hurry and come wash up. I'm almost exhausted from that lingering smell. Oh, are you ever annoying? She playfully pouted and then spoke in a softer tone. But I have no clothes to change into. Chen Yuan stepped out, handing her a new towel. I'll find a larger garment that can cover your thighs. For now, just make do with this. After all, it's just one night in the nude. You can simply slip under the covers, and tomorrow, I'll find a way to bring you some clothes. Sun Zhenyu accepted the towel from Chen Yuan, biting her lip as she contemplated for a moment. All right then. It's fine. With that, she hurried into the bathroom to take a shower. The thought of admonishing him not to act lewdly lingered on her lips, but she refrained from voicing it. After all, the world had completely unraveled. She understood that if Chen Yuan truly intended to do something, her resistance would be futile. So, she decided to leave it to fate. After a full 30 minutes, she turned off the shower and accepted the clothes Chen Yuan slipped through the door. A faint scent of laundry detergent wafted from them, which she found quite pleasant. However, while they covered her thighs, she was still bare beneath. A moment's carelessness could lead to an embarrassing mishap. Frustrated, she bit her lip, wrestling with her embarrassment for quite some time before finally emerging, her face flushed. Chapter 6. Simply sleeping. Chen Yuan sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her, his eyes wide with astonishment. Her skin was luminous, almost ethereal. He found himself entranced by Sun Zhenyu's beauty, his mind momentarily blank. How could a girl be so stunning? Feeling uncomfortable under Chen Yuan's scrutiny, Sun Zhenyu, who had never encountered such admiration, bashfully exclaimed, before hastily lowering her head and darting to the bed, burying herself under the covers. Chen Yuan chuckled softly. Indeed, I've never seen anyone as beautiful as you. Flatterer. Sun Zhenyu mumbled from under the blankets, covering her head with the quilt. She could distinctly feel her cheeks burning. She understood the implications of Chen Yuan's gaze. Since middle school, she had grown accustomed to being stared at, but for some reason, his gaze sent shivers down her spine. Was it simply that she hadn't experienced such attention in a long time? Chen Yuan, what are you thinking? She rolled around in the covers, cradling her head. After a while, she cautiously peeked out, noticing Chen Yuan sitting at the bedside, smoking. What was he pondering? She blinked and murmured softly to herself. After a moment of silence, she could not help but call out to him. Hey, Chen Yuan turned around, amused to see only her head peeking from the blankets. What are you doing, looking like a little creature? Don't mind me. Chen Yuan paused, then asked. Are you deep in thought? Chen Yuan nodded, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Do you think there are any survivors left in our school? Well, there should be, I suppose. Indeed, I share your sentiment. It cannot be that the world consists solely of the two of us, Chen Yuan remarked with a chuckle. Although the university had succumbed to chaos, their understanding of the world beyond its confines remained woefully limited. One could speculate that the government and military might be addressing these issues. Moreover, with his unique abilities, there was no need to dwell on bleak thoughts. Sun Zhenyu lifted her chin, gazing at Chen Yuan, and inquired, Do you have something in mind? Not at all. Do not overthink it. I am merely passing the time. Chen Yuan replied with a dismissive smile, concealing his plans and ideas from Sun Zhenyu, lest they instill fear and worry within her. Their conversation continued. A gentle exchange of words as the night deepened. As he turned off the lights, a wave of concern washed over Chen Yuan. If the number of zombies continued to rise, the school would inevitably face water and power shortages. He needed to devise a plan in advance. Standing in the darkness, he pondered for a while before shedding his shirt and lying down on the bed. It felt as though he hadn't enjoyed a proper night's sleep in days. The comfort was exquisite. Sun Zhengyu's bed was just behind him, and he could faintly detect her delicate fragrance. He contentedly closed his eyes and gradually drifted off. Time passed, and in a state of drowsiness, he perceived faint rustling sounds near him. It seemed someone had risen from the bed. Chen Yuan rubbed his eyes, puzzled, when he heard Sun Zhengyu's voice softly calling, Are you asleep? What is it? He mumbled indistinctly. I can't sleep. I'm scared. Sun Zhenyu hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper. May I share your bed? By the end, her words were nearly inaudible. Chen Yuan momentarily processed her request. He then felt Sun Zhenyu sit on his bed, the covers being lifted. Let us sleep together, just for sleeping, she stated in one breath, then nestled under the blanket. The gentle presence of the girl behind him was palpable. Chen Yuan remained turned towards the wall, uncertain of how to proceed. As a lifelong singleton of 20 years, this was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl. His heart raced, and even his breathing felt oddly unnatural. Am I making you uncomfortable? Chen Yuan's voice reached his ears. No, not at all. Yet you are facing the wall and not turning over. Is it too cramped for us? Not cramped at all. I simply prefer this position. You can move closer. I only need a little space. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan slowly leaned back. Naturally, his back brushed against Sun Zhenyu's arm. You are quite warm. Is this your first time sharing a bed with a girl? Chen Yuan giggled mischievously after she spoke. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Was it truly that amusing? So, I must have stolen your first time tonight, she teased. Hey, before the zombies appeared, I always slept beside my boyfriend. These past few days, I've been alone, hardly sleeping at all, plagued by nightmares that leave me crying upon waking. Of course, such a beautiful girl cannot possibly be single. Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. Is your boyfriend the Lin how that Sun Zhenyu mentioned? Yes. Then I don't know. There were too many zombies at that time. He sacrificed himself as bait to help us escape. Perhaps he is still alive, Chen Yuan offered hopefully. Yes. Let us hope so. Sun Zhenyu smiled, fully aware that Chen Yuan was merely trying to console her. Yet, she understood all too well that the odds of survival in such dire circumstances were nearly non-existent. While she still thought of him, she had long since resigned herself to reality. A faint beam of moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating the outline of Chen Yuan's back in the darkness. Being alone felt profoundly lonely, especially in body. She paused. May I borrow your back? Sure, Chen Yuan replied, somewhat startled, yet he nodded. Soon, he felt the soft touch against his back. Chen Yuan rested her forehead against him, her fingertips gently caressing. Chen Yuan could distinctly sense her breath, and sleepiness evaporated, replaced by a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Moments later, she murmured as if in a dream, Thank you, Chen Yuan. This guy truly did trust me, he thought. Feeling a surge of desire, after what felt like an eternity of torment, Chen Yuan finally drifted into sleep. The night gradually faded with the passage of time, and the sun began its ascent on the horizon, little by little. When Chen Yuan opened his eyes, Chen Yuan was already at the table, her long legs bare as she prepared breakfast. He sat up groggily. Ah, you're finally awake. You really can sleep, Chen Yuan playfully chided, strolling over to hand him a bottle of mineral water. Drink some water first. Chen Yuan nodded blankly. Chen Yuan sat beside him, tilting her head as she observed him. By the way, did you run off last night? Hearing her words, Chen Yuan suddenly sprayed the water he had just sipped, coughing uncontrollably. Chen Yuan burst into laughter beside him. It's all right, I understand. Without waiting for Chen Yuan to retort, she triumphantly dashed away, leaving him speechless. Last night, he was overly stimulated and found himself unable to sleep. Eventually, in desperation, he went to the restroom to relieve himself. To his astonishment, he was discovered by Chen Yuan. What an embarrassing moment. This mischievous sprite, Chen Yuan, with a grim expression, awkwardly donned his clothes and descended from the bed. Chen Yuan, unable to contain herself, stifled a laugh nearby. Chen Yuan pouted. It's all your fault, you know. Hee, am I to blame? She replied playfully, lighting a cigarette. Chen Yuan stood on the balcony, feeling the breeze. The campus scene remained unchanged, countless zombies meandering aimlessly, with no sign of rescue teams in sight. He let out a slow sigh when he heard Chen Yuan's gentle voice calling, Stop smoking and come have breakfast. Although it was referred to as breakfast, it was nearly noon by that time. After they both finished their meal, Chen Yuan tidied up briefly, preparing to depart. Are you really okay? Chen Yuan asked. Concern etched on her face as she watched him get ready to leave. Chen Yuan smiled, his gaze lingering on her thigh. Of course. I can't leave you completely unguarded, can I? Oh, you're so annoying. Chen Yuan instinctively covered her thigh, blushing as she glared at him. Relax. It's all fine. Just wait for me, and if you're hungry, eat something. I might not be back very soon. Why not? Chen Yuan felt a pang of worry, having thought he would return quickly. Well, your dormitory is in the North District, quite far away. I need to be cautious. Oh, right? She paused. How long will you be gone? Chen Yuan scratched the back of his head. I'm not sure, but I'll definitely be back before dark. Chen Yuan nodded. All right, just be sure to stay safe. Are you that worried about me? Oh, even at a time like this, you're still joking. All right. I won't tease you further. I'm off. Come back quickly. Upon exiting dormitory 9, Chen Yuan donned the skull helmet he had found in another dormitory. Although zombies wouldn't attack him, he couldn't be certain that other unforeseen dangers wouldn't arise. Moreover, there might still be survivors within the school. He could not guarantee that they would be benevolent, so he had to remain vigilant. Gripping the baseball bat in his hand and adjusting the straps of his backpack, he set off towards the North District. Throughout his journey, he meticulously observed his surroundings, searching for any signs of survivor activity. Unfortunately, apart from the increasing number of zombies, he discovered nothing else. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter. Chen Yuan's dormitory was located in Building 21 of the North District. Chen Yuan seldom ventured this way, and it took him quite some time to locate the building. The iron door on the first floor was ajar, with numerous zombies wandering between the various floors. It appeared that the situation in this dormitory was quite dire. It seems unlikely that there are any survivors left. Chen Yuan's room is on the 5th floor. So after a moment's contemplation, Chen Yuan decided to check the other floors as well. Thus, he wandered through each level. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he encountered a zombie, a girl clad only in lingerie, her long legs and slender waist strikingly alluring. Chen Yuan couldn't help but admire her physique in silence, allowing his gaze to wander upward. It was a rather chilling sight. Shaking his head, he passed by her and continued onward. As he approached the last dormitory on the 3rd floor, an unsettling feeling washed over him. If his memory served him correctly, all the dormitory doors on the 1st and 2nd floors had been wide open. The 3rd floor was similar, with several doors ajar, easily pushed open with a gentle nudge. However, the door before him was entirely different. Chen Yuan gently pushed against it. It was indeed locked. Could it be that there were still survivors inside? After pondering for a moment, he waited until the nearby zombie had wandered far enough away before gently knocking on the door. Is anyone there? He strained to listen, but there was no response. Hesitating briefly, he knocked again with a bit more force. Is anyone there? This time, he heard faint footsteps approaching from within. The soft sounds grew nearer, and soon the door was cracked open. A weary-looking girl met his gaze, and without hesitation, she pulled him inside. Once the door was securely locked again, the girl stared at Chen Yuan, somewhat bewildered. She had been hiding there alone for 7 days, her food entirely depleted, and she believed she was nearing death. To her astonishment, she never expected anyone to come knocking at such a time. Although he wore a helmet that obscured his face, she could see he carried a backpack and wielded a baseball bat, clearly prepared for the dangers outside. Perhaps this person could devise a way to deal with the zombies and procure food. If so, she might have a chance to survive by following him. As she contemplated this, she maintained her distance, observing Chen Yuan. Was he staring at her? Was it due to the revealing nightgown she wore? After a moment's thought, she tentatively spoke. Tong Xiao, I can hardly believe you are still alive. His words left her momentarily stunned. He knew her? Just as she was pondering this, Chen Yuan lifted his hand to remove his helmet. Tong Xia gazed at him in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape. You are Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan looked intently at her, a smile threatening to break through. It was ironic. The alluring girl in the deep V-neck nightgown had been the object of his affections since their freshman year. He had devoted himself to her, bringing her breakfast each day, buying her various snacks, assisting with her homework, and meticulously preparing gifts for every holiday. In pursuit of her affection, he had nearly exhausted all his savings. At that time, Chen Yuan was still quite naive. He believed that even if he lacked height and handsomeness, his sincerity would surely touch her heart. However, as time passed day by day, Tong Xian never outright rejected him. Yet, whenever the topic of a formal relationship arose, she would deftly sidestep it, simultaneously offering Chen Yuan a glimmer of hope while asserting that they were impossible together. She maintained a delicate balance of ambiguous intimacy with him, keeping him in a state of uncertainty. It wasn't until one fateful day when he saw Tong Xia exiting a hotel with a wealthy air that he realized he was merely a pitiable backup, and indeed the most inconspicuous one among many. Unable to restrain himself, he confronted Tong Xia, only to receive the dismissive response. Huh? What are you talking about? How could I possibly like someone like you? Have you lost your mind? Just get lost. Why should it concern you who I choose to share a room with? Following me around is truly creepy. Subsequently, he was even beaten up by the wealthy heir due to this incident. It was at that moment he truly grasped the harsh reality. A sycophant has no future. He was simply being exploited. Gradually, he came to understand that a girl like Tong Xia was nothing more than a materialistic gold digger. Because of her striking looks and enviable figure, she felt entirely justified in accepting kindness from others while callously toying with their emotions. He could not shake off the memory of her disdainful gaze that day. The past replayed in vivid fragments in his mind. Chen Yuan found the world increasingly intriguing. This wretched woman, Tong Xia, had not met her demise, and he had encountered her once more. Was fate presenting him with an opportunity for revenge? Contemplating this, Chen Yuan coldly remarked. Didn't he expect this, did you? To be frank, Tong Xia had never held Chen Yuan in any regard, so she had long forgotten the particulars of their past encounters. However, as classmates, she certainly did not forget his existence. Deep down, she was aware that Chen Yuan was inherently a loser, so with just a bit of manipulation, she could easily exploit him for sustenance, allowing her to survive without risk. Initially, she thought Chen Yuan was drawn to her beauty, anticipating that he would eventually grovel at her feet. Yet, upon hearing his words, she sensed something amiss in his tone. What are you thinking? It's quite rare for us to meet under these circumstances, given our shared history, Tong Xia said in a somewhat syrupy tone. Chen Yuan nodded, acknowledging yes. It is indeed rare. Observing his lukewarm response, Tong Xia felt a twinge of anxiety. What was wrong with him? Did he not admire her? She pondered briefly, then deliberately leaned forward slightly, allowing the subtle shimmer of her cleavage to catch his attention. Come on, why are you speaking to me like this? It's strange, she said, while linking her arm through his. Let us sit down and talk. Chen Yuan chuckled softly and took a seat beside her. You look incredibly cool now, Tong Xia remarked, feigning innocence. There are so many zombies outside. Where have you been hiding? Did you use that baseball bat to fend them off? Chen Yuan nodded, thinking to himself how disingenuous this woman was. Impressive, Tong Xia said, gazing at him with admiration. Do you have any food in your bag? Finally, they arrived at the crux of the matter. Chen Yuan smirked inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged as he pondered how much longer this woman could maintain her act. What? He replied coolly. Chen Yuan's series of reactions were utterly contrary to Tong Xia's expectations. It seemed as if he was indifferent to her. How could that be? She could not fathom that the Chen Yuan before her had long since transformed from the person he once was. Thus, she believed he was merely pretending, seeking to portray himself as a hero in her eyes, hoping for her affection. Dream on, you pathetic loser. Tong Xia mentally berated him. Yet her face retained that delicate demeanor. I've eaten everything in the dorm. I've been starving for 2 days. And Chen Yuan replied, his tone icy. Tong Xia was momentarily taken aback. Hurry up and get me something to eat. Chen Yuan regarded her coolly. Why should I? Upon hearing his words, Tong Xia was utterly bewildered. After much contemplation, she could not comprehend how Chen Yuan had changed so drastically. We're classmates, she pressed on, unwilling to give up. Don't you like me anymore? Didn't you promise to always treat me well? Chen Yuan finally could not suppress a laugh, causing Tong Xia to retract her hand from his arm, glaring at him. I recall you once told me you would never fall for someone like me. Chen Yuan paused. The one who told me to get lost was you, wasn't he it? Chen Yuan, how can you speak to me that way? What, are you upset? Chen Yuan stood up from the bed, casting a playful glance around the room. What do you mean? What do you want? Tong Xia also rose, her expression darkening. Me? I have no particular desire. I simply cannot fathom how I ever found you appealing. Chen Yuan turned to face her, scrutinizing her features. So you want food, huh? Come. Let me hear you bark like a dog. Tong Xia was utterly incensed by his provocation. She had already been reluctant to face Chen Yuan. If it were not for the food, she would have had no interest in him at all. Now, witnessing his loathsome demeanor, she could not hold back her anger. Chen Yuan, you're nothing but a loser. You're not a real man. Chen Yuan nodded with a smile. Yes, I am a loser. What about you? As he spoke, he retrieved a bag of snacks from his backpack and waved it tantalizingly before Tong Xia's eyes, before casually tossing it out the door. Chen Yuan, are you insane? Tong Xia shouted at him. Chen Yuan shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression. I have plenty of food anyway. He ran his fingers through his hair, feigning a troubled look. But you? Well, you'll just have to wait here until you starve. Or, if you wish to abandon life, I can assist you in opening the door. After all, I can easily escape. Tong Xia's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this truly Chen Yuan? How could he treat me this way? Confounded, she gazed at him, her lips parting slightly, yet words eluded her. Enough. I do not have the luxury of time to squander here. Chen Yuan turned his back, slightly tilting his face. You may remain here, alone, and slowly perish in this endless fear. Huh. With that, he strode towards the door. Wait, where are you going? Hey, Chen Yuan, stop right there. Tong Xia shouted desperately from behind, but Chen Yuan appeared oblivious, continuing his advance. Chen Yuan, you cannot leave. Chen Yuan, I command you to halt. She screamed frantically, her voice echoing until he finally opened the door. It dawned on her that Chen Yuan was not jesting. He truly intended to abandon her. The sensation of impending doom surged within her, and her once proud dignity crumbled in an instant. No, she cried, rushing forward to embrace Chen Yuan tightly. I'm sorry. I was wrong. What I said earlier was said in anger, not from the heart. Please do not be angry. I truly understand my mistake. Don't go. Don't leave me alone. I beg you, please. Chapter 8. I am willing. Chen Yuan closed the door with a sardonic smile, a rush of vengeful exhilaration coursing through him. He had never anticipated this day would unfold in such a manner, like the unexpected delight following a prank. He felt as though he had ascended from hell to paradise. Everything had irrevocably changed. His expression remained impassive as he turned and said, What was it I just said? Tong Xia released her grip, tears streaming down her face as she gazed at him. You cannot do it. Then so be it. As Chen Yuan prepared to turn and exit, Tong Xia grasped his arm. No, don't go, she pleaded, lowering her head, slowly parting her lips to softly call out. Chen Yuan nodded, gently lifting her chin to meet his gaze. Tong Xia obediently raised her head. Continue calling. After a moment's hesitation, Tong Xia looked at Chen Yuan and called out again. Quite good, he remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he knelt down. Tong Xia, sobbing, complied and knelt before him. Chen Yuan reached out to stroke her head. Exactly right. After speaking, he retrieved a sausage from his backpack and tossed it casually to the ground. Tong Xia paused for a moment before hastily crawling over to pick it up, consuming it in mere moments. Chen Yuan looked down at this woman who once regarded him with disdain, now resembling a beggar kneeling before him, awaiting sustenance. A peculiar sensation welled within him. He gazed at Tong Xia and inquired, "Do you wish for more?" Tong Xia nodded in response. Yes. Chen Yuan retrieved another sausage from his bag, saying, "Come closer. Obey me, and it shall be yours." Obediently listening to him, an indescribable sense of humiliation enveloped Tong Xia completely. Given the choice, she would certainly not have acted thus. However, the world she inhabited was no longer the world of yore. With zombies lurking everywhere, her options had dwindled. She was unwilling to succumb to death. Slowly, she approached Chen Yuan, looking up at him with a slight tilt of her head, expressing her willingness to comply with his every command. Excellent, Chen Yuan remarked, tossing a sausage to Tong Xia. This is how it should be. From now on, you will obediently obey. Tong Xia picked up the sausage, nodding vigorously, affirming yes. I will. Go on, eat, he instructed. With his permission, Tong Xia swiftly tore open the packaging and consumed it. She gazed up at Chen Yuan, her expression hinting at a desire for more. Chen Yuan chuckled softly and leisurely sat down beside the bed. All right, let us engage in other activities, he proposed. Tong Xia moved to his feet, her cheeks flushed. What does this mean? Chen Yuan reached out, gently stroking her head. You should understand my meaning, right? Oh, Tong Xia murmured, casting a glance at him, and sighed helplessly within. More than 2 hours later, Chen Yuan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Lighting a cigarette, he sat up at the edge of the bed. He had not anticipated that his first experience in life would unfold in such a manner. The sensation was beyond his ability to articulate. Damn, this is what life truly is. Chen Yuan mused, glancing down at Tong Xia. She lay there, utterly spent, resembling a puddle of soft mud. Let this be enough for today, Chen Yuan stated, rising from the bed and quickly dressing. He emptied his backpack, spreading all the food across the bed, addressing Tong Xia. If you ration this, it should suffice for several meals. Tong Xia, lying on the bed, looked up at him. Master, are you leaving? Do not be afraid. Chen Yuan reassured her, bending to pat her head. You stay here obediently, and I will return in a couple of days, bringing you more food. Tong Xia blinked, replying, I will listen obediently. Master, please do not deceive me. You must come back. Rest assured, just remember to lock the door. Chen Yuan replied dismissively, shouldering his bag and picking up a baseball bat before exiting. Before departing, Tong Xia pulled him close for a passionate kiss at the doorstep. Chen Yuan ascended to the 4th floor in high spirits, reminiscing about the taste of Tong Xia, marveling at the experience. Although her character was lacking, her physique and skills were indeed exceptional, likely honed through serving countless wealthy heirs. After thoroughly inspecting the 4th floor with no discoveries, Chen Yuan proceeded to the 5th. He searched room by room until he arrived at the door of Sun Zhenyu's dormitory. The door stood ajar, revealing a zombie meandering within. She was also quite an attractive girl, possibly Sun Zhenyu's roommate. Without further contemplation, he swiftly located her wardrobe and suitcase, following Sun Zhenyu's instructions. Her wardrobe was quite extensive, and it seemed unlikely that all of her clothes could fit into a suitcase. Thus, Chen Yuan meticulously selected the garments that accentuated her figure, particularly those that were alluring in nature. While choosing the lingerie, he took a moment to check the sizes and discovered that Sun Zhenyu was, in fact, an E-cup. No wonder she appeared so voluptuous. Once he had filled the suitcase, he secured it and casually glanced through the other wardrobes, only to spot a particularly striking leopard print ensemble. Immediately drawn to it, Chen Yuan felt certain that Sun Zhenyu could pull it off. So he added the outfit to his backpack, along with several pairs of black stockings. He resolved to tease her upon his return. After a final check to ensure there was nothing else of value to take, Chen Yuan carried the suitcase downstairs. As he made his way back to dormitory 9, the sky gradually darkened. Passing by the convenience store in the central district, he took the opportunity to replenish his backpack with snacks. Upon arriving at the foot of the dormitory, he quietly opened the iron door on the 1st floor and concealed Sun Zhenyu's suitcase within. Once everything was in place, he feigned a near-death experience as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Sun Zhenyu, I'm back. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's voice, Sun Zhenyu rushed out of her dormitory. Chen Yuan, she exclaimed, enveloping him in a warm embrace. What are you doing? Chen Yuan replied softly. I was worried something might happen to you. I feared you wouldn't return. With a hint of reproach, Sun Zhenyu pouted. Why did you come back so late? It's infuriating. You made me so anxious. All right, I'm fine. Let us get ready for dinner, he reassured her. That evening, the two indulged in a lavish meal. Although Chen Yuan expressed her concerns repeatedly, Chen Yuan insisted that all was well. After she finished tidying up the rubbish, he retrieved the daring ensemble from his backpack and presented it to her. With a feigned expression of helplessness, he said, "Unfortunately, there were too many zombies over there, and this was all I could manage to grab. Please make do with it for now." Understanding his predicament, Sun Zhenyu nodded and replied, "It's all right as long as you're safe." With that, she took the outfit into the bathroom. Moments later, she emerged, fidgeting slightly. "Isn't this outfit a bit too revealing?" she queried timidly. At the sound of her voice, Chen Yuan looked up, and in an instant, he nearly lost control of himself. Her shapely long legs were clad in black stockings, and the shorts were so short they left little to the imagination. The sheer bodysuit had become nearly transparent. Goodness, this is simply too seductive, he thought, unable to suppress a sly grin. Sun Zhenyu stared at him, puzzled, before furrowing her brow and saying, "Chen Yuan, you can't possibly have done this on purpose." "Of course not," Chen Yuan quickly retorted. "It was purely coincidental. I grabbed it in a moment of crisis." Sun Zhenyu scrutinized his eyes suspiciously. "You're clearly laughing," she accused, playfully hitting him. "Ah, you perverted lecher. I'll teach you a lesson." After a brief commotion, both individuals began to feel a sense of fatigue. Chen Yuan, seated at the computer desk, lit a cigarette, adopting a feigned serious demeanor as he remarked to Sun Zhenyu, "Honestly, even though this outfit isn't yours, you truly look splendid in it." Sun Zhenyu shot him a cold glance, fully aware of his thoughts regarding her sheer stockings, transparent attire, and ultra-short shorts. Her original clothing was still damp from washing, leaving her with no alternative but to tolerate his gaze. "Do you boys genuinely enjoy seeing us dressed this way?" "Not entirely. It's primarily because you are attractive." "Uffed, who would believe you?" Sun Zhenyu could distinctly feel Chen Yuan's passionate gaze upon her, sending her into a state of disarray. Dressing like this, any normal man would react, she thought, exasperated. "Ah, could you please stop looking at me like that?" Chen Yuan, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly traced his fingers across his face and chuckled. "Ah, well, there are many things beyond my control. It is human nature to be drawn to beauty. Wouldn't you agree?" "You're such an idiot." Sun Zhenyu felt on the verge of losing her sanity, questioning if she was truly living in a world filled with zombies. That night, she changed back into Chen Yuan's t-shirt but paired it with shorts, feeling a sense of comfort. After their initial shared experience the previous night, it felt natural for them to sleep under the same blanket. Following their youthful escapade, Chen Yuan had grown accustomed to the proximity, though his body still thrummed with energy, leaving him unusually alert. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Zhenyu had drifted off to sleep beside him. Stealing a glance at her, he felt her steady breath enveloping him. He turned his gaze towards the bunk above, imagining a scene in a post-apocalyptic world filled with beautiful women. Gradually, he too succumbed to slumber, experiencing a night of sweet dreams. Upon awakening the next morning, he discovered that Sun Zhenyu had somehow found her way into his embrace. As she sensed his awakening, she lazily inquired, "How long do you intend to hold me like this?" Chen Yuan instinctively raised his hand to explain, "This is merely an unconscious action during sleep. You can't blame me. Don't move just yet." "Like this?" He gently placed his hand back. Your embrace is quite warm." Chen Yuan blinked, feeling a surge of excitement coursing through him. Moments later, he heard Sun Zhengyu's disdainful voice. "I merely wanted a simple hug. Could you calm down for a moment?" Chapter 9. Survivors of the West District. After their morning routine, Sun Zhenyu changed into a revealing ensemble that left Chen Yuan, just roused from slumber, utterly captivated. Sun Zhenyu dutifully prepared breakfast at the table. Upon hearing that he had awakened, she turned to glance at him and smiled, playfully remarking, "You lazy pig. Humph. If you don't believe me, I could give you a shot." "I absolutely refuse. Please step away." Perhaps due to having shared a bed, the two had gradually grown increasingly intimate. Words that once felt unspeakable now flowed with utmost ease. Even the most suggestive gestures elicited little response from Sun Zhenyu. For instance, at this moment, Sun Zhenyu was preparing a sandwich at the table, while Chen Yuan stood behind her, gently pressing his waist against her. They fit together seamlessly. Sun Zhenyu merely scoffed, "Humph, men, so shameless," and allowed Chen Yuan to take advantage of her. Chen Yuan maintained this position while finishing his first cigarette of the day. Then he heard Sun Zhenyu say, "Hey, big wolf, have you had enough? Come eat." "All right," Chen Yuan replied with a grin, reluctantly sitting beside Sun Zhenyu to begin his meal. After finishing, he leaned on the table, watching her tidy up the trash. "What do you want?" she asked. "I want you to die?" Chen Yuan laughed heartily and said, "By the way, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" Sun Zhenyu, having finished with the garbage, looked at him quietly. "Well, I've decided that I will venture out every day from now on. Huh? Why? Chen Yuan grinned mischievously at her. For you. Sun Zhenyu pinched his arm sharply, exclaiming, "Stop teasing me." All right. Chen Yuan rubbed his arm, explaining, because eventually, the supplies at school will run out. We cannot remain here indefinitely. Furthermore, we don't know when the water and electricity might suddenly cease. Therefore, I must start planning ahead to ensure our survival. Sun Zhenyu stared at Chen Yuan, momentarily lost in thought. She had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary boy would think so far ahead. She had always believed that their survival was merely a stroke of luck. In fact, she even thought that if there came a day when they could no longer endure, it would be acceptable to perish together. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that this boy was wholeheartedly focused on how to keep them both alive. In recent days, she had felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and contentment. In this world infested with zombies, she had a place to sleep, food to eat, and someone to accompany her. Sometimes, she would reflect on it and think it felt like a dream. What else with that gaze? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Chen Yuan's voice interrupted her reverie. She rolled her eyes at him. I'm just enjoying the view. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm being serious. Sun Zhenyu nodded. Then you must promise me you will return safely every day. Of course. Is there anything I can do to assist you? Sun Zhenyu asked cautiously. Well, this. Chen Yuan gazed at Sun Zhenyu's chest for a moment before saying, you can just stay at home and be a feast for my eyes. Just before his departure, Sun Zhenyu embraced Chen Yuan at the door. You must return safely. I will be here waiting for you. Chen Yuan gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, don't worry, see you tonight. After leaving Building 9, Chen Yuan began to devise his route for the day. Having already traversed it numerous times the previous day, he decided to temporarily disregard Tong Xiao's side. He had previously conducted a cursory reconnaissance of the central district, so there was no need to squander time there. Accordingly, he resolved to explore the western district today. He briefly scanned the remaining provisions in the convenience store of the central district before heading towards the western district. Along the way, he encountered no suspicious sights. Upon crossing Pingnan Avenue, he arrived at the cafeteria in the western district. A throng of zombies loitered nearby, suggesting that those who had been dining here when the outbreak occurred had met a tragic fate. As Chen Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings, he made his way towards the supermarket in the western district. Upon entering, he immediately sensed something amiss. The shelf closest to the entrance had an oddly vacant spot. The surrounding food items were haphazardly piled together, with many scattered on the floor. It was evident that someone had been here and had taken some provisions. Chen Yuan scanned the area with heightened vigilance, soon realizing that this was the only location in the supermarket that showed signs of disturbance. This indicated that the intruders had likely been weak, unable to carry off more supplies, and it seemed they had visited only once. A slight frown creased Chen Yuan's brow. Had they already perished? Observing the zombies wandering about the supermarket, he shook his head. It was also possible they were still alive. But the overwhelming number of zombies here had thwarted any opportunity for them to return for more food. If there were indeed survivors, where might they be hiding? Chen Yuan envisioned the layout surrounding the supermarket. Those capable of coming here for food would not have ventured far, making it improbable they were concealed within the dormitories of the western district. In that case, he placed himself in their hypothetical situation. The fourth teaching building. That was the only location that met all current conditions. With this thought in mind, he promptly set off towards the fourth teaching building. However, he had not gone far when he noticed shadows moving in the distance, seemingly zombies advancing towards a certain direction, precisely towards the fourth teaching building. A growing sense of foreboding compelled him to quicken his pace. The fourth teaching building was drawing nearer. Gradually, he could clearly discern that there was indeed a group of survivors emerging from it. Among them were both students and teachers, striving to maintain a square formation as they hastily moved. The young men surrounding the perimeter brandished an array of makeshift weapons, seemingly advancing towards the parking lot adjacent to the fourth teaching building. The nearby zombies gradually converged, drawn by the scent of the living, multiplying in number. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves encircled by the undead. Chen Yuan, with little time for contemplation, instinctively dashed forward. However, only a few strides later, anguished cries erupted from ahead. The horde of zombies grew relentless, and one by one, the boys on the outskirts fell victim to their bites. Chaos ensued in an instant. A middle-aged male teacher, leading the group, shouted commands for everyone to scatter. Yet, the very next moment, he was overwhelmed by an approaching zombie, which was quickly followed by more of the undead. The air was filled with even more agonizing screams. What had once been an orderly formation disintegrated in a heartbeat. Students and teachers alike, fleeing in panic, were successively brought down and devoured by the zombies. As Chen Yuan ran, he soon spotted a woman closest to him. Uncertain if she was a student or a teacher, she stumbled after rounding a corner, twisting her ankle. The zombies behind her closed in rapidly. She struggled to crawl forward. But as the zombie opened its jaws to lunge at her, a figure suddenly flashed from the other side. With a resounding crack, blood splattered as the zombie's head was crushed, collapsing to the ground. The helmeted figure showed no signs of hesitation, turning to charge at another approaching zombie. Another strike followed, and the undead's skull shattered with a sickening crunch. The woman, now on the ground, stared in disbelief, as if watching a scene from a film. In no time, this unexpected savior had dispatched the closest zombies. Before the woman could comprehend the unfolding events, he scooped her up and sprinted toward the infirmary ahead. Upon entering, a zombie charged at them. This creature appeared to be the duty nurse of the infirmary. Chen Yuan had no time to ponder. He delivered a swift kick and, seizing the opportunity, placed the woman down and aimed for the zombie's head with a powerful swing. The creature's skull splattered as it staggered and fell. Chen Yuan, breathless, quickly scanned the infirmary before hastily locking the door, drawing the curtains, and dealing with the body in a rudimentary manner. Once he had completed these tasks, Chen Yuan finally sat down at a table to catch his breath. He removed his helmet and set it aside, lighting a cigarette as he took in the sight of the woman he had placed on the ground. She possessed an exquisite visage, with cascading waves of burgundy hair falling chaotically across her chest. Though not overly voluptuous, her figure was pleasingly proportioned, particularly her long legs clad in black stockings, which were undeniably alluring. The shirt and skirt she wore exuded an aura of mature femininity, no matter how one looks at it. They do not appear to be students of the same age. Chen Yuan pondered aimlessly, when suddenly he heard the woman's voice. "Thank you," she said. Chen Yuan took a deep drag from his cigarette, tilted his head back, and smiled. "How should I be thanked?" The woman on the ground was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a response. "Are you joking? You must be a teacher at our school, right?" Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, she finally exhaled in relief. "Yes, I teach the international class. My name is Chen Yuqing." "Chen Yuqing?" Chen Yuan murmured her name softly, then glanced at her again. As if suddenly recalling something, he exclaimed, "Ah, I remember now. You are that beautiful teacher who often gets secretly photographed by students in class." Chen Yuqing wore a look of resignation. "Yes, that's me. I've always wanted to attend one of your open classes, but unfortunately, I've never had the chance." Chen Yuan rambled on. "I also saw the video of you singing posted on the school forum. It was wonderful." "Thank you," Chen Yuqing replied with a gentle smile, then propped herself up to stand. Chen Yuan quickly moved to assist her, guiding her to a nearby chair. "Thank you, and I still don't know your name?" "I'm Chen Yuan. Are you all right, teacher?" Chen Yuqing nodded. "I'm fine." Although she said this, she could distinctly feel pain when she slightly moved her right foot. "What should I do now?" she thought to herself, just as she felt someone grasp her right foot. She looked down to see Chen Yuan instinctively removing her high heels and starting to massage her foot. Her face flushed instantly. "You," Chen Yuan interrupted her. "I must say, teacher, wearing such high heels while escaping is rather harsh on yourself." Chapter 10. I don't have a boyfriend. Chen Yuqing felt a bit embarrassed. "You don't have to do this, really." She gently retracted her leg, only to realize that Chen Yuan seemed entirely unwilling to loosen his grip. "Please, don't move just yet. I've studied massage," he said earnestly, continuing to knead her foot encased in stockings. Though he was not lying, he had merely dabbled in online videos for a short while. His true aim was, quite frankly, to create an opportunity like this, to engage in close physical contact with a beautiful woman. Yet, at that moment, Chen Yuan was not thinking of such things. His primary concern was to alleviate Chen Yuqing's pain. However, her legs were indeed beautiful, coupled with the silken texture of her stockings, which stirred some impure thoughts within him. Seeing his insistence, Chen Yuqing had no choice but to acquiesce. She blinked, observing this slender boy, who appeared utterly focused. Though he was not conventionally handsome, he exuded a fresh and clean demeanor. Chen Yuqing could not help but recall the moment he had just rescued her. The figure adorned with a helmet fearlessly felled one zombie after another, reminiscent of a superhero descending from the heavens. She gazed at him, entranced, lost in thought. After a moment, Chen Yuan happened to glance up, and their eyes met briefly, causing her to hurriedly lower her gaze in shyness. Feeling the steady pressure beneath her feet, she was uncertain if it was merely a psychological effect, but it seemed that the pain had lessened compared to before. This young man was truly remarkable. In reality, she was only a few years older than Chen Yuan and his peers. Her ascension to the role of a university instructor at such a young age was purely a testament to her exceptional abilities. In this secluded setting, with only the two of them and such intimate contact, her mind inevitably wandered, particularly recalling tales of teacher-student romances she had previously encountered. This thought rendered her even more uncomfortable. Surely, the teacher could not be nearing 30? Perhaps sensing her unease, he spoke up as if to lighten the mood. Chen Yuqing nodded gently. "Yes, It shouldn't be more than a few years between us. Chen Yuan chuckled. But teacher, do you usually speak so little during class? Chen Yuqing was momentarily taken aback before realizing her mistake. It's not like that. I just feel as if I'm being playfully teased by boys in class. Suddenly, she felt there was little to explain, so she simply continued, well, I do tend to be rather quiet. And what about your boyfriend? Does he speak as little as you? Chen Yuan glanced her way while continuing to focus on massaging her feet. I don't have a boyfriend. Chen Yuqing shot him a look. That's enough. You should rest for a bit. I feel better now. Very well, I shan't tease you further. Let us discuss something of significance, Chen Yuan replied, gently placing her foot back on the ground. You shouldn't wear those high heels for now. Wait a moment. He then rose and ventured into the infusion room, returning with a pair of slippers. Here, wear these for the time being. Chen Yuqing nodded. Thank you. He truly was a gentle soul, she mused, as she watched him take a seat beside her. Were you and that group hiding in the fourth teaching building all along? Yes, in the multifunctional classroom on the second floor. Oh, that explains it. Chen Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Did you all suddenly rush out because you were short on food? Chen Yuqing nodded. Teacher Liang led a few boys to attempt a few times. But it was too dangerous. They all failed. The food we initially had ran out a day ago, leaving us with no choice. She sighed, her heart heavy with sorrow. Witnessing her former colleagues and students fall victim to the zombies was an unbearable reality. Do not dwell on it too much. Chen Yuan offered words of comfort, reaching into his backpack to produce a bag of Oreos, which he handed to her. Please, have something to eat. As Chen Yuqing grasped the Oreo, she could no longer contain her emotions. A profound sorrow erupted within her heart, and tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. In recent days, she had endured an overwhelming torrent of experiences: hunger, injustice, pain, and despair. Each day had unfolded with a sense of trepidation, and every night was spent in the throes of nightmares. They had steadfastly held on for 8 days, and just moments ago, in a moment of desperation, they had chosen to rush out together. Their aim was the 7-seater van belonging to Teacher Liang. If they could reach it, perhaps a chance at survival still lingered. However, reality proved to be far more brutal than their hopes. The number of zombies surrounding them grew exponentially, and one by one, their companions fell. She could only watch helplessly as torrents of crimson blood soaked the ground. Had she not encountered Chen Yuan, she too might have long since become a feast for the undead. The chaos around the fourth teaching building gradually subsided once they reached the infirmary. Would anyone still survive? She pondered dreamily, well aware that this was merely a fanciful wish. Aside from herself, it was likely that everyone else had perished. Observing Chen Yuqing's anguished cries, Chen Yuan, though unable to fully empathize, grasped a fragment of her despair. Please don't cry, teacher. I'm not very adept at comforting girls, he uttered softly, gently patting her shoulder. Initially, he had intended to embrace her, but perhaps due to her status as a teacher, he ultimately refrained. After some time spent in tears, Chen Yuqing gradually regained her composure. Let me help you with that, Chen Yuan offered, taking the package of Oreos and tearing it open before returning it to her. Don't be sad, teacher, have a bit to eat. Only by striving to survive can we honor those who have cared for us, don't you think? Chen Yuqing gazed at him with moist eyes, nodding slightly. Yes, thank you. At last, she took a piece of the Oreo and bit into it. Seeing her begin to eat brought Chen Yuan a modicum of relief. He approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to survey the surroundings. Limited visibility allowed him to glimpse only a small area to the east, where a few scattered zombies meandered aimlessly. The group that had previously incited the chaos was nowhere to be seen. Lowering the curtain, Chen Yuan lit a cigarette. He rummaged through the infirmary, organizing any readily available painkillers, cold medications, bandages, and similar items onto a desk. Afterward, he searched the lifeless body of a zombie nurse and, to his relief, discovered a key. Testing it, he confirmed it was indeed the key to the infirmary door. Having prepared everything, he emptied the food from his bag onto the table. This was originally a modest snack he had prepared for himself today, not much in quantity. However, considering a girl's appetite, it could at least last for 2 or 3 meals if consumed sparingly. Chen Yuqing stared blankly as Chen Yuan busily moved about in front of her for quite some time. Finally, she could not help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Oh, this," Chen Yuan replied, gesturing towards the food left on the table. "If you eat slowly, it should last you until tomorrow or the day after." Chen Yuqing felt a bit puzzled. From his tone, it seemed he intended to leave all this food for her. "What about you?" Chen Yuan smiled. "I have other things to eat." "Other things?" Chen Yuqing was bewildered. "Are you planning to go out?" Chen Yuan adjusted his backpack and playfully waved his baseball bat, saying, "Yes, of course." After hearing his words, Chen Yuqing felt even more confused. She had never anticipated that he would actually leave. She thought they were supposed to hide together and await rescue. She couldn't fathom why he would venture outside with so many zombies lurking. It's dangerous. Chen Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke with a smile, teasingly remarking, well, that depends on one's personal capabilities. He then swung the baseball bat in his hand, as if to imply that he was unlike others. I'm not joking with you. Chen Yuqing's face remained etched with concern. Don't worry, teacher, Chen Yuan said, resting the baseball bat on his shoulder. I mean it. I have other matters to attend to. You just stay hidden here. After I leave, don't open the door carelessly. Unless something unexpected happens, I will come back for you tomorrow or the day after, and I will bring you more food. Upon realizing that Chen Yuan was indeed leaving, Chen Yuqing's heart immediately filled with panic. Although she had been struggling to survive with other survivors these days, she at least had people around her. If Chen Yuan left, she would truly be all alone. The thought of the dead zombie that Chen Yuan had dragged into the injection room sent shivers down her spine. She hesitated, her cherry lips parting slightly. What? Is there something else, teacher? Chen Yuan turned back to look at her. She sighed softly. It's nothing. Please take care of yourself. That lingering phrase, I am scared, ultimately remained unspoken. After all, he was merely a student several years younger than herself. She realized she could no longer rely on others. She had to gather her strength. She needed to learn to depend on herself. With these thoughts in mind, she quietly gazed at Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan extended his hand, making a no gesture. You must also take care. I'm leaving. Remember to lock the door. After donning his helmet, he cracked the infirmary door open and swiftly slipped out. Chen Yuqing stared at the vanishing figure of Chen Yuan, her mind a chaotic whirlwind, utterly uncertain of her thoughts. She remained in a daze for quite some time. She lowered her head and firmly clasped her hands, taking a deep breath before saying, Chen Yuqing, you must persevere. After uttering these words, she sniffled and began to tidy up the remnants of food left by Chen Yuan. Chapter 11. It's good that you're fine upon leaving the infirmary. Chen Yuan cautiously made his way along the wall towards the site of the previous chaos. Logically, such a scene should not have any survivors. However, he felt compelled to take a look. Arriving at the epicenter of the turmoil, he was greeted by gruesome and harrowing sights. Chen Yuan struggled to suppress his nausea as he surveyed the area, confirming that no one was alive. He exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he searched the lifeless body of the male teacher who had turned into a zombie, discovering a car key. It pained him to see the teacher in such a state. After all, everyone was merely striving to survive. He gently patted the teacher's shoulder before raising his baseball bat. May you journey well. Having bid farewell to the teacher, Chen Yuan did not linger. He contemplated as he walked towards the parking lot beside the fourth teaching building. If their group had considered escaping by car, then others likely harbored similar thoughts. He resolved to try his luck there, recognizing that possessing additional vehicles would undoubtedly prove beneficial. Upon reaching the parking lot, he noted the presence of numerous zombies still wandering nearby. It seemed many had attempted to flee in vehicles, but had ultimately failed. Chen Yuan's gaze fell upon a red sedan that had crashed into a lamppost. The occupant inside had likely remained too fearful to open the door and had perished from starvation. Shaking his head, Chen Yuan pressed the car key in his hand. Beep. In the distance, he spotted a white van, seemingly still in good condition. He approached, opened the door, and closed his eyes to recall his memories. He had obtained his driver's license the year he graduated high school, but he hadn't driven since then, primarily due to the absence of funds to purchase a vehicle. He ran his fingers over the steering wheel and was relieved to find it was an automatic, which simplified matters considerably. After starting the engine, the vehicle emitted a low hum, attracting the nearby zombies who turned their heads towards the sound. However, upon realizing their target was Chen Yuan, they soon resumed their aimless wandering. He swallowed hard, adjusted his seating position, and gradually pressed the accelerator. The car began to move slowly. It was unexpected that his first experience driving would occur under such dire circumstances. Chen Yuan's emotions were complex as he navigated the parking lot, quickly becoming accustomed to the vehicle. After checking the fuel gauge, which indicated he could travel approximately 200 kilometers, he parked the car, turned off the engine, and stepped out with his belongings. He decided to temporarily leave the motorcycle here, planning to relocate it to a more suitable place once a transfer plan was confirmed. As he stepped outside, he noticed a motorcycle lying on the ground, seemingly modified. More intriguingly, the keys were still inserted in the ignition. It appeared that the owner had been yanked off just as they were about to ride away. Chen Yuan approached the motorcycle, righted it, and mounted it. He had never ridden this model before, but it felt quite exhilarating. After a slight wobble, he turned the key and ignited the engine, gradually twisting the throttle. He took the motorcycle for a couple of laps around the area. The fuel gauge was promising, suggesting he could cover 60 or 70 kilometers without any issue. After parking the motorcycle, he sat atop it, enjoying a cigarette while observing the shambling zombies around him. He mused that if someone were to capture his image, he He would resemble a lone hero from a post-apocalyptic film, one man, a gun, and a motorcycle. It was a rather cool thought, though he lamented the absence of a firearm. After a brief moment of amusement, he resolved to use the motorcycle as his current mode of transport. Once he finished his smoke, he rode to the supermarket in the West District and indulged in a hearty meal. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was past 3 o'clock. He wandered through the aisles of the supermarket, failing to find anything particularly essential. Given the events of the morning, he felt somewhat fatigued and decided to call it a day. With this in mind, he began to meticulously select delicious items to fill his backpack. As he passed the rice section, he recalled that there was a rice cooker back in the dormitory. Thus, he selected a small package of rice and placed it on the motorcycle. After gathering all he needed, he rode back home. There was little change around the vicinity of the 9 dormitory buildings. As usual, he secured the door and ascended to the 2nd floor. "I'm back," he greeted Chen Yuan. He soon spotted her running toward him, having changed into her own jeans and t-shirt. He wondered if they were completely dry. "What a silly girl. Welcome home," she exclaimed, enveloping Chen Yuan in a warm embrace, tender like a wife waiting for her husband's return. "Feeling good today?" he inquired. "Of course. You returned earlier than yesterday," she replied, loosening her grip and reaching out to help him carry his belongings. "Wow, you even brought back rice. You're amazing." Chen Yuan chuckled. "This one is heavy. Could you help me with it?" He handed her the baseball bat. "Sure," Sun Zhenyu responded, and together they happily entered the dormitory. "By the way, did your clothes dry properly? You just put them on like that?" Chen Yuan inquired as he placed his items down and sat on the bed. Watching her, "They are a bit damp, but they're wearable," she replied. She animatedly retrieved the food that Chen Yuan had brought back, extracting each item from her backpack with uncontainable joy radiating from her face. Upon hearing her words, a twinge of regret flickered within Chen Yuan. He had initially anticipated savoring the moment upon his return. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way toward the door. "Hey, where are you going?" Chen Yuan called out hurriedly. "There was too much stuff earlier. I still need to bring up a suitcase from the 1st floor." With that, Chen Yuan stepped outside. Moments later, he returned with Sun Zhenyu's suitcase in hand. They sat side by side on the edge of the bed, gazing at each other. "Chen Yuan, you didn't sneakily bring this back earlier, did you?" "How could that be?" Chen Yuan protested vehemently. Chen Yuan scrutinized his eyes and huffed. "Your expression betrays you. There is something off." "Not at all. Clearly, there isn't," Chen Yuan retorted, but she quickly pointed out, "Just look at you. You seem on the verge of bursting into laughter." With that, she playfully pinched his waist. All right, I surrender. I brought it for you, okay?" "Ouch." Chen Yuan puffed her cheeks in mock anger, glaring at him. "You big pervert." After a brief scuffle, she squatted down to organize her suitcase. Chen Yuan fetched the rice cooker from another dormitory, cleaned it thoroughly, and began washing the rice to prepare a meal. After some time, Chen Yuan quietly approached to observe. "Oh, how diligent." Chen Yuan shot her a glance. "Go play somewhere else." "Oh, come on," she whined, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind. "Did anything happen while you were out today?" "Oh, right." Chen Yuan recalled the events of the morning. "I encountered a group of survivors in the West District. They were out of food and attempted to drive away from the parking lot near the 4th teaching building, but they failed." After he finished speaking, a silence enveloped them. The atmosphere was thick with quietude. Chen Yuan held him even tighter. After a while, she gently murmured, "It's all right, as long as you're safe." 45 minutes later, the aroma of rice filled the dormitory. Chen Yuan filled disposable bowls with rice for both of them, then opened various snacks: crispy sausages, marinated chicken feet, lao gan ma, and an assortment of pickled peanuts. Chen Yuan assisted in arranging the food neatly on the table. "Dig in. Although we have rice now, we can't prepare any dishes yet, so let us make do," he said. "What are you talking about? Just being able to eat rice is making me want to cry," she exclaimed. "Then eat more." They happily chatted as they enjoyed their meal. Chen Yuan recounted the tale of rescuing Chen Yuqing and finding the car, embellishing the details slightly. Chen Yuan listened intently, her tension palpable, as if she were hearing a horror story. It was only when Chen Yuan mentioned their safe return that she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Deep down, however, she understood the gravity of the situation. Although Chen Yuan now speaks of it lightly, the situation at that time was undoubtedly far more perilous. She could not help but worry, fearing for Chen Yuan's safety and the possibility that he might not return. "Please refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities in the future," she implored, her wide eyes reflecting her earnestness. As she opened her mouth, Chen Yuan playfully inserted a crisp sausage into her small mouth. "Hurry and eat, I understand. Do not let your mind wander, or I shall cease to share these matters with you." "I must hear them," she insisted. "Then do enjoy your meal," he replied. For some inexplicable reason, Sun Zhenyu felt as though Chen Yuan possessed a certain enchantment. What seemed impossible elsewhere appeared entirely feasible in his presence. and she found herself irresistibly inclined to believe in him. All right, I shall not dwell on those thoughts, she mused, taking a bite of the sausage and mumbling. By the way, is the female teacher you saved named Chen Yuan? Ah, you know her? Chen Yuan replied, discarding a chicken claw bone. Of course. Yui. She taught our English class. Chen Zhenyu blinked thoughtfully. She is exceptionally beautiful, especially her legs, simply breathtaking. Everyone privately refers to her as the legs teacher during her classes. Not a single boy dared to skip. Can you believe it? I heard many wealthy heirs were pursuing her at our school. Chen Yuan nonchalantly gnawed on the chicken claw, commenting, she's all right, but those legs are indeed remarkable. Chen Jingyuan shot him a disapproving glance. Why does it sound so lewd coming from you? Hey, you were the one who mentioned it first. Doesn't that make you even more lewd? I was merely appreciating her beauty, unlike you, who has that lascivious look. Are all boys as lewd as you? Not at all. There are many who are far more so, he retorted, discarding the bone and wiping his hands. Adding with utmost seriousness, I merely possess a normal level of appreciation. With that, he wandered off to smoke. Sun Zhenyu regarded him with disdain, thinking, I can't believe you. Chapter 12. The underlying threat after dinner. While there was still electricity, Chen Yuan retrieved a laptop and set it on the bedside table to watch a movie. Chen Jingyuan expressed a desire to see Titanic. Chen Yuan searched for it, only to find that the film was not available. He pondered whether it might have been renamed. Thus, he began to browse through the D drive. To his astonishment, he discovered that the entire 500 gigabytes hard drive was filled with Japanese adult films. He wondered about the individual behind this collection. It was truly audacious. The rhythm of indulgence seemed destined to lead to oblivion. After a moment of reflection, he deceived Chen Jingyuan, claiming he had found the film. However, when he clicked on it, he was met with something entirely different. Chen Jingyuan began to pinch him, while he laughed heartily. Yet, Chen Yuan had indeed guessed correctly. The film had been renamed Titanic and was nestled within the F-Drives folder. Moreover, the name was not in Chinese, but rather in Pinyin. Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Once the beverages and snacks were prepared, the two settled on the edge of the bed to watch a movie, a scene that felt utterly detached from a world on the brink of collapse. After a while, Chen Jingyuan naturally reclined, resting her head on Chen Yuan's thigh. He was momentarily taken aback. Having already embraced her during sleep, this posture seemed inconsequential. He shook his head with a smile before reaching for a box of yogurt. When the storyline reached the moment where Jack paints Rose, Chen Jingyuan softly inquired, do you really enjoy seeing me in those kinds of clothes? Most boys probably do, she mused. What about you? Chen Yuan swallowed his yogurt and replied, of course. I like it too. All right then. Chen Jingyuan turned her head, gazing up at him as she lay back, since we need not worry about being seen by anyone else. I shall wear it just for you. Hearing this, Chen Yuan's heart blossomed with joy. He sensed their feelings were rapidly evolving. In truth, she held a special place in his heart. Chen Yuan shared little emotional connection with his parents, and his grandparents, who had raised him, were no longer alive. Thus, in this world, the person who mattered most to him was undoubtedly Chen Jingyuan. Was it because she chose not to end his life? Or was there something else? Chen Yuan could not articulate it. Emotions were often difficult to convey. All he knew was that he wanted to survive alongside the girl resting on his lap. To truly live. Hey, huh? Chen Jingyuan's voice interrupted his thoughts, filled with irritation. You're so annoying. I just said something like that, and this is your reaction? Chen Yuan quickly expressed his delight and enthusiasm. Yet, Chen Jingyuan pouted in anger, declaring, I won't wear it anymore. I'm upset. While bathing, Chen Yuan tentatively called for Chen Jingyuan to help scrub his back. To his surprise, she agreed. As he felt her hands gliding over his back, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. All done. Now, could you help me with the front? Without waiting for her consent, he turned around. Chen Jingyuan stared at him, momentarily shocked, before exclaiming, You're so bothersome. After a brief while of this back and forth, Chen Yuan began to push his luck further. And this part, here too. Chen Jingyuan glared at him, gritting her teeth. If you don't behave, I'll bite you right here. Ah, delightful. Chen Yuan hummed as he emerged from the bathroom clad in his loose shorts, savoring the memory of the previous moments. This was perhaps the most enjoyable bath he had ever experienced in his life. Chen Jingyuan displayed an air of indifference towards him, engrossed in her own routine at the sink. Chen Yuan, unable to suppress his playful spirit, remarked, once the world returns to normalcy, you might consider working at a grand bathhouse, the kind where, upon entering, one hears announcements for male guests. Go away, she retorted with a laugh. As they prepared for sleep, Chen Yuan noticed that Chen Jingyuan had not changed into her own pajamas. She was still clad in the oversized t-shirt he had given her. What is going on? He mused, perplexed. Why haven't you put on your pajamas? I thought I had brought them. Chen Jingyuan shot him a glare, ignoring his inquiry, and promptly burrowed into the covers. Chen Yuan, bewildered, realized that the complexities of a woman's thoughts were indeed intricate. Once the lights were extinguished, the dormitory succumbed to darkness. Despite their silence, it felt entirely natural for them to share the same bed. Time slipped away, and just as Chen Yuan felt himself drifting into slumber, he heard Sun Zhenyu's delicate voice whisper beside him, "I don't know why, but wearing your clothes makes me feel so secure." He turned to embrace her, feeling her softness with no resistance, and together they gradually fell asleep. Upon waking in the morning, Chen Yuan was momentarily taken aback to find Sun Zhenyu had indeed changed into her designated outfit. "Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast awaits, you lazy pig," he exclaimed. His spirits high, he sat on the edge of the bed, lighting a cigarette, entranced as he gazed at Sun Zhenyu. "I dare say Scarlett O'Hara pales in comparison to your current allure. Oh, spare me. Get up and wash yourself," she urged. After breakfast, as Sun Zhenyu tidied the table, she inquired, "Do you think our families are doing well?" Her tone held a hint of melancholy, perhaps a longing for home. This sentiment was not uncommon. Everyone experiences such moments. Chen Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Let us think positively. Perhaps they have reached a safe haven and are secure now." "Don't you miss your parents?" she asked. "Me?" He scratched the back of his head, his expression neutral. "I haven't seen my parents since I can remember. So honestly, I suppose I don't." Sun Zhenyu was evidently taken aback by the revelation of his family's circumstances. "So you've always..." "I was raised by my grandparents. They passed away after I graduated high school, and for the past 2 years, I've been alone," he chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhenyu felt a surge of compassion for him. "I'm so sorry. It's all right," he reassured her, "don't dwell on it. Although I lack anyone to miss, I truly understand your feelings. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will find a way to help you search for your parents." With tears brimming in her eyes, Sun Zhenyu stared at him, and after a moment, she stepped forward and enveloped Chen Yuan in a tight embrace, saying nothing. On this particular day, Chen Yuan departed from the dormitory building 9 at an early hour, for he had an array of destinations to visit. His foremost stop was the East District, a place he had yet to explore. Based on his calculations regarding the likelihood of encountering survivors in the North and West districts, it was reasonable to deduce that the East District would harbor a similar probability of survivors. This time, he carried a backpack and wielded a baseball bat, with the sole difference being the possession of a motorcycle. This new means of transportation significantly reduced the time required for walking. However, he refrained from riding continuously, mindful of the considerable noise it generated. Although the zombies would not attack him, those at a distance could still be drawn by the sound. Furthermore, he was keen to avoid detection by others, for should they harbor ill intentions, he would find himself in peril. Thus, upon reaching the boundary between the Central and East districts, he parked his motorcycle and opted for a more discreet approach on foot. His destination was 2 convenience stores located in the East District. If there were indeed survivors, signs of their presence would likely remain within the stores. With this thought in mind, he swiftly arrived at the convenience store adjacent to the laboratory building. Cautiously entering, he spotted 5 or 6 zombies in a stupor. Chen Yuan meticulously examined the shelves. Everything was arranged in a perfectly normal manner, indicating that no one had recently scavenged for food. This suggested that the area surrounding the store was devoid of survivors. He casually grabbed a few Snickers bars from the shelf and collected a pack of cigarettes from the counter. After briefly noting the inventory of food, he set off towards the other convenience store. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, he cast his gaze around the roadside. A glance revealed a multitude of zombies. However, he quickly discerned an irregularity. The distribution of zombies was markedly uneven. Some areas were densely populated with them, while others were conspicuously sparse. Noticing this, Chen Yuan became increasingly cautious, suspecting that this disarray might be orchestrated by survivors. Deep in thought, he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the convenience store, he hesitated to enter immediately, instead taking a moment to survey the surroundings. Analyzing the layout of the East District, he deduced that the nearest building to the store was the dormitory building 15 located to his right front. Squinting, he stealthily peered in that direction and, indeed, spotted a young man standing guard in front of the 3rd dormitory door on the 2nd floor. There were survivors after all, and they appeared to form a well-organized group. Nodding to himself, Chen Yuan seized the opportunity while the young man was distracted and swiftly slipped into the convenience store. To his surprise, he discovered 3 corpses of zombies inside, all with their heads blown off. Only 1 zombie remained alive. Had this been the work of that group? Before him, the shelves were stripped of a considerable quantity of food, suggesting that this group had undoubtedly visited more than once. This was Chen Yuan's initial reaction, swiftly followed by a wave of concern. Just how many individuals were involved, and were their intentions benevolent or malevolent? At that moment, he was woefully uninformed. Thus, it became imperative for him to vigilantly monitor this small faction, particularly as the nearest locality was the central district. Should they possess the capability to relocate their stronghold? It was only a matter of time before they depleted the food reserves in the eastern district, subsequently advancing to the central district, where an encounter with him could become inevitable. Ideally, if they could coexist harmoniously and collaborate for survival, it would be fortuitous. However, what if conflict were to arise? In such a scenario, they would pose a potential threat. Chapter 13. I am not like others. After careful contemplation, Chen Yuan initially intended to depart immediately. However, upon reaching the threshold, he reconsidered and resolved to remain for a while, hoping for a stroke of luck. Perhaps he would witness them emerge in search of sustenance. More importantly, he wished to discern their strategies for evading the zombies. With this determination, he settled beside the cashier, munching on snacks while observing the movements of the 15 dormitory buildings. As time slipped away unnoticed, 2 hours passed. The lookout boy remained steadfast in his post. With the sun ascending higher, the lad sought refuge from its rays. Suddenly, Chen Yuan realized something he had previously overlooked: the behavioral patterns or commonalities among these zombies. Just moments ago, he discovered that they also shunned direct sunlight, instinctively retreating to shaded areas. Astonished, he pondered the implications of this insight. If they could capitalize on this fact, during the peak hours of sunlight, the number of zombies on the main road would significantly diminish, allowing for an opportune moment to dash forth and procure food. Yet, he recalled that should zombies detect the presence of the living, their aversion to sunlight would likely become irrelevant. He reflected on the tragic events that unfolded at the 4th teaching building in the Western District. If this group were to charge out recklessly, they would ultimately find themselves encircled by zombies. Chen Yuan tugged at his hair in frustration. 2 more hours of waiting would suffice. If there was still no sign of activity, he would return the following day. As moments ticked by, he felt himself on the verge of slumber. To invigorate himself, he lit a cigarette for what felt like the umpteenth time, glancing towards the 15 dormitory buildings. Having already waited 2 hours, he decided he would retreat after finishing this cigarette. Just then, he noticed movement. On the same floor as the lookout boy, 3 individuals emerged from the building, all appearing to be male. The 2 individuals at the forefront were both tall and robust, clad in peculiar attire. Despite the sweltering heat, they donned heavy overcoats that enveloped them completely. Helmets adorned their heads, and they wielded baseball bats in their hands. In stark contrast, the boy trailing behind them was dressed in a mere thin t-shirt and appeared rather frail. Chen Yuan found himself in a state of perplexity. Surely, the excessive clothing was intended to shield against zombie bites or scratches. Yet, what was the rationale behind the t-shirt-wearing boy's attire? He observed as they descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd, then from the 2nd to the 1st. It seemed they were poised to approach imminently. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan decided it prudent to avoid an encounter. Thus, he concealed himself outside the convenience store, pressing against the wall to scrutinize their every move. With a faint clang emanating from the iron door, the boy in the t-shirt burst forth as if in a 100-meter dash. Instantly, the surrounding zombies were drawn towards him. Chen Yuan stood transfixed, witnessing the unfolding scene. Remarkably, the 2 sturdy boys remained utterly motionless, even going so far as to close the door behind them. They waited until the majority of the zombies near Building 15 had been lured away by the boy before abruptly opening the door and charging towards the convenience store. The scattered zombies that had not been drawn away were swiftly dispatched by the 2 boys with their bats. They then rushed into the store, quickly gathering provisions. At that very moment, the boy who had initially dashed out was overwhelmed by the horde of zombies, and a piercing scream pierced the air. The 2 boys, however, seemed impervious to the chaos around them. In mere seconds, they emerged from the store once more, as one zombie lunged at the shorter of the 2 boys. Its heavy coat was torn open, but the boy retaliated with a kick followed by a swift strike of his bat, causing the zombie to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the duo had returned to Building 15, where the boys stationed on the 2nd floor awaited them at the entrance. Chen Yuan gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before him. From the moment they opened the door, charged out, collected provisions, and returned. The entire sequence transpired in less than 5 minutes, perhaps even shorter. The boy who had served as bait was now reduced to nothing but remnants. Chen Yuan felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. This group had resorted to such a method to procure sustenance. He blinked repeatedly, grappling with the implication of their strategy. If they continued in this vein, it would mean that every time, one individual would serve as bait, destined to be consumed by the zombies. Based on their previous and today's food acquisitions, it was highly plausible that they had to repeat this grim endeavor daily. Given that 9 days had elapsed since the zombies' emergence, it suggested that 9 lives had been lost in this harrowing scheme. If they willingly sacrificed themselves for the greater good, the situation would be somewhat more bearable. However, Chen Yuan hesitated to contemplate further. If they were being coerced, the predicament would be dire indeed. He sat in the small shop, taking a moment to collect his thoughts. The sentry had been replaced by another individual, suggesting a rotation of guards. Chen Yuan let out a heavy sigh, the haunting image of the previous boy's tragic demise lingering in his mind. At that moment, he had been too preoccupied observing their actions to rush to the boy's aid. A sense of melancholy washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. He had long believed that his unique immunity to zombie attacks was a secret that must remain undisclosed. Yet, during the tragic events at the 4th teaching building in the West District, he had instinctively sought to save someone, momentarily forgetting this crucial fact. However, had he impulsively intervened to rescue that boy today, it would surely have drawn the attention of the sentries. If those onlookers harbored ill intentions, his situation could become perilous. The social order of this world had entirely collapsed, and he could scarcely fathom the actions of others upon discovering his peculiar trait. Henceforth, he resolved to exercise greater caution and vigilance. After departing the East District, Chen Yuan mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the West District. Upon passing the West District cafeteria, he found a secure spot to park his motorcycle. He then entered the West District supermarket, filling a plastic bag with provisions before making his way to the infirmary. A few zombies lingered nearby, and to avoid being seen by Chen Yuan, he chose to walk close to the wall. Just as he passed the infirmary window, he sensed an unusual commotion within. What was happening? An ominous premonition surged through him. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the baseball bat in his hand. Approaching the door, he gently twisted the knob, only to find it locked. Pressing his ear against the door, he discerned what sounded like Chen Yuan struggling. Chen Yuan hastily retrieved his keys and quietly unlocked the door. To his shock, he beheld a long-haired man atop Chen Yuan, her mouth gagged and her clothing disheveled. The man was pinning her arms down, intent on proceeding with his vile intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yuan swung his bat, striking the man's neck with lethal precision. Clearly unprepared for an interruption, the assailant had focused solely on Chen Yuan, and the blow rendered him unconscious. Chen Yuan swiftly pushed him aside, rushing to support Chen Yuan and removing the cloth that muffled her voice. "Teacher, are you all right?" Chen Yuan, overwhelmed with emotion, thought he was on the brink of despair. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" he lamented. Due to an overwhelming fright, Chen Yuan, without even adjusting her clothing, threw herself into Chen Yuan's embrace, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. It's all right, Chen Yuan gently reassured her, stroking her back and shoulders. After a considerable period, Chen Yuan gradually calmed down. Realizing her unseemly behavior, she blushed and sat up, only to discover that the buttons of her shirt had been torn off. With a hand, she hastily clutched her shirt to cover her chest. "Thank you," she murmured, lowering her gaze and tugging at her skirt. "What are you thanking me for? You nearly frightened me to death." Chen Yuan exhaled heavily. "This is the first time I've encountered such a situation. How could you let that person in?" "I'm so sorry," Chen Yuan replied, filled with regret. Earlier that morning, he had suddenly appeared at her door, shouting for help. Thinking they were all survivors, she had decided to assist him and opened the door. She glanced at Chen Yuan, then quickly lowered her head again. "He is our physical education teacher. Initially, everything seemed fine. I even shared my food with him." As her voice dwindled, Chen Yuan looked at her with exasperation. "And then he became unruly, didn't he?" "Yes," she admitted. "But I'm not like the others." "What makes you different?" "You're all just boys," he replied. "All right, let us not dwell on that," he continued, suspecting that the teacher's mind might have been affected by the fright. Chen Yuan, feeling speechless, walked over and dragged the physical education teacher towards the door. Chen Yuan quickly intercepted him. "What are you planning to do? Throw him out for the zombies to feast on? Or should we keep him for the new year?" Chen Yuan retorted casually, continuing to pull the teacher toward the door. "No." Chen Yuan firmly grasped Chen Yuan's wrist. He looked at her incredulously. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten what he just attempted to do to you?" Chen Yuan shook her head, refusing to let go of his hand. "But we can't just throw him out to feed the zombies. That would be tantamount to murder." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan began to understand her viewpoint. He sighed heavily and reluctantly released the physical education teacher. "All right then, what do you propose we do? Let us tie him up, shall we?" she suggested. Chen Yuan, his expression darkening, nodded in agreement and rose to find something to bind him with. Just then, the physical education teacher unexpectedly regained consciousness. "Chen Yuan!" came Chen Yuan's startled cry as he instinctively turned his head. In the swaying field of vision, the rapid approach of the physical education teacher's fist was unmistakable. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yuan found himself struck down to the ground by that very blow. Chapter 14. Will you forgive me? A sharp pain radiated from the left side of his face, leaving his entire head in a daze. The corner of his mouth split open, blood seeping forth. Chen Yuan shook his head, attempting to prop himself up with his hands to rise. Yet, the physical education teacher charged at him once more. delivering a swift kick that landed squarely in Chen Yuan's abdomen. The force of the kick sent him crashing against the wall behind him. The agony in his belly was far more intense than that on his lip, causing him to struggle for breath, followed by an involuntary cough. Damn it! How dare he ruin my plans? The teacher's expression was frenzied, as he cursed and approached Chen Yuan. His previous attacks had been merciless, showing no inclination to spare Chen Yuan's life. Perhaps after the emergence of the zombies, he had been alone, living in fear for far too long. He believed that enduring until now meant he could no longer continue living. Therefore, everyone would eventually perish. It was merely a matter of time. In light of this, the complexities of human nature became irrelevant. All that mattered was his own satisfaction. With this mindset, his resolve to eliminate Chen Yuan solidified. Chen Yuqing stood frozen in terror, covering her mouth in shock as she witnessed the teacher's intent to continue his assault on Chen Yuan. She rushed forward, grasping his arm, and cried out, "Stop! Please stop!" The physical education teacher, however, paid her no heed. He forcefully swung his arm, sending Chen Yuqing tumbling onto the bed. He continued his tirade. "Get lost, you filthy wench. I'll deal with you later." Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Chen Yuan struggled to rise. Without time to contemplate, he grabbed a teapot from the table and hurled it at the teacher's face. The teapot shattered with a resounding crash, causing the teacher to stumble back. Several cuts appearing on his face, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. After that strike, Chen Yuan hesitated for a brief moment, but as he saw the teacher regaining his composure, he quickly picked up a nearby cup to continue his assault. Unfortunately, he was still a moment too late. The physical education teacher, endowed with remarkable physical prowess, remained unfazed. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been rendered unconscious by that blow. But instead, he did not utter a sound, swiftly raising his hand to block Chen Yuan's second strike. In an instant, he seized Chen Yuan's arm, delivering a powerful blow to his abdomen. Chen Yuan instinctively hunched over in response. A piercing agony, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of suffocation, rendered him incapable of executing any defensive maneuvers. Consequently, the physical education teacher struck him once more upon the head. His vision flickered between shades of black and white. A low hum resonated within his skull, and he collapsed onto the ground once again. The pain surged throughout his body. His hands felt increasingly weak. The teacher had mounted him, raising his fist, as hard as iron, to rain blows upon Chen Yuan's face. One punch after another, blood cascaded from Chen Yuan's visage, and his consciousness began to blur. The sensation of pain on his face turned somewhat numb. The teacher's hands clutched his throat, the pressure intensifying. The feeling of suffocation grew ever more acute. He raised his feeble hands to strike at the teacher's arms, but his entire being felt increasingly lightheaded. Heat began to envelop his body, and a familiar urge surged within him. The taste of blood, this was dire. He could distinctly sense his body slipping further from his control. The teacher's grotesque face gradually took on a faint crimson hue in his line of sight. Should he become a zombie at that moment, Chen Yuqing would undoubtedly perish. No. He mustered the last vestige of breath within his chest to suppress this overwhelming impulse. Yet, the sensation of suffocation showed no signs of abating. Breath was beyond his reach. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Just before his consciousness was completely engulfed, he heard a sharp crack. The pressure around his neck lessened. The hands that had been choking him released their grip. Subsequently, the teacher collapsed onto him. In a daze, he beheld Chen Yuqing emerging behind the teacher, wielding a baseball bat. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled uncontrollably. Chen Yuan struggled to push the teacher off him, gasping for air like a fish returning to water, inhaling deeply. His body gradually cooled, his vision returned to normal, and the impulse vanished without a trace. Breathing heavily, he felt pain in his face and abdomen. Slowly, he propped himself up. Chen Yuqing had discarded the bat and rushed to kneel beside him. Weeping profusely as she choked out, "Chen Yuan, are you okay?" He glanced at her, his expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." Just moments ago, he had recklessly tested the brink of death for this foolish woman, questioning whether it was worth it. He turned to assess the teacher's condition. The back of his head was severely crushed, dark blood mingling with unknown substances, continuing to flow outward. He exhibited slight convulsions, his breath shallow. It appeared that he would not last much longer. Unexpectedly, Chen Yuqing's strike was so severe. Indeed, once certain aspects of a woman are provoked, they can be quite terrifying. Hearing Chen Yuan's tone, Chen Yuqing realized he was blaming her for stopping him back then. In truth, she too felt deep remorse now. Had she obediently heeded Chen Yuan's words, such a situation might have been averted. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her face as she looked at Chen Yuan, her voice quivering as she offered her apologies. "I'm sorry," she said, enduring the various pains coursing through her body. Chen Yuan was in a foul mood. Memories of lines from a childhood television drama surfaced in his mind, and he blurted out, If apologies were effective, why would we need the police? Chen Yuqing blinked in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Yuan staggered to his feet and said, "All right, it's over." Chen Yuqing lifted her head to glance at him, responding in a barely audible whisper. Chen Yuan stretched his arms and then bent down to drag the physical education teacher into the injection room. To be cautious, he stepped outside to retrieve the baseball bat from the ground, then returned to shut the door. He delivered a few more blows to the teacher's head until he was certain the man was lifeless before he opened the door and stepped back out. Chen Yuqing leaned against the bedside, still trembling occasionally, listening to the muffled sounds emanating from the injection room. She fully understood what Chen Yuan was doing this time, and she did not attempt to stop him again. Rather, she was somewhat taken aback. It seemed he had deliberately closed the door to spare her from witnessing the gruesome scene. Her mind was in disarray when she saw Chen Yuan emerge. She hesitated briefly before cautiously asking, "Is he dead?" At that moment, Chen Yuan was too weary to argue with her. No one could feel cheerful after being assaulted in such a manner, hence his sullen demeanor. "Yes, he's dead," he replied flatly, moving to the table to fetch medicine for his wounds. Although she had anticipated this answer, hearing Chen Yuan articulate, it caused a pang of sadness to stir within Chen Yuqing. Despite the fact that the individual had once intended to harm her, he was still a living being, and now that life had come to an end. And even though she had not been the one to strike the fatal blow, she was complicit in the act. She couldn't help but ponder whether, had she not intervened with Chen Yuan, she might not have to endure such anguish now. Two conflicting emotions wrestled within her heart. This was the first time in her life she had been involved in such an event, and she still felt as though she were trapped in a dream. She gazed blankly at Chen Yuan's silhouette, questioning if this was the survival rule of the current world. The societal order belonging to humanity had long since crumbled. Humanity itself was decaying, and everything seemed to be collapsing into chaos. All they could do was desperately seek every possible means to survive. Only survive. After a period of chaotic thoughts, Chen Yuqing gradually felt a semblance of comfort. She quietly approached Chen Yuan and seated herself beside him, saying, "Let me assist you." Chen Yuan glanced at her and nodded. His cheeks were swollen. The skin around his eyes was scraped, and the corner of his mouth had a slight fissure. It must be quite painful, she mused, as she carefully tended to his wounds, fearful of causing him further discomfort. Chen Yuan's expression remained impassive. He endured the pain until she reached the corner of his mouth, at which point he involuntarily flinched. "Ouch!" Chen Yuqing exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. "I'm so sorry, did I hurt you?" "It's fine. Then I shall be gentler." Noticing that Chen Yuan had fallen silent again, she continued to apply the ointment. "Are you still angry with me?" she tentatively inquired in a hushed tone. "There's nothing to be angry about. I realize my mistake, and I apologize. I will listen to you from now on." "No need. You should follow your own judgment." To be frank, Chen Yuan felt a growing apathy towards this foolish woman. Fragile and kind-hearted, she existed in a world rife with peril. Yet, he bore her no ill will. In truth, he shared her anxieties. He too was burdened by countless concerns. However, in such an environment, many things could not be approached with the same mindset as before. Did he enjoy taking lives? It was merely a means of survival. If given a choice, he would refrain from such actions. He sighed inwardly, realizing that today's bloody lesson had deepened his understanding. In this world, there were surely more soulless beings like that physical education teacher. If he hesitated at the critical moment, it would be his life that was extinguished. Compassion and mercy had become meaningless. Survival was the only imperative. He understood that from this day forward, he would inevitably take more lives with his own hands. This bloodstained path was his destined fate. "I know you're still blaming me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly." Chen Yuqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. "I'm truly sorry. I realize my mistakes now, and I won't act this way again. Please forgive me." Chapter 15. From now on, listen to me. Chen Yuan cast a stern glance at Chen Yuqing, whose tear-streaked face bore a pleading expression, as she tended to his wounds. Her unbuttoned shirt naturally parted, revealing a modest yet noticeable figure, though not as ample as Sun Zhenyu's. Chen Yuan recalled the alluring photographs of internet celebrities he had seen online, many of whom seemed to enhance their appearance to achieve such an effect. After observing her for a moment, he felt a slight uplift in his spirits. "From now on, you will listen to me," Chen Yuan stated, grasping Chen Yuqing's hand as she tended to his wounds. Startled, she blinked and then noticed Chen Yuan's gaze fixated on her chest. "You." She lowered her head, instinctively wrapping her other arm around her bosom. A peculiar thought flickered through her mind. If survival meant being violated, she would prefer that the assailant be the young man before her. Observing her demeanor, Chen Yuan suddenly chuckled. "Are you afraid of me?" He, of course, was oblivious to Chen Yuqing's inner thoughts and had no inclination to pursue anything untoward. He was merely admiring her beauty from a purely aesthetic perspective. "No." Chen Yuan murmured softly, lowering her head further, her mind in disarray. With his hand still holding hers, she was uncertain of his next intentions. The two fell into a prolonged silence. Chen Yuan eventually released her and stood up, declaring, "I feel much better now, so don't be so tense." He walked to the bedside, retrieving food from his backpack. Hearing his words, Chen Yuan's anxious heart finally found some solace. "Am I really that frightening to you?" "No. It's just that your earlier demeanor was rather intimidating," she replied, clutching her shirt across her chest as she approached Chen Yuan. She desired to assist him with the food, but was apprehensive that if she let go, she might expose herself. After a moment of internal struggle, she resolved, "What the heck? It's not as if I'm completely bare." With that thought, she released her grip on her shirt and began to help. Chen Yuan, observing her discomfort, could surmise her thoughts and playfully asked, "You don't usually reside at school, do you?" Why do you ask?" "Just curious. Next time I come, I'll try to bring you some clothes to spare you this awkwardness." Chen Yuan's cheeks flushed at his words. "Oh, thank you." Chen Yuan deliberately lingered his gaze on her, teasingly remarking, "I must say, I hadn't noticed your figure was quite impressive. What size do you wear?" Chen Yuan momentarily froze, hesitated for a couple of seconds, and then quietly responded, "I wear 32C. Chen Yuan stifled a laugh, intentionally provoking her further. "I meant clothing, teacher. What are you talking about?" Chen Yuan felt utterly speechless. She had thought he was referring to her earlier glance at her chest. "Oh, how embarrassing," she thought, wishing to vanish into the floor. Observing her face flush crimson, Chen Yuan playfully stated, "I believe you could fit into size S clothing, right?" Chen Yuan nodded, overwhelmed by her own foolishness and at a loss for words. Having already seen everything, it was merely a matter of reporting the size. "Why are you so shy? By the way, I must say my estimations are quite accurate," chuckled Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan shot him a glare, exclaiming, "How can you be so mischievous?" "Oh, it's your own mind that wandered astray, don't blame me," she retorted, growing increasingly frustrated with herself. She fell silent, preoccupied with organizing the food, embodying a spirit of resignation. Observing her, Chen Yuan found his mood inexplicably lifted. He approached the window, lit a cigarette, and remarked, "The provisions I brought should suffice for several days." Upon hearing his words, Chen Yuan felt a shiver run through her. The earlier gloom dissipated in an instant. Turning to him, she asked, "Aren't you coming tomorrow?" Chen Yuan exhaled a wisp of smoke, responding nonchalantly, "I'm uncertain, so you might as well assume I won't be here." "Oh," she replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Truthfully, she was unsure of what she was anticipating. It was simply that being in the company of this young man bestowed her with a sense of security. The thought of him possibly not coming the next day intensified the hollow feeling within her. "Do you really want me to come over?" Chen Yuan teased her. "I honestly don't know," Chen Yuan replied candidly. Surprised by her forthrightness, Chen Yuan felt his interest wane. After taking a couple more puffs, he stated, "It's nearly dark. I must prepare to leave." "All right, please be careful," she responded. Extinguishing his cigarette, Chen Yuan slung his empty backpack over his shoulder, cradling his helmet in one hand while grasping a baseball bat in the other. As he reached the door, he paused and cautioned once more, "Remember, do not open the door for anyone, no matter who it is, unless you wish to invite trouble." Chen Yuan nodded, affirming, "Yes, I understand." Upon exiting the infirmary, Chen Yuan glanced at the time, noting that dusk was approaching. He should have returned directly to the dormitory in Building 9. However, it had been a day since he had last checked on Tong Xia, and he was curious about her well-being. Although the food he had left should last a while if rationed, having observed Chen Yuan's condition throughout the afternoon and considering the injuries she had sustained, he felt compelled to release some pent-up energy. With determination, he donned his helmet and rode his motorcycle to the northern district. Upon arriving swiftly, he first visited the local supermarket, filling his backpack with provisions. As he was about to leave, he glanced at the rows of doo-doo candies displayed at the checkout counter. After some contemplation, he decided to take 2 boxes. He made his way to Building 21 in the northern district, carefully observing the surroundings for any unusual activity before approaching Tong Xia's dormitory door and knocking gently. "I'm here," he whispered against the door. Soon enough, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from within the dormitory. The door creaked open, and Tong Xia hurriedly welcomed Chen Yuan inside. "Master, you finally arrived. I thought you had abandoned me." She embraced Chen Yuan tightly, resembling a devoted pet. However, Chen Yuan remained skeptical of her affection. It was entirely plausible that she was merely feigning this behavior to ensure her own survival. Consequently, Chen Yuan chose to view her simply as an outlet for his frustrations, akin to seeking the company of a courtesan, exchanging sustenance for companionship. He dismissively patted her back. "That will suffice." Upon hearing his words, Tong Xia immediately released her grip. "I will assist you, master." As Chen Yuan began to remove his helmet, she rushed to help him, only to be startled by the wounds adorning his face. Master, she gasped, instinctively taking a step back at the thought of the zombies outside. Chen Yuan chuckled. What, are you afraid? Tong Xia stood there, hesitating, torn by conflicting emotions. It was impossible to deny her fear. If his injuries were indeed inflicted by a zombie, it indicated that he would soon succumb to the same fate. This would place her in peril. Conversely, if his wounds were not from a zombie, would her reaction incite his ire? Would he continue to provide her with food under such circumstances? After much contemplation, she realized that the outcome appeared bleak regardless. She had no choice but to rely on Chen Yuan. Silently, she prayed and gradually approached him again, determined not to show fear. Chen Yuan gently patted her head and commanded, kneel. After a brief hesitation, Tong Xia obediently knelt down. Rest assured, these injuries were not caused by a zombie. Chen Yuan gazed at her coldly, lifting her chin as he continued, let us warm up first. All right, Tong Xia replied, tilting her head to look at him, willingly drawing closer. After more than 10 minutes, observing Tong Xia coughing, Chen Yuan remarked, you needn't swallow it down anymore. Tong Xia nodded and complied without hesitation. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chen Yuan lit a cigarette and casually inquired if anything noteworthy had transpired the previous day. Tong Xia recounted that she had witnessed a girl jump from the 5th floor of Building 20 while on the balcony. Chen Yuan exhaled a plume of smoke. Surprised to learn that there were other survivors so nearby, he regretted not having searched the vicinity more thoroughly. He had yet to conduct an extensive search of the northern district, which posed a potential risk. However, considering the abundance of female dormitories in that area, it seemed unlikely that a well-organized group could exist. Otherwise, Tong Xia would have likely detected their presence. Even if she had not, she would have sensed something amiss. Do you know why that girl chose to jump? Chen Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. Tong Xia, kneeling on the bed and gazing at him, understood the implication of his question. The decision to leap was a clear indication that she had reached a point of despair, unable to continue living. If Chen Yuan were to abandon her, her fate might very well mirror that of the other girl. Understanding this, she nodded. Chen Yuan smiled, lifting her chin with his hand, and remarked, then why not take this opportunity to impress me? I think you did quite well just now. All right, master, please wait a moment, she replied, hurriedly jumping off the bed and rummaging through her wardrobe. Before long, she emerged clad in a black bunny outfit, her legs adorned with black fishnet stockings. She seductively crawled onto the bed, her voice dripping with allure. Does master like it? Chen Yuan could hardly contain himself. He pulled her closer, initiating a passionate encounter. Before diving into the moment, Chen Yuan retrieved a prepared item. Tong Xia seemed taken aback by his foresight, playfully suggesting, I have some medicine, master. There's no need for that. Chen Yuan felt a thrill of excitement at her words, but ultimately decided it was best to be well-equipped. Indeed, she was adept at the game. Chapter 16. The outside world. After a frenzied 2-hour session, Chen Yuan's spirit felt completely rejuvenated. He sat at the edge of the bed, entering a contemplative state. Suddenly, a pang of regret washed over him. Today had indeed been exhilarating, but considering his existing injuries, this exertion was perhaps unwise. He could distinctly sense fatigue coursing through his body, his waist and legs aching. Damn it, he thought, I must exercise restraint in the future. Lighting a cigarette, he glanced at Tong Xia lying beside him. She appeared equally drained, her form resembling a puddle of soft clay. At that moment, Chen Yuan felt akin to a wealthy patron indulging a university escort. After the pleasure was derived, he had no responsibilities, merely tossing money aside and departing. The sole difference was that the money he possessed held no value. Thus, he discarded food instead. I brought plenty to eat today, so make sure to enjoy it, he said, extinguishing his cigarette and beginning to dress. Though Tong Xia had little strength left, she eagerly approached, assisting him with his clothing and fastening his belt. Master, are you leaving? It's already dark, she inquired. Chen Yuan gently patted her head, replying, just wait here obediently for me. Tong Xia nodded obediently. When will master return? That remains uncertain, he answered, moving to the table to empty his backpack of the food. Nevertheless, I'll do my utmost to arrive before you finish. Thank you, master, she said. As Chen Yuan slung his backpack over his shoulder, a thought struck him. By the way, do you have many outfits like this? Not many, but I have a few more. Do you have any specific requests, master? None. Just choose a nice set to wear when I return. I believe you have a good sense for these things. All right. As Chen Yuan emerged from Building 21, the hour was already quite late. He hastened towards the central district, unaware of how much worry his foolish companion, Chen Yuan, might be experiencing. Along the way, he made sure to replenish his backpack with an abundance of sustenance. Upon reaching Building 9, Chen Yuan rushed out the moment she heard his voice. This time, her embrace was even tighter than before. I told you I'd be just fine, he reassured her. Why did you return so late today after being home so early yesterday? You nearly gave me a heart attack. It was evident that Chen Yuan had been crying. Chen Yuan gently caressed her back, thinking how silly she was. After a lengthy period of comforting, the two finally made their way back to the dormitory. However, as soon as Chen Yuan removed his helmet, she began to cry once more. Unlike Tong Xia, she exhibited no reservations or fear. Her eyes were filled solely with concern. She cradled Chen Yuan's face in her hands, as if her heart were shattering alongside his. Chen Yuan found himself at a loss for words to console her. "It must hurt, right?" he asked. "Of course. You deserve it for engaging in such perilous activities. Do you think you're a superhero?" After a few stern words, her heart softened again. "Please don't go out tomorrow, all right? We have plenty of food. Just rest here with me." Chen Yuan nodded. "Were you waiting for me because you hadn't had dinner?" "Yes." "Then let us have a proper meal first." Perhaps he had spent too much time at Tong Xiao's place. That night, Chen Yuan was unusually docile. Chen Yuan noticed this change and felt slightly unsettled but dismissed it, attributing it to his injury. When bedtime arrived, Chen Yuan lay in bed contemplating the plans for the following day. Though he had promised Chen Yuan to stay home, he felt deep within that such an action was imprudent. The matters involving the small group in the East District and that gym teacher had heightened his sense of vigilance. He couldn't shake the feeling that the current circumstances did not allow for such waste of time. If there were other dangerous factions like the one in the East District or individuals like the gym teacher lurking within the campus, and he remained oblivious, they could pose unforeseen threats. He let out a weary sigh. Despite possessing qualities that others lacked, he still found himself beset with doubts and worries in the face of this world. "Are you having trouble sleeping?" Sun Zhenyu's light voice floated to his ears. "Oh no. I'll be asleep soon," he replied. Chen Yuan nestled behind him and wrapped her arms around him. The warmth of her touch momentarily clouded his thoughts. "I know you're preoccupied. Don't think about it. Let us just get some rest," she whispered, her words seeping into Chen Yuan like honey. He blinked and said, "All right, let us rest well." The next morning, when they awoke, Sun Zhenyu donned another tight-fitting, figure-hugging dress that accentuated her curves. Chen Yuan, unabashed, pressed himself against her as he awaited breakfast. The two engaged in cheerful banter, initially oblivious to the injury on Chen Yuan's face. It was not until mealtime that Sun Zhenyu gazed at him in astonishment. "Your injury?" At that moment, Chen Yuan recalled his wound. Yet, how was it that he felt no pain at all? After rising that morning, he had been playfully teasing Sun Zhenyu, completely forgetting about his injury. Could it be? He recalled the time when his new teeth and nails had emerged. In disbelief, he touched his face. Goodness. All his wounds had healed. Chen Yuan felt a bit bewildered. Sun Zhenyu cautiously reached out to touch it, confirming, "It's really healed." Chen Yuan nodded. It had been the same last time. Sun Zhenyu tilted her head, gazing at him. "How remarkable. You wouldn't happen to possess some superpower, would you?" "Impossible." Chen Yuan brushed her hand away. "You've watched too many shows." Sun Zhenyu took a bite of bread, retorting, "How can it be impossible? Even zombies exist now. What's beyond the realm of possibility? But I'm glad you're fine. After all, your body remains a mystery to us." "You certainly are open-minded," he replied. "It's just the way it is. Besides, if you can recover this swiftly from every injury, that's certainly a blessing. Although, it's best not to get hurt at all." "Ugh, I'm choking," she exclaimed, her mouth stuffed with bread, finally managing to wash it down with yogurt. Chen Yuan pondered her words, finding some truth in them. Having been bitten by a zombie, yet not transforming into one, was indeed peculiar. Now that his recovery abilities had intensified, he too felt puzzled. He sensed a correlation with the impulse within him. However, he believed there was no need for excessive contemplation. It was akin to purchasing a lamp. He need not dissect its mechanism as long as he could illuminate it by flipping the switch. Thus, he viewed his healing ability as a form of insurance. After breakfast, he typically enjoyed the breeze on the balcony. Observing the school's scenery each morning had become his routine. As he gazed at the vast expanse of urban architecture, a thought struck him. He decided to venture outside the school. After all, he bore no injuries now and had nothing to fear. Upon making his decision, he began to change clothes. Chen Yuan, noticing his intent to leave, instantly donned a displeased expression. "Didn't we agree to stay here today?" "But my injuries have healed," he replied. Chen Yuan puffed up her cheeks, sitting at the edge of the bed like a dissatisfied little wife, glaring at Chen Yuan. Unable to suppress his laughter, he remarked, "You look so adorable like this, haha. Laugh all you want. All right, I shall heed the call of safety. A crucial matter has come to my mind. I must venture outside today." Chen Yuan blinked her large eyes, gazing at him with suspicion. "You must not return too late," she admonished. "I shall do my utmost," he replied. After reassuring Chen Yuan departed from the 9th dormitory building before 8:30. His objective for the day was straightforward. First, to survey the area outside the school, and then to return before the group in the East District took action. He hoped to uncover any means to gather additional intelligence from them. With a motorcycle as his steed, many of Chen Yuan's endeavors became considerably more manageable. He sped away, swiftly exiting Jialing University through the main gate of his South District. The world that unfolded before him was indeed as he had anticipated. The streets were teeming with a variety of wandering zombies, and the entire university town lay in utter disarray. After a cursory inspection, it was evident that the university town in the development zone had succumbed completely, though he had mentally prepared himself for such a scenario. Witnessing this despairing sight evoked an indescribable sensation within him. Not a single living soul was in sight. It was all zombies, everywhere. He halted his motorcycle and lit a cigarette, the nicotine expanding in his lungs providing a semblance of calm. As he exhaled wisps of smoke, he contemplated his next steps. After much deliberation, he realized he had little choice but to search for supplies. Discarding the cigarette butt, he mounted his motorcycle and sped off into the wind. Soon, he discovered an outdoor sports store on a commercial street. The door stood ajar, revealing that all 3 sales clerks had transformed into zombies. He parked his motorcycle and ventured inside, beginning his search for useful items. The store was spacious, with an array of expensive merchandise. It likely had thrived in business prior to the calamity. Chen Yuan inspected each display, first selecting a set of outdoor men's attire that fit him well. The clothing and trousers boasted several multifunctional pockets. Curious about the price, he was taken aback to find that the ensemble cost a staggering 1,498. He had never worn anything so costly. After trying it on, he stood before the fitting mirror and reflected on the quality. Indeed, there seemed to be merit in the expense. "I shall take this," he murmured to himself, continuing his exploration. Adjacent to the clothing racks was the section for backpacks. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose the most expensive black multifunctional backpack priced at 1,280. He discarded his previous backpack onto the floor. Admiring his stylish reflection in the mirror, he remarked, "Not bad. I just need a pair of shoes now." Chapter 17. Using strategy. As he strolled forward, he arrived at the shoe section. While selecting expensive items delighted Chen Yuan, he was also acutely aware that price was not the focal point. He was not merely seeking to appear fashionable. Everything ultimately serves the purpose of survival. Regarding footwear, warmth is not yet a concern. Thus, Chen Yuan prioritizes lightness and comfort. After trying on several pairs, he selects a pair of black and gold running shoes priced at 1,500. Having donned his entire outfit, he proceeds to the outdoor gear section. Tents and similar items are unnecessary at this moment, so he sets them aside. His immediate need is for practical weapons. After searching for a while, he finally discovers 2 remarkable items, a highly recommended multifunctional survival knife and a mechanical baton made in Germany. These 2 weapons are perfectly suited for complementary use, the knife for defense and the baton for dispatching zombies. He deliberately tests the effectiveness of both weapons. The knife is impressively swift, but the highlight is the mechanical baton. It is exceedingly convenient to wield, lacking the cumbersome weight of a baseball bat. Furthermore, it is constructed from a special material, completely alleviating concerns about breakage. Though it appears significantly slimmer than a baseball bat, its hardness far exceeds that of its counterpart. Chen Yuan holds it in his hand, swinging it forcefully. The 20-centimeter baton instantly extends to 50 centimeters. He approaches a nearby zombie and strikes decisively, resulting in a crisp, explosive impact. Chen Yuan is thoroughly satisfied. This is undoubtedly a valuable find. In the end, he selects a high-quality multifunctional belt to wear, which conveniently accommodates both the baton and the knife. Once everything is prepared, he recalls that Chen Yuqing still lacks clothing and flat shoes. Thus, he retrieves a women's sports bodysuit and selects a pair of athletic shoes for her. As he departs, he decides to take the baseball bat with him. Although he no longer needs it, it could still be of use to others. Upon exiting the store, Chen Yuan glances at the time. It is nearly noon, and it is about time to return. Riding his motorcycle, he admires his refreshed gear, feeling a sense of embarking on a new journey. On his way back to school, he passes a street lined with numerous inns and hotels. At a corner, he notices a large adult shop. After some contemplation, he decides to venture inside. This is his first experience in such a store, and he is dazzled by the array of items, most of which are commonly featured in Japanese adult films. Initially, he contemplated acquiring something amusing to share with Tong Xia, but he soon reconsidered. Approaching the glass counter, he is suddenly captivated by the various bottles and jars inside. He opens the counter and examines several of them, ultimately selecting 2 small bottles named Blazing Fire and Lost. Holding these bottles, Chen Yuan ponders, and a plan gradually begins to take shape in his mind. He carefully stowed away the 2 small bottles, then gathered several handcuffs and ropes. Once everything was packed, he mounted his motorcycle and returned to the school. Upon reaching the edge of the East District, he habitually halted his bike. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to take the baseball bat with him. Clad in brand new gear, he swiftly concealed himself in front of the convenience store near Building 15. The food on the shelves appeared unchanged, suggesting that the group had yet to resume their activities. Chen Yuan perched himself on the cash register, indulging in a hearty meal. Subsequently, he smoked a cigarette while vigilantly observing the movements of the group. The lookout for that morning was the same individual who had switched shifts the previous afternoon. It seemed they were mindful of rotating duties to ensure ample rest for one another, a commendable consideration. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Yuan cautiously approached Building 15. He was uncertain whether they would take action that day. All he could do was gamble on it, seizing an opportunity while the lookout was distracted. Chen Yuan edged along the wall into his blind spot. He surveyed the first floor and confirmed that the iron gate had been locked, just as it had been with Sun Zhenyu and his crew, yet they evidently operated with far greater proficiency. After inspecting the perimeter of the first floor, Chen Yuan quietly retreated behind the wall, dispatching a few nearby zombies. The ensuing wait was prolonged. After smoking nearly half a pack, Chen Yuan faintly heard some commotion emanating from the dormitory building. Before long, he spotted 3 figures behind the iron gate on the first floor. The 2 robust young men remained fully armed, while the one in front wore merely a thin long-sleeved shirt. Although this young man was not particularly muscular, he was significantly taller than the one from the day before. They seemed to be engaged in a hushed discussion behind the gate. Despite straining to listen, Chen Yuan could not discern their words. After a brief negotiation, the young man serving as bait appeared to have made up his mind. Assuming a starting position behind the door, the burly man on the right produced a key, unlocked the iron gate, and pressed the button to open it. The iron gate creaked slightly ajar. Hesitating for a moment, the tall young man mustered his courage and dashed out. Once he was outside, the burly man swiftly closed the door, preparing for the right moment. The surrounding zombies began to be drawn toward him, and he ran with all his might. Several times, zombies lunged at him, but he either kicked them away or evaded them. His abilities were evidently superior to those of the young man from the previous day. As the number of zombies increased, an opportunity to the convenience store opened up. The 2 burly men burst through the iron gate. Chen Yuan remained concealed behind the wall, continuing to wait. According to the previous pattern, when these 2 men charged into the convenience store, the lookout above would come down to the entrance to assist them. In those fleeting seconds, an opportunity presented itself. He aimed to rescue the tall man. Time, at that moment, seemed to stretch into an agonizing slow motion, each second dragging unbearably. Chen Yuan meticulously observed the unfolding situation. The tall man continued to flee, while 2 burly figures had already vanquished the zombies that obstructed their path. Just a little further, Chen Yuan readied himself to sprint, his gaze fixated on their silhouettes. At last, they burst into the convenience store. The stillness of the scene abruptly transformed into motion. In that very instant, Chen Yuan dashed forward. The tall man appeared to possess a sharp intellect. He understood that the zombies could not match his speed, so as long as he was not entirely surrounded, hope remained. He was positioned roughly between buildings 14 and 13, maneuvering around the corner to the other side. With a stroke of luck, he could dash back towards building 15. Alas, reality is often cruel. The moment he turned, a zombie lunged at him, its grasping form closing in. Instinctively, he sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the creature. However, his foot unexpectedly slipped, sending him crashing to the ground. The horde of zombies surged towards him, and before he could regain his footing, another zombie pounced. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a figure clad in a helmet materialized out of nowhere. Like a deity descending from the heavens, he wielded a weapon that shattered the zombie's skull. In the next heartbeat, he charged into the throng of the undead. The sound of skulls bursting reverberated in rapid succession. The tall man, sprawled on the ground, stared in disbelief. In mere moments, every encroaching zombie lay defeated. He gazed at this godlike man as he approached. "Are you all right?" For a fleeting instant, he thought he heard the voice of a deity. After a brief pause, he nodded vigorously. As he assessed his own injuries, he reassured, "I'm fine. I wasn't bitten." Chen Yuan nodded in response. "That's good. Let us take refuge over there." He gestured towards the vacant space behind the wall of Building 14, adjacent to Building 15, where the zombies had already been dealt with. Once the 2 men stealthily concealed themselves in that spot, Chen Yuan removed his helmet and began to inquire. Although he appeared significantly shorter than Chen Yuan, height was inconsequential. True strength reigned supreme. Perhaps thoroughly impressed by Chen Yuan's prowess in battle, the tall man divulged everything he knew. His name was Bitten, a finance student. When the zombies emerged, his group had taken refuge in that location. The leader was a young man named Wang Meng, reputed to have substantial connections, allowing him to thrive in that area. Furthermore, he was remarkably formidable in combat, known for his ruthless tactics. 4 individuals had accompanied him to this dormitory building. 2 fully armed men, Lu Yong and Ma Xiang, were were tasked with procuring provisions from the convenience store. The other two, Li Chong and Zhao Fei, were assigned the role of sentinels. The entire dormitory was under the control of these 5 individuals, all of whom took their orders from Wang Ming. Aside from this group, there were 14 others residing in the dormitory at that time, 3 of whom were female, while the rest were male. Among the girls, one named Yin Wei was the girlfriend of Yang Bin, and the other 2 were her close friends. Initially, they found themselves at a loss. However, Wang Ming proposed a plan that the group deemed feasible, yet no one was willing to act as bait. Consequently, Wang Ming instructed the 11 male students, excluding their group of 5, to draw lots. Whoever was chosen would have to go. Those who were reluctant to draw or attempted to resist were beaten by the 5. With no other option, they began to draw lots. The first individual selected adamantly refused to go, prompting Wang Ming to stab him to death in front of everyone. At this point, Yang Bin appeared visibly shaken. After witnessing the murder, no one dared to resist. Refusal meant death, while compliance offered a glimmer of hope for escape. Chen Yuan nodded, recognizing Wang Ming as an undeniably ruthless leader. Had this approach persisted until now? Yang Bin confirmed with a nod, expressing that he considered himself fortunate. He offered a grim smile, revealing that the first 10 had all perished before it was his turn. As he recounted this, his fists clenched, tears streaming down his face. These brutes had assaulted Wei Wei, and when he attempted to intervene, they had beaten him collectively, subsequently violating Wei Wei before his very eyes. His voice trembled as he spoke of the 2 other girls who had also suffered at their hands. Chapter 18. You have quite the resilience, Chen Yuan sighed, patting Yang Bin's shoulder. Do not weep. Tears will not change your fate. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered it to him. Care for a smoke? Yang Bin wiped his face and shook his head. I don't smoke. Chen Yuan chuckled softly, quite rare. He lit one for himself and took a deep drag, then inquired, do you wish to rescue your girlfriend? Yang Bin seemed taken aback by Chen Yuan's question. He paused for a moment before eagerly nodding, absolutely. Of course. Chen Yuan took another puff and said, from this moment onward, you will follow my lead. I promise to help you save your girlfriend and ensure both of your survival. Are you willing? Yang Bin gazed at him in disbelief. Had anyone else made such a promise, he would have dismissed it outright. Yet, this was Chen Yuan, the man who had just displayed the prowess of a warrior. After a brief moment of shock, he began nodding fervently. Yes, yes, I am willing. My life is yours to save. What is there to hesitate about? From now on, I, Yang Bin, will heed your every word. I only hope you can help me bring back my girlfriend. Very well, Chen Yuan replied. Chen Yuan exhaled a plume of smoke and retrieved a vial of potent sedative from his bag, handing it to Yang Bin. This is a powerful drug. Take it. Yang Bin accepted the vial, examining it closely. Chen Yuan continued. In a moment, you will make your way back along this path, keeping close to the wall. I have cleared the nearby zombies, and there should be no new ones approaching just yet. The sentry on the 2nd floor remains at his post. Ensure he sees you. Then descend to have him unlock the door for you. Yang Bin nodded attentively as he listened. Once inside, you must maintain your previous demeanor. They will be astonished that you are still alive. It is crucial that you portray the essence of someone who has narrowly escaped death, ensuring they harbor no suspicions about you. Finally, seize the opportunity to lace their water with the drug. I will remain in this vicinity until dusk upon your success. Simply come back to open the door for me. Chen Yuan took one last drag from his cigarette before discarding it on the ground. Remember, your window of opportunity is limited. You must seize it. If you have not succeeded by noon tomorrow, your own safety will be at stake. Should today fail, I will arrive around 8 o'clock tomorrow. That will be your final chance. Yang Bin listened intently, feeling as if he were immersed in a spy film. He was uncertain of his chances for success, yet he understood that he had no alternative. Chen Yuan was right. If he returned alive, Wang Ming and his group would undoubtedly continue to use him as bait. Today, he had been rescued by Chen Yuan, but what of tomorrow? According to Chen Yuan's words, he could not expect him to risk his life for him each time. Gripping the small vial tightly, he took several deep breaths. I understand, Brother Yuan. I will find a way to make it happen. Chen Yuan patted his shoulder. Exercise caution. Go now. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Yang Bin nodded firmly and, following Chen Yuan's instructions, turned and pressed against the wall toward Building 15. Watching his silhouette disappear around the corner, Chen Yuan also rose, concealing himself at the corner of Building 15. From this vantage point, he was unseen, yet he could observe the iron gate of the building whenever he peered out. Leaning against the wall, Chen Yuan tilted his head to gaze at the azure sky. He recalled a phrase he once read. Humans possess neither the claws of tigers nor the strength of lions and elephants, yet they can capture wolves and bind tigers, tame lions and hunt elephants, for it is wisdom alone that empowers them. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly. Will it succeed? He murmured to himself, commencing the long wait. 10 minutes earlier, Lu Yong and Ma Xiang, fully armed, burst into the convenience store. A zombie lurking behind the second row of shelves heard the commotion and lunged forward. Lu Yong swiftly closed the distance and dispatched it with a single blow, urging, "Ah Xiang, hurry up." They hurriedly tossed food into their bags without a moment's hesitation, recklessly filling them. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Lu Yong dashed toward the door. "Let's go quickly." The towering figure named Ma Xiang zipped up his backpack and swiftly followed Lu Yong out. From his post on the second floor, Li Chong spotted them from afar and promptly made his way downstairs to assist. Once the two entered Building 15, Li Chong quickly secured the door with a heavy padlock. Panting, Lu Yong and Ma Xiang sat on the steps to catch their breath. "Are you all right?" Li Chong inquired, leaning against the wall in a token gesture of concern. Lu Yong nodded without looking up. "Have you seen where Yangbin went?" "I didn't catch his voice earlier. He has probably run off quite a distance." "I wasn't paying much attention. I was just waiting to let you in," Li Chong replied. "Let us head up. That guy must have run far before he met his fate." The three exchanged a few casual remarks as they ambled upstairs. However, Li Chong did not accompany them. He resumed his watch on the second floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Lu Yong and Ma Xiang heard a man's fierce shouts from a distance. Arriving at the door of 307, they found Zhao Fei leaning against the door frame, smoking. Lu Yong handed over his backpack and asked, "What with all the commotion? Who Ming go after?" Zhao Fei smirked unabashedly. "Guyan, of course. She's the most challenging." Ma Xiang clicked his tongue, adding, "I'd like to give her a try too. I wonder when Ming Gu will let us have our turn." Zhao Fei exchanged a knowing glance. "I'd like that as well. Can you two settle down for a moment?" Lu Yong said as he took a cigarette from Zhao Fei, lit it, and took a puff. "Aren't Yen Wei and Yang Yalan enough for you? If we provoke Ming Gu, we're all finished." Zhao Fei laughed heartily. "What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish?" "Indeed, it's nice to dream," Ma Xiang added. "Gu Yan is truly a knockout. Though she is a bit impoverished, but that hardly matters now." The trio lingered at the door, smoking and chatting for a while before Lu Yong and Ma Xiang entered 307 to change clothes. The sounds from the adjacent 308 continued unabated. Two young women sat on the bed near the balcony in room 307, visibly trembling with fear. Both were quite attractive, the kind that would undoubtedly attract admirers in school. The petite one on the right was named Yang Yalan, while the taller, leggy girl on the left was Yen Wei. Upon seeing Lu Yong and Ma Xiang return, their fear intensified. Yen Wei, hesitating with her head bowed, finally mustered the courage to ask, "Lu Yong, has Yangbin not returned?" Although she knew the answer, she was unwilling to give up hope. Lu Yong replied casually, "You've already been through this with us. Why still cling to him? You know the fate of a bait." Yen Wei bit her lip, her hands pressing tightly on her thighs, fists clenched tighter and tighter as tears streamed down her face. Even though she was aware of the outcome, she still wished for a miracle. She quietly sobbed as memories flooded back of when Lu Yong and the others had threatened Yangbin with her life. Recalling the words spoken to her by Yangbin, he expressed his remorse, stating, "I am sorry for not being able to protect you. After I am gone, you must live well." He added, "Enough of the tears, shortly. We shall bring you comfort." After saying this, Na Lu Yong took a towel and headed to the bathroom to shower. Yang Yalan embraced Yen Wei's shoulder, whispering, "Do not cry, Wei Wei, do not cry." Yangbin, pressed against the wall, hurriedly descended from the first floor of Building 15. As anticipated, the surroundings were indeed as Chen Yuan had described, strewn with fallen zombie corpses. He increasingly recognized the remarkable capabilities of Chen Yuan. Upon rounding the corner on the first floor, Yangbin waved to Li Chong, who was stationed on the second floor. The latter appeared momentarily stunned before swiftly descending the stairs. "Goodness, you are still alive?" Li Chong exclaimed, his astonishment evident as he scrutinized Yangbin with narrowed eyes, cautiously assessing him from head to toe. "You weren't bitten by a zombie, were you?" Yangbin feigned breathlessness, exclaiming, "Brother Chong, I ran swiftly. Those zombies could not catch up to me. Look." He rolled up his sleeves to display his arms. Li Chong remained skeptical, prompting Yangbin to add, "I swear, Brother Chong, I wasn't bitten. If I had been, how could I have lasted this long? Please, open the door and let me in. I can still serve as bait for you tomorrow." After a moment's hesitation, Li Chong gradually opened the door. After all, he was alone. Even if Yangbin were a zombie, they could easily handle him. Furthermore, if he were unharmed, there would be another willing to act as bait the following day. Once inside the iron gate, Li Chong led him to the third floor. "Hey, look who has returned." Zhao Fei was the first to spot them at the door. "Goodness. Yangbin, you are still alive?" He turned to call out to others in the dormitory. "Hey, Brother Xiang, Brother Yong, Yangbin is alive." Upon hearing this, Yen Wei initially thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until she lifted her gaze to meet Yangbin's eyes as he approached the door that the realization struck her, prompting her to rush forward and embrace him tightly. Throughout the ensuing moments, Yang Bin maintained a demeanor of nonchalance, arousing no suspicion among the others. After Wang Ming had spent an entire hour with Gu Yin in the adjacent room, he entered room 307 bare-chested. He was not particularly surprised to learn that Yang Bin was alive. Instead, while smoking a cigarette, he remarked, "Well, you have quite the resilience." He then called upon Yin Wei and Yang Yalan to bring food to Gu Yin. The two girls, initially concerned for Gu Yin, quickly gathered some food and proceeded to her room. Upon entering room 308, they were met with the sight of Gu Yin, her hands bound to the bedpost, staring blankly at the bedboard, resembling a delicately crafted porcelain doll, completely still. The girls were horrified and rushed to untie her. However, despite their reassurances, Gu Yin remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chapter 19. Invasion of Building 15. Yang Bin waited for an extended period. He had long awaited an opportunity. As time ticked away, Yang Bin's heart raced with anxiety. According to the usual schedule, dinner would soon be served. He needed to pour the medicine into the water before the meal commenced. However, the task of preparing dinner might not fall to him. How could he ensure that they would assign him the responsibility of cooking? Sitting there, deep in thought, an unmentionable plan suddenly surfaced in his mind. He wrestled with his conscience, questioning whether such an action was truly justified. Deep down, he recognized that there were only two possible outcomes: success or inevitable demise. He pounded his chest resolutely, inhaling deeply, and finally made up his mind. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he confided his plan to Yin Wei. He intended for her and Yang Yalan to seduce the men just before the meal, luring Lu Yong, Ma Xiang, and Zhao Fei to join in. This way, aside from the lookout Li Chong, only Wang Ming would be left idle. Yang Bin knew Wang Ming well. He would never volunteer to prepare dinner. In that scenario, Lu Yong and the others would undoubtedly call upon Yang Bin to assist, providing him with the chance he sought. In a matter of seconds, Yin Wei listened quietly to Yang Bin's proposal, though a tempest swirled within her. Her visage betrayed none of her inner turmoil. She understood that Yang Bin's plan was indeed feasible. Moreover, even without his scheme, she and Yang Yalan had already been subjected to their whims. While Yang Bin's plan might not guarantee success, failing to seize this opportunity would condemn him to remain a mere bait, while the three of them would irrevocably become tools for their release of pent-up desires. Gritting her teeth, Yin Wei steadied her resolve. Embracing Yang Bin, she whispered between kisses, assuring him that she would perform admirably and that he would surely succeed. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began its slow descent. Yin Wei had already conspired with Yang Yalan. Although facing three men simultaneously would undoubtedly be distressing for the two of them, they resolved to take this gamble for the sake of their future. As the mealtime approached, they set their plan into motion. Every detail unfolded as Yang Bin had orchestrated. Standing on the balcony, enjoying the breeze, he returned to find Yin Wei entangled with Lu Yong. Naturally, he assumed the role of a boyfriend and put up a struggle, only to be met with a beating from Zhao Fei and Ma Xiang. Subsequently, to lift their spirits and prevent further violence against Yang Bin, Yin Wei and Yang Yalan willingly attended to the three men. The atmosphere intensified among the five. Ultimately, Wang Ming leaned against the balcony, smoking, and commanded Yang Bin to prepare dinner. The opportunity had finally arrived. Yang Bin feigned reluctance, all the while listening to the cacophony of calls around him. As he stood at the table, back turned to them, unwrapping and arranging the food. At that moment, the drug was inadvertently poured into each bottle of mineral water by him. The fierce battle finally came to an end, and everyone comfortably gathered for a meal. Little did they know, this could potentially be their last hearty meal in life. After finishing his meal, Zhao Fei took the mineral water to exchange with Li Chong. Halfway through, the effects of the drug began to manifest gradually. The first to react was Lu Yong. "Was I too vigorous just now?" Suddenly feeling a bit drowsy, he remarked. "Me too. My head is suddenly spinning," echoed Ma Xiang, shaking his head. "How strange. What is happening?" Wang Ming, taking another sip from the water bottle, felt even more dizzy. He attempted to speak, but found he lacked the strength to utter a word. The three girls had already succumbed, followed by Lu Yong, Ma Xiang, and Li Chong. He swayed, and in his limited vision, only Yang Bin stood upright. Was he laughing? Moments later, he completely lost consciousness. As he watched them fall one by one, Yang Bin's heart raced with exhilaration. He quickly checked to confirm they were entirely unaware, then hurried downstairs. The sky had darkened, and he feared Chen Yuan might have already left. Passing the second floor, he deliberately glanced at Zhao Fei. As he expected, Zhao Fei had also collapsed on the ground. He prayed fervently in his heart, hoping Chen Yuan had not departed. Indeed, when he reached the iron gate, Chen Yuan was already there waiting for him. The stone that had weighed heavily on his heart finally fell. Although he was thrilled to see that Chen Yuan had stayed, he hesitated momentarily while unlocking the door. It was astonishing. Not only had Chen Yuan waited outside completely unharmed, but he had also arrived at the Iron Gate before him. Yang Bin found Chen Yuan extraordinarily impressive, often leading him to feel that Chen Yuan was an incarnation of divinity. After unlocking the door, he welcomed Chen Yuan inside and quickly secured the door once more. As he reported the situation inside while following Chen Yuan upstairs, he failed to notice that Chen Yuan was cautiously observing his surroundings, his hands subtly poised on the knife. For Chen Yuan, that afternoon felt equally prolonged. He contemplated many things. He had indeed saved Yang Bin, yet he still could not fully trust him. Although the possibility was slim, if Yang Bin were to betray him for some reason, it would be akin to a sheep entering the tiger's den. Thus, he remained vigilant. The number of adversaries was considerable, and if he sensed any hint of danger, he would choose to flee immediately. Passing the second floor, he spotted Zhao Fei lying on the ground, which brought him a sense of reassurance. Upon reaching the third floor and seeing everyone sprawled on the floor of the dormitory, Chen Yuan finally smiled. This time, he had made the right bet. Over 2 hours later, as the crowd emerged from their haze, their bodies still felt achingly weak. Gradually, they realized they were bound to separate beds with handcuffs and ropes. In front of them stood Yang Bin, fists clenched, alongside an unfamiliar figure. This stranger leisurely lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply with an expression of utter enjoyment. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Yuan." The sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Lu Yong, observing Chen Yuan's pretentious demeanor, couldn't help but curse. "Damn you, are you seeking death?" Upon witnessing Lu Yong's reaction, Chen Yuan cleared his throat. Frowning, he scratched his head before rising to retrieve a baseball bat lying at his feet. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Yong exclaimed, eyes wide, just as the others were still regaining their composure. Without hesitation, Chen Yuan strode over and struck Lu Yong squarely on the mouth. Blood instantly stained Lu Yong's lips, leaving him gasping, seemingly with shattered teeth. Chen Yuan swung the bat dismissively and placed his left hand over his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo, you're too loud, quiet down." The onlookers, witnessing Chen Yuan's brutal approach, felt their nerves tighten. The lingering confusion dissipated entirely. Chen Yuan twisted his neck and, feigning innocence, inquired, "Well, it's dark now, and I'm pressed for time. Shall we settle this swiftly? Which one of you is Wang Ming?" The crowd fell silent, their gazes instinctively shifting towards Wang Ming. Chen Yuan smiled and turned his attention to him. Wang Ming met Chen Yuan's gaze with unwavering composure, devoid of any fear. "That would be me. I believe we have no enmity. Must it come to this?" Chen Yuan ruffled his hair, feigning a troubled expression. "Indeed, we bear no grudge. But he does, and it's quite a profound one." He gestured towards Yang Bin and handed him the baseball bat. "I see you've been holding back for quite some time. Just don't kill him." Yang Bin, momentarily stunned, took the bat, still processing the situation. Since the instant he had incapacitated Wang Ming and the others, he had longed to unleash his wrath. Yet, Chen Yuan had instructed him to obey. Thus he had stifled his emotions. He never anticipated Chen Yuan would prompt him to act in such a manner. It felt akin to having an older brother avenging him. "Need my assistance?" Chen Yuan's voice jolted him from his thoughts. He quickly replied, No, thank you, Brother Yuan." With that, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Wang Ming and his companions. Perhaps the pent-up resentment had festered for too long, for Yang Bin swung the bat wildly, his curses echoing loudly. Observing his fervor, Chen Yuan was reminded of his former self. This could be regarded as a righteous deed, and he hoped that when he eventually faced judgment, it would not be too severe. He watched Yang Bin for several minutes, until the latter had nearly beaten everyone to the brink of death. Only then did he call out to Yang Bin, "That's enough. Come over and take a break." Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, Yang Bin immediately retreated. Lu Yong and the others had been thoroughly intimidated, leaving only Wang Ming, who glared at Chen Yuan with a bloodied face. Chen Yuan smiled at him, saying, "Don't look at me like that. You've caused the deaths of so many people and must face some consequences. However, since the law cannot reach you at present, I shall take it upon myself to act on its behalf. After all, one must eventually repay their debts in this world." Wang Ming moved his lips, muttering indistinctly, "My family will not let you off." Chen Yuan, dismissing him with a scoff, thought how naive and foolish he was, still clinging to the days of school when one could simply call for help. Turning his attention to the 3 girls bound nearby, he noted that they were all quite attractive, but the one on the far right, appearing somewhat airhead, clearly surpassed the other 2 in beauty. Tilting his head, Chen Yuan inquired, "Which one of you is your girlfriend?" "I am," Yinwei interjected before Yang Bin could respond. Chen Yuan nodded, pondering whether to give further instructions before allowing Yang Bin to untie them. However, just then, the exceptionally beautiful girl on the right, resembling a porcelain doll, spoke up. "I beg you to release me now. I will obey you in everything and do whatever you ask." Her voice was soft and cold, devoid of any emotion. Everyone turned to look at her in surprise, and Chen Yuan paused momentarily. Are you planning something? It can't be that you're considering something drastic, he asked. The girl did not reply but continued. If you let me go now, I swear I will be your servant for life, and I will do everything you desire. I will obey you completely. Chapter 20. I will kill you with my own hands, to be honest. Chen Yuan felt a twinge of concern that the girl might react in an extreme manner. Although he had no need for her to act in any particular way toward him in the future, her desperate plea compelled him to consider her request. Once he untied her, Guyan sprang to her feet. Everyone watched her anxiously, uncertain of her next move. Without uttering a word, she seized a fruit knife from the table and strode purposefully toward Wang Ming, showing no hesitation or pause. She raised the knife and plunged it into Wang Ming's lower region. Chen Yuan and the others were clearly taken aback by her audacity. The atmosphere in the dormitory felt as though it had frozen in time, with only Wang Ming's wails piercing the silence. Guyan gazed at him coldly, saying, I told you, one day I will kill you with my own hands, die? After delivering her words, she withdrew the knife only to thrust it back in repeatedly. Like a machine in operation, Wang Ming's cries diminished, eventually fading into silence. She thrust the knife into Wang Ming's body 44 times in one breath. It was only when the cries began to echo that she finally ceased. Chen Yuan stood behind her, motionless, witnessing the entire ordeal. He could not fathom the extent of the pain that had driven this girl to harbor such intense hatred. Initially, he had intended to intervene. However, after the first stab, Wang Ming's fate was sealed. There was no chance of reaching a hospital, thus death was inevitable. Chen Yuan resolved to allow her this cathartic release. The others present were rendered speechless. Lu Yong and his companions silently expressed relief that they had not crossed paths with her. Otherwise, it might not have been just Wang Ming who faced demise. Chen Yuan approached and gently took the fruit knife from Gu Yan's trembling hands. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of fear that she might choose to take her own life once her vengeance was sated. Fortunately, she offered no resistance, merely sitting amidst the pool of blood, weeping quietly. Chen Yuan signaled for Yang Bin to hastily untie Yan Wei and her companion, urging them to comfort Gu Yan. Thus, more than half an hour passed. Chen Yuan sensed that time could not be squandered any longer. If he delayed, Chen Yuan would surely be terrified. He summoned the 4 of them, instructing, ensure those 4 are securely bound. Do not show any leniency towards such individuals. However, killing is a grave matter, unless absolutely necessary. Merely restraining them here will suffice. The 4 nodded earnestly in agreement. Chen Yuan continued, now, you 4 should take some time to rest. I shall return tomorrow with provisions. And Yang Bin, do keep an eye on their ropes and handcuffs periodically, just in case. Yang Bin quickly replied, understood, Brother Yuan, I will be vigilant. Yet, hesitating for a moment, he added, Brother Yuan, are you truly fine coming alone to deliver food? Do not worry, I have my methods. Just give me the key to the iron lock. I will manage on my own. And that small vial as well. Of course, Yang Bin responded, retrieving the key and the medication from his pocket and handing them to Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan accepted them, contemplating briefly before stating, with this, there should be no further issues. You all rest well. I shall take my leave. He rose to collect his backpack, casting his gaze upon the baseball bat on the ground. He added, Yang Bin, I'll leave that bat here for your protection. If the girls need further weapons, feel free to use the ones that Lu Yong and the others had. Brother Yuan, can you manage without a weapon? Yang Bin asked, concern etched on his face. I have other means, do not fret. For now, focus on caring for your girlfriend. Chen Yuan waved him off and lit a cigarette. At that moment, the 3 girls rushed over, their expressions filled with gratitude. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Thank you so much, Brother Yuan. We are truly grateful, Brother Yuan. Ah, by the way, Yuan, it seems that Yin has something she wishes to discuss with you privately. Let's not intrude for now, shall we? Yan Wei said with a cheerful smile. Before pulling Yang Yalan back, Chen Yuan, taking a drag from his cigarette, let his gaze linger on Gu Yin, awaiting her to speak. In terms of beauty, Gu Yin stood on par with Sun Zhenyu and Chen Yuqing. Her skin was exceptionally fair, and her figure slender and lithe. Though her attire was quite ordinary, she exuded an ethereal quality that created an illusion of beauty so surreal, it seemed almost pictorial. A distinct aura surrounded her, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, exuding a sense of coldness and an otherworldly charm. I was quite serious about what I said earlier, Chen Yuan mused as Gu Yan's delicate voice, akin to a celestial melody, reached his ears. He blinked in surprise. Gu Yan, slightly embarrassed, met his gaze and declared, I will serve you faithfully. I will do anything you ask of me. Chen Yuan scratched the back of his head. Oh, you're referring to that. Well, whatever it is, just say it, and I shall comply. Gu Yan's eyes reflected unwavering determination. Chen Yuan smiled gently. Then you should take some time to rest. I do not require you to do anything for me. Simply focus on adjusting your own state of mind, and, if possible, try to find joy. For the days ahead may prove to be even more challenging. After speaking, he called out to young Bin and the others in the dormitory, "Let us go. See you tomorrow." With that, he grabbed his gear and descended the stairs. Gu Yin stood rooted, gazing vacantly at his retreating figure until he vanished around the corner. Chen Yuan's words echoed in her mind. Rest well, no need to do anything, adjust your state, and try to be a little happier. How could this boy be so considerate? After standing at the entrance in a daze for some time, Yinwei playfully rushed over and enveloped her in a hug. He gone. Yet here you are, still standing foolishly. Are you hoping to walk away with him? Gu Yin snapped back to reality upon hearing her words. Wei. Don't say such things. Yinwei leaned in closer, squinting at her. Wow, look at you. Could it be that after he saved you, you've fallen for him at first sight? Not at all. Gu Yin retorted. Oh, but clearly you have. Yinwei laughed. I haven't. Yang Bin observed his beloved girlfriend and her friend frolicking as they usually did, feeling as though he were ensnared in a dream. Initially, after the appearance of the zombies, they had sought refuge here, hoping for a turn of events, for a rescue team to arrive. Yet he realized that it was merely an escape from one nightmare to another. Each day was fraught with the terror of becoming bait, until Chen Yuan's arrival. He appeared like a savior, rescuing him in dire moments and even taking the initiative to help him seek vengeance, saving his girlfriend and others in the process. The book often emphasizes the importance of reading good literature, experiencing the world, and associating with wise individuals. He believes that Chen Yuan embodies such a wise person. Although Chen Yuan is not particularly tall, this thought brings a smile to his face. He resolves to follow Chen Yuan from now on, convinced that even if it leads to his demise, he would not harbor any regrets. This marks an unprecedented sense of stability and security for him. That night, they were finally able to enjoy a restful sleep. Upon leaving Building 15, Chen Yuan ran swiftly while remaining vigilant for any sudden dangers that might arise. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred, and he successfully mounted his motorcycle, heading towards Building 9. This time, he did not stop by the convenience store for provisions, but returned directly. Upon reaching the second floor and hearing Chen Yuan's voice, Sun Zhenyu immediately rushed out to embrace him. Chen Yuan gently patted her head, asking if she had eaten yet. Nestled between his neck and shoulder, Sun Zhenyu softly replied, Had she been waiting for him, feeling hungry? Fool, let's go eat now, he suggested. All right. Once inside the dormitory, Sun Zhenyu remarked on how nice Chen Yuan's new gear looked, likening him to a professional wilderness rescuer. Chen Yuan inquired if he appeared handsome. After a moment of serious contemplation, Sun Zhenyu offered an objective assessment, not handsome. Chen Yuan feigned disdain, speaking so insincerely could attract lightning. During their meal, he recounted the events of the day bit by bit. Sun Zhenyu transformed into a curious listener, hanging on his every word. When he mentioned bringing clothes and shoes for Chen Yuqing, she immediately displayed a look of disdain, exclaiming, Men, huh? Chen Yuan chuckled and asked, What, are you jealous? Uft. Rest assured, when we relocate in the future, I will certainly procure suitable gear for you as well. Who cares? Sun Zhenyu retorted, rolling her eyes. But wasn't Yui wearing a skirt? You only brought her a top without any pants. How foolish. Our figures should be similar. You can lend her my jeans. Chen Yuan smirked mischievously. You two are quite different, you know. How old are you? Go away. He continued to embellish the tale of rescuing Building 15. With Sun Zhenyu gasping in astonishment at his narrative. What do you plan to do next? Now, apart from me and Yui, there are also the survivors from Building 15. How much food will you need to gather each day? Observing her worried expression warmed Chen Yuan's heart. However, she was mistaken. There was also Tong Xia, a fact he had yet to disclose to her. He was uncertain how to broach the subject concerning his experiences with Tong Xia. Finishing his yogurt calmly, he reassured her. Don't worry. There's a saying, with great power comes great responsibility, and I am prepared for it. Sun Zhenyu shot him a knowing glance, recognizing his pretense. However, should the opportunity arise in the future, I envision that we could gather at a location that serves as a stronghold. With more hands on deck, residing together would undoubtedly foster a greater sense of security. Sun Zhenyu nodded, affirming that such a day would surely come. After speaking, she rose to tidy the table and gently remarked to Chen Yuan, You must be quite fatigued today. Why not take a bath and retire early? Chapter 21. The graceful teacher. That evening, Chen Yuan fell into a deep slumber, embarking on an extensive dream. In this reverie, he led everyone in the establishment of a new home, where they joyfully coexisted, each individual adorned with radiant smiles of happiness. Unbeknownst to him, the glaring light abruptly pulled him from this dreamscape. He groggily rubbed his eyes, realizing it had all been a dream, so vivid that he had believed it to be reality. As he turned his neck and sat up from the bed, he noticed Sun Zhenyu, her back turned towards him, engrossed in her computer. What could she possibly be watching? Chen Yuan inquired as he descended from the bed. Ah, you're awake. Sun Zhenyu exclaimed, turning with a smile. I had no idea there were so many dance videos of Korean girl groups on this computer. I'm just browsing. Chen Yuan leaned in to glance at the screen, recognizing it to be a performance by Yexidy. Wow, he expressed in admiration. Can you dance this? Of course. Sun Zhenyu replied without hesitation, surprising Chen Yuan, who instantly perked up. Then would you show me? I'm certain you'd look far more graceful than the four of them. Absolutely not. She replied with an air of indifference. You should hurry and freshen up. Look at the time. You've slept so late that we could practically have lunch. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan quickly checked his watch. It was nearly 11:30. Why didn't you wake me earlier? He exclaimed, darting into the bathroom to wash up. Sun Zhenyu, perplexed by his sudden frenzy, commented, You looked so peaceful in your sleep. I thought I'd let you rest a bit longer. As he brushed his teeth, he mumbled, Didn't you eat something yourself? Sun Zhenyu shook her head. I prefer to wait for you. That's silly. If you're hungry, just eat something first. No, I can hold out. After finishing their meal and dressing appropriately, the time had reached 12:10. Standing at the door, Chen Yuan adjusted his backpack and grabbed his helmet before setting off. Just before leaving, Sun Zhenyu embraced him as was customary, repeatedly reminding him to stay safe and return early. Chen Yuan naturally responded affirmatively. Upon exiting the 9th dormitory building, he made his way directly to the medical room in the Western District. Having not visited the previous day, he wondered how the teacher had fared alone. He picked up a plastic bag of food from the supermarket in the Western District and briefly scanned the surroundings, finding no suspicious signs. He stealthily approached the medical room along the wall, where an eerie silence prevailed, leaving him unaware of Chen Yuqing's activities. Gently, he opened the door, revealing a noticeably cleaner space. Chen Yuqing was seated on the bed, lost in thought. Upon spotting Chen Yuan entering, she was clearly startled, instinctively wrapping her arms around her chest. Ah, you're here, she exclaimed. Chen Yuan removed his helmet and took a chair beside her. He set a plastic bag of food and his helmet on the ground, simultaneously retrieving items from his backpack while inquiring, Nothing happened yesterday, right? Nothing, Chen Yuqing replied truthfully. Although Chen Yuan had previously mentioned he would try to bring her clothes on his next visit, seeing him actually pull clothes from his backpack was still a surprise. Not just a top, but also trousers and shoes. Chen Yuan placed the items next to her bed, saying, Give them a try and see if they fit. I forgot to ask you what size shoes you wear. I chose based on my feel when I measured your feet before. As for the trousers, they aren't new. I got them from a girl. Oh, thank you, Chen Yuqing said, picking up the top, hesitating for a moment. She turned her back to Chen Yuan and began to remove her shirt, eager to change quickly. However, to her utter dismay, the shirt snagged on her bra midway. The situation became exceedingly awkward. Noticing her struggle, Chen Yuan asked, Do you need help? Chen Yuqing quickly shook her head. No. After carefully examining the shirt and her undergarments, she soon realized it wasn't caught on anything. Rather, the shirt was simply too small to accommodate her bra. She felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Was she supposed to remove her bra? In those fleeting seconds, she was torn between the choice of wearing the tight shirt with her bra or discarding it to slip into the snug sportswear directly. After a lengthy deliberation, she felt that neither option was ideal. With a resigned sigh, she grabbed the trousers, crossing her arms over her chest, and dashed into the restroom. Ultimately deciding to remove her bra, Chen Yuan, seated nearby, chuckled at the unfolding scene. After a few minutes, Chen Yuqing emerged, fidgeting and attempting to shield her chest with her hands. The snug sportswear accentuated her figure, rendering her silhouette undeniably apparent. Chen Yuan couldn't help but admire the sight, noting how surprisingly well the trousers from Sun Zhenyu fit her. Even with the pants on, her legs remained strikingly beautiful. The reputation of the leg teacher was indeed well-deserved. Chen Yuqing felt increasingly self-conscious under Chen Yuan's gaze, yet she was at a loss for words. Returning to the bedside, she tried on the pair of sneakers. She heard Chen Yuan from across the room inquire, How is it? Do the shoes fit well? Chen Yuqing nodded in affirmation. They fit perfectly. Your eye for detail is impressive. She was genuinely surprised that even the shoes fit so well and were remarkably comfortable. Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. It's not just about having a good eye. It's about skill with my hands, indicating my proficiency. His words carried a rather ambiguous tone. Chen Yuqing understood some of Chen Yuan's insinuations. With a shy smile, she expressed her gratitude. In any case, I must thank you. Chen Yuan teased her for a moment before approaching her to ensure she sat comfortably on the bed. He then crouched down, lifted her foot, and was about to assist her in removing her shoes. However, Chen Yuqing instinctively pulled her foot back. I'm fine. You can get up. No need to help me. Stay still, he commanded, his authoritative tone momentarily startling her. By the time she reacted, Chen Yuan had assertively removed her shoes and was attentively examining the wounds on her foot. All right, Let me help you a bit more, he said. No. It's really not necessary, she protested. Stay still, he reiterated. Chen Yuan felt a wave of shyness wash over her as she gazed at him. After a moment of silence, she suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, is the girl you mentioned who borrowed your pants also a survivor hiding in the school? Indeed. Chen Yuan replied without looking up. Chen Yuan nodded. Oh, that's good to know. She knows you. She has attended your class. Really? What's her name? Sun Zhenyu. Oh, it's her. I remember her too, Chen Yuan expressed, somewhat surprised. It's quite normal for students to remember their teachers. Yet considering the multitude of students a teacher has, it's not an easy task. Is that so? Yes, she left a profound impression because she is exceptionally beautiful. He said with a hint of disdain. Are these two women engaging in mutual flattery? Noticing Chen Yuan's silence, Chen Yuan pondered for a moment and inquired further. Is she your girlfriend? Chen Yuan shook his head. No, we merely hid together to avoid zombies. Oh, I see, Chen Yuan nodded. I remember she seems to have a boyfriend. It appears it isn't you. Upon reflection, that guy seems a bit taller than you. Chen Yuan's expression darkened. Thank you for the reminder. Fortunately, I'm still a little taller than you. Finding his reaction amusing, Chen Yuan felt he finally displayed a hint of youthful demeanor. She smiled and asked, do you like her? Chen Yuan, dismissive, replied, all right, put on your shoes. He then stood up and walked to the window to light a cigarette. Chen Yuan sat on the bed, gazing at him with a smile. It's quite normal to like someone. If I were a boy, I would like her too. Chen Yuan lifted a corner of the curtain to glance outside and remarked, Teacher, you haven't forgotten that we are still trapped here with the zombies, have you? Oh, my apologies. There's no need for apologies. Just take care of yourself. Chen Yuan extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand. To be honest, he was not preoccupied with such thoughts at the moment. There were numerous pressing matters that required his contemplation. Many had survived because of him, and he felt a profound sense of responsibility weighing upon his shoulders. Thus, he must meticulously plan for what lay ahead, leading those who placed their trust in him to survival, seeking refuge, or forging a new homeland. Moreover, the zombie virus within him remained a perpetual threat. He harbored concerns that one day he might lose control and succumb entirely to the infection. He wished to avoid such a fate. With a sigh, he turned to retrieve his backpack, filled with provisions that should suffice for 2 or 3 days. I might not return for a while, so please stay safe. Are you leaving? It always felt as though time sped by when he was around. The mere thought of his departure stirred an uncontainable sense of loss within her. Chen Yuan stepped down from the bed, picked up the helmet from the floor, and handed it to him. Well, survivors are not just you and me. There are still many tasks to be accomplished. Chen Yuan accepted the helmet, holding it at his waist, and smiled at her. Chen Yuan nodded gently, her right hand clasping her left arm. I understand. You must also prioritize your safety. Chen Yuan gestured an O with his hand and departed. After he exited, she secured the door and let out a heavy sigh. Another prolonged wait was about to begin. She wondered when he would return. Standing at the table, she organized the food that Chen Yuan had brought, her gaze reminiscent of a girlfriend admiring a gift from her boyfriend. What is wrong with me? Why am I anticipating his return? She muttered to herself while holding a box of yogurt, then returned to her bed, curling up in a ball. That infuriating little boy. She quietly grumbled, and then closed her eyes. Chapter 22. Do you have a girlfriend? Having left the West District, Chen Yuan rode his motorcycle directly to the dormitory building 15 in the East District. On the way, he stopped at a small shop next to the laboratory, filling 2 plastic bags with food. Throughout his journey, he carefully observed his surroundings, finding nothing suspicious. Upon reaching building 15, he opened the iron gate and ascended to the 3rd floor, where he found Yan Wei and Yang Yalan chatting at the entrance. When the 2 girls spotted him, they greeted him with cheerful smiles. Brother Yuan, hello? After their greeting, they noticed the 2 bags of food he was carrying. So much food. You managed to bring all this back by yourself? Their eyes widened in disbelief, and they exclaimed in awe. As the excitement bubbled over, they eagerly approached to assist him. Chen Yuan handed the 2 bags to them, smiling as he inquired, have you all had your meals? We have, they replied. What about you, Yuan Gu? I have as well, please take it inside. You are truly remarkable, Yuan Gu, exclaimed the 2 girls, their voices animated with curiosity. Just then, Yang Bin emerged from another dormitory, cheerfully greeting Chen Yuan. Yuan Gu, you're here. Chen Yuan responded with a simple acknowledgement, waving his hand to indicate that there was no need for such formality. Following yesterday's events, they had relocated from dormitory 307 to 308, with the former now securely housing Lu Yong and his companions. Gu Yan sat on a bed near the balcony, quietly singing. Upon realizing Chen Yuan's presence, she suddenly felt a bit flustered. Observing everyone engaging with him, she hesitated for a moment before joining them. Hello, Yuan Gu, she greeted, her voice melodious as she elongated each syllable slightly. Chen Yuan smiled back at her. asking, "Did you rest well yesterday?" She nodded gently, responding, "Yes, very well." "That is good to hear," he replied while removing his backpack. Wei Wei, you two can place the food on the table. Come over, Yangbin, sit here. I need to discuss a few matters with you all. The four quickly finished their tasks and settled around Chen Yuan. Yuan Gu, please go ahead, Yangbin said, his demeanor one of anticipation. The three girls also watched with eager expectation, waiting for Chen Yuan to speak. So, here is the situation, he began. The food I brought should last you about 2 days if consumed normally. In the future, I will try to bring more each time I visit. So you need not be overly frugal, understood? Upon hearing Chen Yuan's words, they comprehended the message clearly. However, they were acutely aware that there were 4 of them, and the amount of food they consumed would essentially equate to 4 times what Chen Yuan would eat. The mere fact that he was willing to bring food for them filled their hearts with immense gratitude. Now, with his encouragement to eat normally and not to be frugal, they found it difficult to accept such generosity without hesitation. After all, everyone knew the dangers involved in acquiring food. Exchanging glances among themselves, they collectively bowed their heads. Yangbin sincerely expressed, Yuan Gu, we are truly grateful for everything you have done for us. You see, we haven't really been able to help you much. Yet you continue to take risks for our sake. How can we feel right about that? The food you've brought can last us a long time. You need not go through such trouble for us. Yanwei added, indeed, Yuan Gu, what Xiao Bin said reflects our thoughts. If we can eat without concern and continue to watch you take risks for us, wouldn't that be lacking in conscience? Yang Yalan and Gu Yin wore similar expressions, genuinely worried for Chen Yuan. Observing their concern warmed Chen Yuan's heart. Before the emergence of zombies, he had few true friends, let alone individuals who cared for him. Surprisingly, amidst the chaos brought by the zombies, he found companionship in Yang Bin and the others. He smiled cheerfully, patted Yang Bin on the shoulder, and said, hearing you say this reassures me that my efforts are worthwhile. You need not worry. I understand the situation. Regarding food, you should not overthink it. Eat and drink as needed, for I have my own strategies. After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, I am contemplating finding a suitable stronghold for us to reside in long term. In due time, we will live together, and there will certainly be occasions where I will require your assistance. Chen Yuan's words seemed to weave an unattainable dream for everyone. Yang Bin and the others had never envisioned such a life. They had always believed that hiding here and waiting for rescue was sufficient. They hadn't even considered the possibility of no rescue arriving or the food running out. Consequently, their expressions turned complex after hearing Chen Yuan's remarks. Yang Yalan quietly inquired, Brother Yuan, are you suggesting that we won't be waiting for rescue here indefinitely? Chen Yuan nodded. Unless you truly do not wish to leave, then I would never force you. You may decide for yourselves. Besides, I have yet to devise a concrete plan for relocation. It is merely an idea at this point. I will follow you, Brother Yuan, Yang Bin stated without a hint of hesitation. Whatever you decide, I am on board. Gu Yin, looking at Chen Yuan, displayed no indecision on her pale face. I will also follow you. Seeing them one by one express their willingness, Chen Yuan hastily waved his hands. There is no need to rush. I have not even finalized the plan yet. It is still in its embryonic stage, just an outline. Once the plan is solidified, you can make your choices. Brother Yuan, do you think the rescue team will not come? Yan Wei's question stirred unease among those present. This was a concern that weighed heavily on each of their minds. Chen Yuan replied candidly, since the zombies appeared, I have attempted to contact the police. But to no avail. I believe we may not receive any rescue. While I cannot assert this with absolute certainty, what if help does not arrive? Therefore, I must prepare an alternative route, relocation. Seeing the silence that enveloped the group, Chen Yuan smiled to reassure them. There is no need to feel too disheartened. At least we still have food, which means we can survive. Even without rescue, we will find other means. Is that true, Brother Yuan? Yang Yalan gazed at him with teary eyes. Yes, truly. Rest assured. Chen Yuan felt as though he had transformed into a confidant sister. Subsequently, he encouraged each individual to share their thoughts, allowing for a collision of ideas that might yield brilliant insights. Chen Yuan inquired whether Yang Bin could drive, to which Yang Bin confidently replied that he was an experienced driver. With a knowing smile, Chen Yuan regarded him meaningfully. Yang Bin earnestly elaborated. I truly am an experienced driver. I began driving even before I had my license in my first year of high school. Yan Wei and Yang Yalan chuckled nearby. Brother Yuan, he has only recently shed his virginity. This experienced driver is not what you think, Yan Wei teased. Yang Bin, visibly embarrassed, exclaimed, couldn't you allow me to maintain some dignity in front of Brother Yuan? Laughter erupted among them. Chen Yuan then asked Lu Yong whether there were any safety concerns. Yang Bin reassured him, don't worry, it's a trivial matter that I can handle. With nothing else to discuss, Chen Yuan indicated his intention to leave. He mentioned that he would locate a suitable vehicle to drive over when the time came. reserving it for future use. Yang Bin agreed without hesitation. After shouldering his backpack, Gu Yin was playfully nudged by Yin Wei to stand beside Chen Yuan. Curiously, he observed the two of them and asked, "What's the matter? Do you need something?" Leaning against Gu Yin, Yin Wei squinted and asked Chen Yuan, "Brother Yuan, do you currently have a girlfriend?" Chen Yuan blinked, "Not at the moment." Upon hearing his response, Yin Wei became instantly excited, turning to Gu Yin to proclaim, "See, I told you. How would we know if we didn't?" He asked. "He is single. The rest is up to you, haha." With that, she dashed off to assist Yang Yalan in organizing the food, leaving Chen Yuan momentarily bewildered as he gazed at Gu Yin. Gu Yin, equally flustered, returned his gaze, her fair cheeks gradually tinged with a rosy hue. After a brief hesitation, she took Chen Yuan's hand and led him outside the dormitory, feeling the soft, warm touch of his palm. Looking down at their intertwined hands, Chen Yuan remarked, "It seems you are sweating." Gu Yin quickly released his hand, rubbing her palms together behind her back. Chen Yuan, she began. "Yes?" he responded. "Don't mind what Wei Wei said earlier. She was just being silly." "Oh, you mean that?" Chen Yuan nodded. "I understand." Gu Yin gazed at him with wide eyes, then turned her head away, adding, "Just make sure to stay safe." With that, she hurried back into the dormitory. Chen Yuan stood in the corridor, watching her slender figure retreat, and smiled before descending the stairs. After leaving Building 15, he checked his watch. There was still ample time. He resolved to remain on campus to see if he could find another operational vehicle. Thus, he rode his motorcycle directly to the underground parking lot adjacent to the East District Observatory. In contrast to the parking lot near the 4th teaching building in the West District, there were not many zombies here. Perhaps it was due to the fact that few students were present when the zombies initially appeared. Chen Yuan's mind wandered aimlessly as he meticulously searched the parking lot. Soon, he completed a thorough inspection, but regrettably, he found no vehicles with keys. Chen Yuan sighed. It was indeed more challenging than he had anticipated. Although he could rummage through the pockets of the zombies, the thought of doing so was unappealing. After taking a moment to smoke a cigarette to ease his frustration, he prepared to leave. However, as he passed by the entrance to a corridor, he suddenly noticed a tablecloth wedged in the door of a storage room, bearing the inscription SOS. Chapter 23. Once a rich second-generation, Chen Yuan stared at the tablecloth marked with SOS, furrowing his brow in confusion. Could it be that survivors were hidden within this storage room? Cautiously, he approached, but there was no sound from inside. After contemplating the situation, he decided to eliminate the nearby zombies to prevent any potential danger from within. He returned to the door and twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked from the inside. He gently knocked, asking if anyone was there, but received no response. Pressing his ear against the door, he repeated his inquiry twice more. Logically, someone must be inside to have managed to hang the SOS tablecloth in the first place. Faintly, he detected a foul odor emanating from the storage room. He knocked again, querying whether anyone was inside. At last, he heard a noise from within, as if something had fallen to the ground. Moments later, the door to the storage room opened slightly, releasing an overwhelming stench, a nauseating mix of excrement and urine. Chen Yuan gazed at the face hidden behind the door, momentarily taken aback, yet he steeled himself against the foul odor and pushed the door open to enter. Inside the dimly lit storage room, illuminated by flickering lights, stood a disheveled young man leaning against the wall, his frail form appearing on the verge of collapse. "Water, please," he rasped. The boy seemed to struggle even to remain standing, his hand barely lifting before it fell again. Without removing his helmet, Chen Yuan retrieved a bottle of water and a bag of bread from his backpack and handed them to him. The young man seemed to grasp at a lifeline, eagerly consuming the provisions. Chen Yuan stood motionless at the entrance, observing him with a hint of amusement. For the boy before him was none other than Su He, a super-rich second-generation student from the neighboring class. In their freshman year, he was known for cruising around campus in a Lamborghini, charming numerous girls. Chen Yuan distinctly remembered that just a day before the zombie outbreak, he had been watching a zombie-themed film during a public lecture when Su He had passed by. Flaunting his bravado in front of the girls, he proclaimed with conviction that for every zombie that appeared, he would obliterate them all. Unexpectedly, the very next day, zombies indeed manifested. However, given his current state, it seemed he had not vanquished many. Rather, he found himself ensnared by a horde of the undead. Observing his appearance, reminiscent of a suffering refugee, Chen Yuan felt a pang of poignancy. Regardless of one's previous wealth or status, the emergence of zombies compelled all to bow before the primal need for sustenance. Chen Yuan narrowed his eyes in contemplation. This fellow had once reveled in lavish parties within his grand mansion. The opulent surroundings might serve as an excellent sanctuary should they need to relocate. With this thought, he removed his helmet, the stench of excrement overwhelming his senses. "Su He," he called coldly. Su He, engrossed in devouring bread like a famished wretch, was oblivious to Chen Yuan's presence until he heard his name. Chen Yuan? His surprise was palpable, overshadowing Chen Yuan's own astonishment. You, cough. Chen Yuan grimaced at him. I recall someone claiming they could eradicate any number of zombies. Do you remember who made that proclamation? In his current predicament, Sui found no shame in refraining from rebuttal, continuing to chew his bread while muttering, "We're both alumni. Let us not dwell on that now." Very well. Chen Yuan lit a cigarette, the nicotine providing a modicum of relief. Let us discuss our escape from this place. Suhi's demeanor shifted, momentarily invigorated, only to quickly revert to despondency. Do you have a plan? His instinctual reaction was skepticism. He doubted that someone of Chen Yuan's former stature could devise a solution to their plight. Yet, observing Chen Yuan's attire and his ability to navigate from the parking lot to their current location, he pondered that perhaps this underdog possessed unexpected insights. Chen Yuan regarded him intently. Allow me to pose a few questions. Suhi looked bewildered. What questions? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Chen Yuan inquired. How far is your villa in the development zone from our school? What do you intend? Speak plainly if you wish to survive. Spare me the trivialities. Suhi bristled at Chen Yuan's tone, recalling a time when the latter would have never dared to address him thus. Alas, circumstances had irrevocably altered. The once marginalized individual now held provisions and the potential to aid in Suhi's escape. Suppressing his irritation, Suhi forced a grimace and replied, if traffic permits. We could arrive in under an hour. Chen Yuan nodded. What is the size of the villa? And pass me a cigarette. Suhi licked his lips, extending his hand. Chen Yuan tossed him a lighter and a cigarette. Stop dawdling and speak quickly. Suhi nodded repeatedly, estimating the area to be over 700 square meters, comprising a two-story building with a basement. After he lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, his expression reflected sheer enjoyment. Chen Yuan felt an overwhelming urge to strike him, but restrained himself. How many rooms are there on the first and second floors? He inquired. Suhi tilted his head in thought. Well, the first floor should have 4 bedrooms, while the second has 3. Chen Yuan calculated briefly and concluded that this would suffice to accommodate the people around him. Are you considering visiting my villa? Suhi's incredulous voice broke the silence. Yes, that is indeed my intention, but I require your guidance, Chen Yuan replied. Are you out of your mind? Suhi exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. Chen Yuan remained impassive. Do you still wish for food? Upon hearing this, Suhi eagerly extended his hand, exclaiming, do you have any left? Hurry, give me some. I've been living like a dog these past few days. Chen Yuan smiled. If you desire food, you must be willing to pay a price. Suhi's hand froze midair. You want me to leave this place and accompany you to my villa? With all those zombies lurking outside? Indeed. Suhi scoffed. That is utterly impossible. If I get bitten, it's game over. Reluctance clouded his expression. Facing the zombies outside felt akin to courting death. He preferred to endure in this filthy, stench-ridden place, placing his hopes on those who might come to rescue him. Chen Yuan shook his head. I do not intend to discourage you, but if you are waiting for a rescue team, it would be wise to abandon that hope. What do you mean? Suhi regarded him with suspicion. The outside world has ceased to exist. No one will come to save us. Remaining here will only lead to death. But venturing out offers a chance to survive. Impossible. Chen Yuan sighed, feigning regret, then continue waiting here. I shall take my leave. And I hope you do not regret your choice when hunger and thirst claim you. With that, he turned, feigning intent to open the door. Suhi called out to him immediately, swallowing hard. Could you leave me some food? Have you lost your senses? If you refuse to cooperate, why should I provide you with food? Chen Yuan shook his head, gripping the doorknob. Suhi called out again. How confident are you? 100%. Chen Yuan replied without hesitation. For him, eliminating the surrounding zombies and retrieving a vehicle to transport Suhi was a trivial task. Unless Suhi deliberately chose to court danger, which would be beyond Chen Yuan's control. After a moment of hesitation, Suhi finally spoke. All right, I will accompany you. Hand me your car keys. The Lamborghini near the exit is yours, correct? As he spoke, Chen Yuan tossed him a packet of crispy noodles. He took the package and eagerly tore it open, devouring its contents voraciously, then retrieved the car keys from his pocket and handed them to Chen Yuan. You wait here. I will knock on the door shortly for you to come out. Understood. After speaking with Suhi, Chen Yuan donned his helmet and exited the storage room. He cast a quick glance around. Although the number of zombies in the parking lot was not overwhelming, it would undoubtedly be too time-consuming and laborious for him to eliminate them all single-handedly. After some contemplation, Chen Yuan resolved to dispatch the zombies in several crucial locations, ensuring Suhi would face no danger while still experiencing the oppressive presence of the undead to prevent any uncontrollable actions on his part. Before commencing the cleanup, Chen Yuan decided to test drive the Lamborghini. Such a supercar was something he had never even dreamed of before the zombie outbreak. Holding the sleek, high-end car key in his hand, his emotions were complex. Once inside the vehicle, he examined the controls as if he were at a dealership, studying the various functions for quite some time. Having grasped the basic features, he took the Lamborghini for a spin around the parking lot, experiencing an unparalleled driving sensation. Leaning back in the seat, he contemplated the possibility of amassing more luxury cars like this in the future. After exiting the car, he began to eliminate some of the zombies in the parking lot. Before long, a variety of zombies lay sprawled on the ground. As he grew more adept with the baton in his hand, Chen Yuan decided that on his next pass by that area, he would collect a few more to provide for Yang Bin and the others. Standing in a corner of the parking lot, he surveyed the situation, which was aligning closely with his plan. He stowed the baton and carefully maneuvered the Lamborghini to a spot nearest the storage room, then disembarked to knock on the door. He cautiously opened the door a crack, peering out to see Chen Yuan seated in the car, ready to assist him. The nearby zombies were all down, and the ones in the distance had yet to notice him. Taking several deep breaths, He suddenly burst from the storage room and dashed to the car, shouting as he slammed the door, "Drive! Hurry!" Chapter 24. Coastal Wind Listening Villa District with a firm press on the accelerator. Chen Yuan propelled the Lamborghini towards the underground parking lot's exit. The surviving zombies in the vicinity were immediately drawn to the powerful sound waves. Turning to charge towards them, He gripped the handle beside him, roaring, "They're coming! Quick, go!" Chen Yuan's gaze darted between the front view and the rear view mirror, calmly maneuvering the steering wheel. The approaching zombies drew nearer, and at the moment of imminent collision, he veered the car to the right, narrowly escaping by brushing past one of the zombies' heads. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, his heart raced. He had never before experienced the act of driving into a person. He was uncertain whether the vehicle would sustain damage if he barreled through the horde of zombies. Thus, in his mind, unless there was no other choice, he preferred to avoid colliding with them. After exiting the underground parking garage, Chen Yuan pressed the accelerator further down. The engine roared as the speed surged with exhilarating acceleration. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed the central district, with zombies continuously rushing towards them, only to be cast aside. The haunting cries of the undead mingled with the rush of wind, creating an eerie symphony. He, terrified beside him, screamed incessantly, "Watch out! Look ahead, to the left!" As they neared the main gate of the southern district, Chen Yuan anxiously inquired, "Which way do we go after leaving the school?" He shouted back, "To the left." Chen Yuan nodded slightly, and the yellow Lamborghini tore through the ground like a streak of lightning, carving an enormous L shape. The zombies directly in front were abruptly struck by the veering car. One zombie, its bloodied face pressed against the right window, lingered for barely 2 seconds before being flung away. He let out a piercing scream from the other side of the window, his eyes wide in shock as he watched the zombie tumble across the ground, rolling farther away. Moments later, Chen Yuan's voice broke through the tension. Now what? What was originally a 1-hour journey had stretched into 2.5 hours due to the relentless pursuit of zombies and the congestion of the roads. He, gradually shedding his previous cowardice, now directed Chen Yuan with a cigarette in his mouth. "Just a bit further, cross that bridge, and we'll be there." Chen Yuan fixed his gaze ahead, acutely aware that as they drove further, the number of zombies dwindled. This observation suggested that this area could indeed serve as their new stronghold. As they approached the scene ahead, Chen Yuan discerned the name of the villa district after crossing the bridge. Was it called Linghai Tingfeng? Yes, drive in, keep going, and head uphill, He instructed. Chen Yuan navigated forward while surveying the surroundings. He was familiar with Linghai Tingfeng. It was reputed to be the most expensive housing development in the Jialing development zone, inhabited solely by the affluent, perhaps due to the sparse population of the wealthy or their limited time spent here. The number of zombies visibly decreased once they entered the villa district. Upon ascending the slope, only a few scattered zombies remained in the distance, trailing behind them. Continuing up the incline, they reached a fork, turning right, and then they would arrive. Suhi's voice grew increasingly animated. He was not oblivious. He had noticed much of what Chen Yuan had observed. More importantly, his mansion was situated at the highest point in the entire villa district, and he was the sole resident. This meant that as long as the zombies behind them did not fully catch up, they were safe. Next to his house, there would be no zombies in sight. If his memory served him correctly, it had been approximately 3 days since the zombies first appeared during his last visit. He had prepared an abundance of food at home for a gathering. Thus, upon his return, he could comfortably and safely await rescue within the confines of his own abode. However, given the limited provisions, the waiting time for 2 individuals would be halved, effectively doubling his chances of demise. No one's life is more precious than one's own. He could not allow such a fate to transpire. Therefore, he must eliminate Chen Yuan. Upon arrival, Suhi adeptly masked his expression, casually glancing back as he spoke. There were no zombies. It appeared they had been cast too far away to give chase. What splendid fortune! He inwardly scoffed, gradually devising a plan to dispose of Chen Yuan. With the threat of zombies eliminated, Chen Yuan became merely an inconsequential fool in his eyes. Following Su He's direction, Chen Yuan parked the Lamborghini in the garage. Su He stepped out and stood before the entrance, arms wide open, his demeanor radiating a sense of rejuvenation. He greedily inhaled the air of the surroundings, then feigned gratitude as he gestured for Chen Yuan to enter. "Come this way." Chen Yuan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, utterly astonished that Su He's villa was situated in such a location. It was as if a house had been erected atop a hill. More importantly, within visible distance, there were no signs of zombies. This was nothing short of a dreamlike sanctuary, the perfect stronghold. Chen Yuan felt elated. With this, there was hope for survival for everyone. As he followed Su He into the living room, Chen Yuan was immediately awestruck by the opulence surrounding him. A grand, European-style chandelier hung from the ceiling, which soared over 3 meters high. The array of furniture and layout was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Su He regarded Chen Yuan with a sense of disdain. A fool remained a fool, forever. Yet, his face maintained a congenial smile. "Don't just stand there, Chen Yuan. Please, make yourself comfortable. We are safe now. I will pour us both a drink." He pointed towards the sofa before turning towards the bar. Chen Yuan nodded and settled onto the sofa. The soft, luxurious texture enveloped him, and he felt that if he closed his eyes for a moment, he would quickly drift into slumber. A cursory glance revealed that besides the bar, the expansive hall contained a billiard table and a DJ booth. The array of accompanying amenities gave the impression of stepping into an upscale lounge. Su He rummaged through the bar and inquired, "Would you prefer whiskey or vodka?" Chen Yuan contemplated for a moment. He had never tasted either of the two wines and was utterly uncertain regarding his choice. Moreover, he needed to drive back to school shortly and did not wish to jeopardize his safety due to alcohol. "Just a glass of ice water will suffice," he declared. "Perhaps a bit of red wine then. The 2002 Lafite is quite low in alcohol content, so there is no need for concern." "Very well," Su He acquiesced. Having been in peril for an extended period, he found himself unexpectedly relaxing in this safe and comfortable environment, a realization that eluded him. Su He swiftly retrieved a glass of red wine from the cabinet and poured himself a measure of vodka. After handing the red wine to Chen Yuan, he raised his glass in a rather disingenuous toast. "I never anticipated returning alive. I owe it all to you, Chen Yuan. This toast is for you." Chen Yuan, taken aback by Su He's demeanor, felt somewhat out of place, but reasoned that given their recent harrowing experience, it was best not to dwell on it. He took a sip of the red wine, his first encounter with such an exquisite vintage, and was at a loss for words. It was undeniably a unique experience. Su He downed a generous gulp of vodka, emitting a satisfied hiss, clearly reveling in the moment. He shook his head in delight, proclaiming, "This is absolutely exhilarating. There has never been a better time for vodka than now." He gestured for Chen Yuan to follow him. "Come, allow me to familiarize you with this place. We have everything we could desire here, so let us await rescue and comfort." Chen Yuan trailed behind Su He into the depths of the hall. Their first sight was a transparent glass wall enclosing a small swimming pool. Beyond the pool lay a compact fitness area. Continuing along the path, he noticed 4 uniquely designed bedrooms on the right. At the far end, a small cinema awaited. The entire journey left Chen Yuan in a state of awe, his senses overwhelmed. The world of the affluent was indeed beyond his comprehension. A residence that seemed to belong only to the realm of television was now his reality. Instead of descending to the basement, Su He led him directly to the second floor. There, they entered an expansive living room seamlessly connected to a large open kitchen. To the left, a standalone glass room featured a grand piano, its value apparent at first glance due to its opulent stature. Other directions also revealed bedrooms, each with distinct layouts. Su He invited Chen Yuan into the master bedroom on the second floor. The spacious room boasted vast floor-to-ceiling windows that faced the sun. From this vantage point, one could gaze upon the entirety of the coastal villa area and the picturesque Jialing Bay at dusk. The setting sun cast a crimson hue across the clouds, creating a breathtaking panorama. Chen Yuan stood mesmerized by the enchanting scene before him, feeling an unexpected sense of intoxication wash over him. "What is happening?" he thought, rubbing his forehead and blinking. Suddenly, he noticed Su He's reflection in the floor-to-ceiling windows ahead. A faint smile seemed to dance upon his elusive visage. Chen Yuan was taken aback, instinctively turning around to find Su He standing before him, wineglass in hand, gazing intently at him. It suddenly dawned on him that his previous sensation was not one of intoxication, but rather a disorienting dizziness, growing ever more acute. The red wine he had just consumed was the culprit. He clutched his head, his legs growing weak, his entire body swaying unsteadily. Stammering, he managed to utter, "Su He, you." Su He tilted his head back, blinking, his tone having shifted entirely. "So what do you think?" The scenery here is quite splendid, isn't it? Chen Yuan vigorously shook his head, the vertigo intensifying, leaving him increasingly feeble. He attempted to speak, but found his tongue difficult to control. What did you add to the red wine? He grasped the floor-to-ceiling window, striving to maintain his footing. His thoughts were unraveling in his mind, and he struggled to contemplate his next course of action. Chapter 25. No life is more important than mine. He took another generous sip of vodka from his glass. He did not directly answer Chen Yuan's question. Instead, he remarked, I genuinely wish to express my gratitude. Thanks to you, I am able to return here. He chuckled, shaking his head. I believe there is a certain fate that binds us, wouldn't you agree? Chen Yuan's breaths grew heavier as he fixed his gaze on Su He, demanding, what exactly are you planning? Su He continued to smile. You know, this world has always been unfair. I learned that lesson early in life, and I have adhered to it ever since. Of course, each of us has our own way of surviving. What on earth is this man saying? Chen Yuan's hearing began to fail him, and the situation was becoming perilous. He needed to find a way to regain his clarity, but how could he achieve that? Su He remained there, muttering to himself, my way of survival is to be the heir of a prominent family, what you might call a wealthy second generation. From the moment I was born, my family instilled in me a certain truth. I am a privileged individual, destined to be the heir, able to attain whatever I desire. Hence, others are inconsequential. Only I matter. Only I stand above all. Chen Yuan could gradually no longer discern Su He's words, shaking his head in a desperate attempt to regain some lucidity. Yet, the dizziness only intensified. Suddenly, a plan formed in his mind. If he could push Su He aside and dash to the swimming pool on the first floor, then plunge into the water, it might restore his senses. The more he contemplated this strategy, the more feasible it seemed. He attempted to move, but discovered that his legs could scarcely support him. He was incapable of walking. Su He sighed mournfully. A loser will always be a loser. Yet, although you are but a loser, my intentions were never to harm you. It's just that with the emergence of zombies, everything has changed. If you were to live, it would only diminish my chances of survival. He paused. Thus, you must die? Well, that is essentially the crux of the matter. Chen Yuan, already feeling dizzy, found his legs gradually bending beneath him. Struggling to lift his head, he muttered, you bastard. In his wavering vision, Su He also bent down, locking his gaze onto Chen Yuan's eyes. Have you seen the third installment of Kill the Wolf? It's the film where Louis Koo plays the man rescuing his daughter. Noticing Chen Yuan's lack of response, he continued. There is a concept in that film that resonates with me deeply. The value of a person's life is not uniform. For instance, a nobody like you holds no worth. Should you vanish from this world, no one would be affected, and life would proceed as normal. However, a person like me, an heir to a conglomerate's lifeblood, my existence holds significantly more value. Many will be impacted by my actions in the future. He shrugged. Therefore, there is no need for that look. Sacrificing your insignificant life for my survival is quite justifiable. He reached out and patted Chen Yuan's shoulder. I'm astonished you've managed to endure this long without completely losing consciousness from the effects of the wine. Well then, let us gaze upon the final scenery of your life. This is my farewell gift to you. As he spoke, he gestured towards the floor-to-ceiling window behind Chen Yuan. The sun had finally dipped below the horizon, the faint red glow fading as night silently descended. The entire seaside villa community appeared to be gradually engulfed by an unending darkness. Chen Yuan gasped for breath, laboriously placing his right hand on the handle of the baton. He was left with no choice. His trembling hand gripped the handle tightly. Su He's voice rang out once more, not looking. Then I shall make my move. No sooner had the words left his lips than he swung the half-full vodka glass toward Chen Yuan's head. The shattering of glass startled Chen Yuan. She glanced at the broken glass of the water cup she had accidentally shattered, letting out a regretful sigh. Ah, how clumsy of me. She chastised herself while retrieving a broom and dustpan from the balcony to clean up, her heart growing heavier with each sweep. This was a cup that Chen Yuan had once secretly gifted her. He had told Chen Yuan, it's not good for girls to drink from a plastic bottle every day, nor to consume sugary beverages constantly. So here is this cup for you. While there's still electricity, remember to boil water for yourself. Staring at the shards of glass in the dustpan, she sighed heavily again. Although it was not an expensive cup, in a world now plagued by zombies, even the most trivial items had become exceedingly precious, especially since this cup held Chen Yuan's concern within it. Pouting her cheeks in frustration, Sun Zhenyu tidied up the scene before wandering to the door, gazing into the distance in a daze. This had become a habit she developed after settling down here with Chen Yuan. Each day unfolds in a similar manner. One person quietly gazes at the sunset while counting sheep, awaiting Chen Yuan's return. If fortune smiles upon her, she may count to around 1,000 before he arrives. Should luck be unkind, the counting could stretch on for ages, accompanied by the gnawing worry for his safety. How many sheep must she count today before he comes back? Moreover, she has shattered the cup he gifted her. Will he be angry? Chen Yuan pressed her hands against her face, lost in a flurry of thoughts. Since they began living together, their relationship has been evolving rapidly, growing ever more intricate and ambiguous. Often, she finds it challenging to comprehend her own feelings. Those moments occurred so naturally. Cuddling to sleep, watching films together, helping him wash his back, preparing breakfast, and donning the attire he adores. What then? Should she classify their relationship as? She finds herself utterly incapable of defining it. She cannot help but ponder whether her feelings for Chen Yuan stem solely from their mutual reliance in the struggle for survival in a world on the brink. Or perhaps she sighed softly, shaking her head gently. Her heart felt tumultuous. The only certainty she possessed was that Chen Yuan's embrace was warm, and being enveloped in it instilled a profound sense of security. She exhaled softly, stretching her body languidly. The night-esque curtain was descending from the horizon. Leaning against the doorframe, she spoke gently. Chen Yuan, the sun has set. Darkness approaches. Where are you? When shall you return? Suddenly, the baton in her right hand slipped from her grasp. A sharp pain surged through her head, blood trickling down, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in her ears. Chen Yuan collapsed to the ground, his body limp like a puddle of mud. You truly have some spirit. Chen Yuan, still contemplating escape? Suhi observed him with keen interest. This was a rare specimen. Had it been one of the girls he typically dealt with, they would have fainted long ago. Chen Yuan's breath grew erratic as he propped himself up with his left hand, struggling to retrieve the baton with his right. Suhi crouched down, mockery lacing his tone. Oh, you still intend to use that against me? TSK, TSK. He pointed at Chen Yuan's head. Come now, I'll grant you a chance. After all, you did save me. Aim for here. With the baton trembling in his grip, Chen Yuan's consciousness blurred. He fought to swing the baton, which Suhi effortlessly blocked. The weapon clattered to the ground, and Suhi delivered a punch to Chen Yuan's face. As he twisted his neck and shook out his hands, he mused. I recall you mentioning something about the cost of obtaining what one desires, correct? Chen Yuan nodded vigorously. Yes, indeed, there must be a price. Suhi continued, picking up the fallen baton and aiming a blow at Chen Yuan's head. You demand a price? Who do you even think you are? You're nothing but a worthless loser, do you get it? You'll always be that pathetic nobody for the rest of your life. Your existence means absolutely nothing at all. It would be your only honor to lay down your life for me, understand? Wretch, no one's life matters more than mine. With every insult he spat out, he struck harder and harder. Amid his frenzied shouts and abuse, Chen Yuan's responses grew fainter by the second. Large swathes of blood quickly soaked the entire carpet. His head had been brutally bashed open, covered in blood and wounds. He lay motionless on the cold floor, lifeless. Disgusting. Utterly revolting. Suhi tossed aside the baton in his hand and slumped down onto the nearby sofa. Staring at Chen Yuan's lifeless body, his face twisted with revulsion. After catching his breath for a moment, he stood up, cracked his neck, and slowly headed downstairs. 11,485 sheep. Sun Zhenyu jolted awake in a cold panic from her nightmare. She had dreamed that Chen Yuan was dead. She blinked in utter disbelief. Fresh tears still streaking down her cheeks. Tilting her head slightly upward, she saw the faint pale glow of dawn painting the distant sky. Daybreak had come. She slid down to sit on the floor by the doorframe, still reeling from the terrifying dream. The night before, she stood right here, watching the sunset and counting sheep, waiting for Chen Yuan to come home. Yet the sky had turned pitch black, and Chen Yuan never returned. She told herself he must have run into some delays and would be home soon. So she kept gazing up at the night sky, counting sheep as she waited. 1,000 sheep, 2,000 sheep, 3,000 sheep, 4,000 sheep. She counted all the way to 5,462. It was already past 11 o'clock at night. Still, there was no sign of Chen Yuan. Dark, anxious thoughts began to swirl in her mind, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She cried for a long while before calming down little by little, wiping away her tears. She comforted herself that Chen Yuan was safe, that if she kept waiting, he would surely come back. She waited on, continuing to count sheep. Eventually, she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When she opened her eyes again, morning had arrived, and Chen Yuan was still nowhere to be found. Terrifying dread churned wildly in her mind. She staggered unsteadily to her feet, gripping the doorframe for support. Her lips parted tremblingly. After a moment, a soft, tearful whisper drifted far away on the wind. Chen Yuan, please come back to me. Chapter 26. Devour flashback to 11 hours earlier. Chen Yuan lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Blunt, heavy impacts kept slamming into his head, the dull sensation lingering in his shattered skull. Yet all sense of pain had long faded away. Thick, warm blood trickled down from his temples. The deranged shouts of Su-he echoed faintly in his ears. His fading consciousness was on the verge of vanishing completely. His body, fully paralyzed and powerless to move, began to grow scaldingly hot from within. The familiar pangs of hunger gradually surged within him, soon followed by a bloodthirsty impulse akin to a tsunami. He was finally on the verge of becoming a zombie. As consciousness slipped away, the last echo was the fading footsteps of Su-he. Chen Yuan's eyes remained fixed ahead, his pupils slowly dilating. The vital signs of his humanity swiftly dissipated, engulfed entirely by darkness. Time transformed into an endless river, flowing languidly. The scent of blood pervaded the room, unnoticed by anyone. Chen Yuan's right index finger twitched in the pool of blood. Moments later, his eyeballs shifted from white to black, the pupils morphing into a vivid crimson hue. Veins of blood clung to the black sclera, connecting to the pupils. His mangled head, resembling a scene of post-disaster reconstruction, was undergoing an astonishing healing process. On the first floor, Su-he poured himself another glass of vodka from the cabinet, his spirits buoyed. Not only had he escaped that repugnant storage room, but he had also returned to his sanctuary. All that remained was to relish his surroundings while awaiting rescue. He closed his eyes, savoring the taste of vodka, then turned to descend into the basement, a place he had not shared with Chen Yuan, for it harbored his unspeakable secrets. Though referred to as a basement, its opulence was akin to that of the floors above. The scent of wealth lingered, yet the decor diverged completely, exuding a dark and fantastical ambience. Entering the basement hall posed no issue. Aside from the usual sofas, 2 rows of 5-seat computers lined the center, likely used for gaming sessions with friends. Venturing further into the corridor revealed a starkly different sight. A massive square iron cage adorned with various torture implements. And a long table in the corner equipped with a 6-screen monitor, displaying every movement around the villa. Su-he approached, caressing each monitor with his fingers, emitting sounds of pleasure. Little did anyone know, he was a perverse individual with a penchant for the macabre. Here, he had tortured and dismembered numerous animals, live-streaming his gruesome exploits on a private website. Today, with Chen Yuan as an exquisite new subject, he was determined to make the most of the opportunity. Although the thrill would be diminished since Chen Yuan was already deceased, it was still a remarkable experience, as he had never before laid hands on a human. With this thought, excitement coursed through him, causing his entire being to tremble. He downed his vodka in one gulp and turned to prepare the cameras and equipment. Once everything was ready, he retrieved a handgun he had acquired through special channels 2 years prior from a concealed compartment. Upon confirming the magazine was full, he secured the handgun on his person, lit a cigarette, and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor with eager anticipation. After navigating the corner of the staircase, he crossed the 2nd floor living room and arrived at the master bedroom. There, he halted at the threshold, bewildered. Furrowing his brow, he stared in disbelief at the pool of blood before him. The body of Chen Yuan was nowhere to be found. Curiosity piqued, he approached the bloodstain, cautiously peering ahead. It was no illusion, only blood remained. Where could the corpse have gone? Was there someone else in the house? How could that be? Had a zombie stealthily hidden itself within? Such a notion was implausible. He was well aware of the security of this residence. An ordinary person could not manage it. His brow furrowed deeper, his mood plummeting to despair. A chilling presence enveloped him from behind, and myriad thoughts raced through his mind. He turned, intending to ascertain if anyone else lingered within the house. Yet, he froze once more. Chen Yuan stood before him, head tilted. His black eyes now bore red pupils, and the shattered skull he had inflicted was entirely healed. Streaks of blood still marked his face, devoid of expression, merely staring vacantly at Su-he. Time froze momentarily in the exchange of their gazes. Then, the cigarette but slipped from his lips. Su-he instinctively believed he was hallucinating. He blinked. A sudden dread akin to plummeting into an abyss enveloping him. The thought that the figure before him was no longer human took root in his mind with alarming swiftness. In a frenzy, he drew the pistol from his waist, raising it just as the safety was still engaged. In a flash, something darted across his field of vision. The next moment, he beheld his hand, gun in tow, soaring through the air. A chilling sensation lingered in his neural pathways for an instant. The severed end felt as though a breeze had swept through. Clutching his mutilated right arm, he began to howl in agony. Chen Yuan continued to gaze at him, head tilted, devoid of emotion. Su-he was overwhelmed by pain, nearly incapacitated by it. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he sprinted toward the staircase. However, barely 2 steps into his flight, he heard a muffled thud. It was the sound of flesh being pierced by a hard object. Just as his left foot touched the ground, he gasped in disbelief, glancing down in horror. Before he could utter another word, his life abruptly ceased. He stiffly turned his head, examining the object clutched in his grasp, as if lost in contemplation, his mind numbed for 2 seconds. It felt as though he had entered a prolonged dream. A woman, presumably his mother, gently stroked his head, her features obscured by a hazy light. Her touch was tender, imbued with warmth and affection. She whispered, "Child, you must survive." The peculiar scene began to tremble restlessly. Fragments of unfamiliar memories flickered uncontrollably. Moments later, tranquility enveloped everything. "Chen Yuan, please come back." A voice seemed to beckon from the shadows. His fragmented consciousness slowly began to reassemble. His body gradually regained sensation. Who? The awareness intensified, and his mind grew clearer. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The morning light momentarily disoriented him. He quickly propped himself up from the ground, as though he had been holding his breath underwater for too long. Bending over, he gasped for air, taking deep, labored breaths. After some time, he felt himself gradually recovering. Then, he noticed an odd sensation in his hand. Lowering his gaze, he blinked repeatedly as the blurry images in his field of vision slowly came into focus. Subsequently, the vast pool of congealed blood reflected back at him. Chen Yuan was startled, instinctively recoiling. He breathed heavily for a while before managing to calm himself. He began to recall the events that had transpired. Exiting the East District parking lot, he had returned to this villa with Su He, consumed the drugged red wine. And then Su He had attacked him. Right. He quickly reached up to rub his head, finding it intact. He was alive, and his wounds had healed. But what about Su He? What had happened afterward? Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in his mind. He closed his eyes and tugged at his hair. Disjointed images began racing through his thoughts. He remembered certain things. I killed Su He. Then, he exhaled forcefully, his eyes widening in disbelief. Before him lay the already dried pool of blood. Chen Yuan scrambled to the bathroom, opening his mouth over the toilet as he was overtaken by uncontrollable vomiting. He heaved for an extended period, eventually collapsing on the floor, leaning against the toilet, utterly spent. He tilted his head back against the wall, his gaze vacant. The situation became clearer, yet he still found it hard to accept. Dazed, he stumbled out of the bathroom, and, following Su He's earlier instructions, rummaged through the kitchen for food. As he ate, he pondered. What had happened could not be changed. He could only strive to avoid dwelling on it. Moreover, none of this should have occurred. It was Su He's own folly in attempting to poison him that led to this outcome. He took a large gulp of water, letting out a heavy sigh. Ultimately, it was his own carelessness that had allowed him to trust someone like Su He. Chen Yuan mentally berated himself for being so foolish. At the same time, he realized more profoundly that he could never again trust anyone so easily. To survive in this world, he must become more ruthless. If not for the inexplicable changes occurring within his own body, he would have perished long ago. Chen Yuan bit into the bread in his hand, chewing with fervor. From this moment forth, he intended to seize everything that belonged to Su He. After satiating his hunger and thirst, he glanced at his watch. It was nearly 7 o'clock. Had he truly succumbed to a deep slumber for an entire night since his zombification? As this thought crossed his mind, he slowly rose from the chair and caught sight of the electronic clock hanging on the wall nearby. Squinting in confusion, he blinked forcefully. He had not misread the time. It had been a full 2 days since he had arrived at Su He's villa. His eyes widened in alarm as Sun Zhengyu's smile gradually resurfaced in his mind. This is disastrous. She must think something has happened to me. Chen Yuan struck his forehead with his hand, seized the baton and handgun from the floor, and dashed down the stairs. Chapter 27. I have returned. Throughout his journey back, anxiety gnawed at Chen Yuan's heart. During his time living with Sun Zhenyu, he had never failed to return home at night. Even when delayed, he had always managed to make it back. However, this time, due to the unforeseen incident at Su He's villa, he had been unable to return for 2 consecutive nights. The thought of Sun Zhenyu possibly acting recklessly filled him with dread. With this in mind, he pressed the accelerator deeper. The yellow Lamborghini transformed into a streak of lightning, weaving through the zombie-infested streets. Without Su He in the car, the number of attracted zombies diminished significantly. Most were merely drawn by sound, taking a few hesitant steps before quickly falling behind. He sped into the university district, parking near the cafeteria to avoid attracting too many zombies with the car's noise. Then, he sprinted back to dormitory building 9 on foot. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he spotted Chen Yuan from a distance, curled up and leaning against the dormitory doorframe. Her demeanor one of utter despondency, her face etched with exhaustion. They nearly simultaneously recognized each other, locking gazes in a profound silence. As if time itself had been momentarily paused, Sun Zhengyu's mouth slightly parted, tears welling in her eyes, her eyelids fluttering gently. In her blurred vision, Chen Yuan's figure drew nearer. She thought she was hallucinating, merely tilting her head to observe him quietly. It was not until Chen Yuan rushed over and enveloped her in his arms that the familiar warmth and scent dispelled her doubts, gradually revealing that this was not a dream. She lifted her arms, slowly tightening her embrace around Chen Yuan. I counted 26,792 sheep, she cried, before biting her lip and closing her eyes, allowing her tears to flow unabated. That feeling was akin to a suffocated heart, suddenly resuming its rhythm. Chen Yuan held her tightly in his embrace. I'm sorry. Apologies, but I must clarify that Sun Zhenyu nestled her head against Chen Yuan's shoulder, murmuring, Is it really you, Chen Yuan? Am I not dreaming? It is I. I have finally returned. Your embrace is so warm. I feel so sleepy. The soft whispers of the young girl filled the air, and as tears streamed down her face, she succumbed to slumber on Chen Yuan's shoulder. Heart aching. Chen Yuan gently lifted her from the ground. She felt as light as a feather. Leaning down, he observed her tear-streaked face, which slowly began to reveal a faint smile. With a soft exhale, he turned and carried her into the dormitory. Throughout Sun Zhenyu's slumber, Chen Yuan remained seated at the bedside, watching her. He found himself perplexed by his emotions. All he knew was that witnessing Sun Zhenyu in such a state had pierced his heart, filling him with profound sorrow. He had never anticipated that a woman like her would wait for him, concerned for him. What does such a feeling even signify? He tenderly caressed Sun Zhenyu's face, gazing at her in rapture. Even in sleep, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Chuckling softly, he turned and began to smoke. He wondered if this girl had managed to stay awake for 2 days without rest. Fortunately, she had not yet done anything reckless. As he smoked, his thoughts wandered. The next priority was to figure out how to transport this group to the Linhai Listening Wind Villa area. After a brief calculation, he noted that excluding Tong Xia, they were a total of 7 people, including himself. This meant that the previous 7-seater van would suffice to transport everyone. However, this would entail driving around the school to gather them, which would inevitably attract the attention of many zombies, posing unavoidable dangers. Thus, it was essential to transport them in batches. Moreover, the distance from the school to the Linhai Listening Wind Villa was considerable. Chen Yuan felt uneasy about leaving either Sun Zhenyu or Chen Yuqing alone in the villa. He decided to first send Yangbin and the other 3 over. After all, having 4 people in the villa would provide mutual support in case of any unforeseen events. Additionally, Yangbin was quite reliable. It all depended on their willingness. If this plan could be executed, Chen Yuan could load the vehicle with supplies in advance, transport the 4 of them, and then return to gather the remaining 2 individuals one by one. This approach would significantly enhance the safety of the entire operation. Furthermore, if he could also gather some sturdy clothing outside the school beforehand, the plan would be foolproof. As he contemplated the prospect of everyone soon living safely together in that villa, Chen Yuan's spirits lifted. Just as he lit his 6th cigarette, he heard Sun Zhenyu's drowsy voice from behind him. Chen Yuan? Ah, you are finally awake. Chen Yuan turned, smiling at her. Am I truly not dreaming? Sun Zhenyu's gaze remained somewhat dazed. Chen Yuan reached out and pinched her cheek. She immediately exclaimed, Ah. Chen Yuan chuckled, reassuring her, Do not worry. This is not a dream. It is indeed real. She murmured softly, then widened her eyes to gaze at Chen Yuan, saying, Come closer. Chen Yuan approached with a puzzled expression. A bit closer. What are you planning to do? Chen Yuan leaned down, his mind wandering if she intended to bestow a tender kiss upon him in gratitude for his safe return. Just as this thought flitted through his mind, he found Sun Zhenyu's arms wrapping around his neck, pulling him into her embrace. I could strangle you, you big liar. You promised to return on time. How could you do this to me? Do you know how hard I waited? You scoundrel. I haven't slept well at all waiting for you. You have no idea how worried and scared I was. Her voice gradually broke into sobs. Chen Yuan, promise me you won't leave me alone again, okay? All right, I promise. Chen Yuan replied. Later, he learned that Sun Zhenyu had scarcely consumed anything other than a little water over the past 2 days. To make up for her nutritional deficiencies, he retrieved a variety of delightful foods from his supplies, urging her to eat heartily. Are you foolish? Just because I'm not around doesn't mean you should neglect your meals. If you starve yourself, it will only complicate matters. Sun Zhenyu shook her head while gnawing on a chicken leg. I don't care. If you don't come back, I might as well starve. Chen Yuan was at a loss for words, thinking how vacuous she was. I don't mind. Sun Zhenyu proudly lifted her chin. Reaching for the soup Chen Yuan had prepared for her, she gently blew on the steam and cautiously sipped the broth. It's incredible. Your noodles are delicious. Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand, watching her slurp the noodles, feeling as though he were observing a famished little kitten. If it's good, eat as much as you like. There's plenty. Sun Zhenyu shot him a glance. No way. Once I finish this, that's enough. Otherwise, I'll gain too much weight. Chen Yuan sighed again, bemused by her concerns about weight at such a time. Of course, the pursuit of beauty is an unending quest for women. All right, whatever you say is right. After some idle chatter, Sun Zhenyu began to inquire about the events of the past few days. Chen Yuan briefly recounted his experiences, explaining how he had unexpectedly encountered a wealthy heir in the East District. After rescuing him, he learned of a villa and thought it could serve as a refuge. They went together to the heiress villa, only to be drugged and nearly killed. And then, did you kill him? Yes, I did, Chen Yuan sighed. Such experiences are unfathomable unless one has lived them. The feelings are indescribable. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that he had taken another life. He was uncertain whether his actions would create a rift or even instill fear in Sun Zhenyu. Do you think I am too cruel? Foolish boy, Sun Zhenyu pouted. That person is a villain. You saved him, yet he still wishes to harm you. How could one label you as cruel? You had no choice in the matter. Besides, allowing such a person to live would only lead to further harm. What you have done is, in fact, a means of saving others, wouldn't you agree? Chen Yuan gazed at her, momentarily stunned. Do you truly believe that? Of course. Isn't it logical? Yes, yes, he nodded earnestly. The sight of this beautiful and kind-hearted girl never failed to astonish him, inexplicably soothing his heart. Subsequently, Chen Yuan elaborated on the magnificent mansion, skillfully omitting any mention of the gruesome events. Sun Zhenyu listened with rapt anticipation, her expression reflecting a yearning to move in immediately. Does it really have a swimming pool? Indeed. How wonderful. I can't wait to go. Chen Yuan chuckled, reassuring her, rest assured. Once I have everything arranged, we shall go together. After lunch, Chen Yuan initially intended to consult Yang Bin regarding the relocation. However, Sun Zhenyu adamantly insisted he stay at home, declaring that he must remain there today and could resume his normal activities tomorrow. With no other option, Chen Yuan capitulated. The entire afternoon was spent in the company of Sun Zhenyu, watching movies as she rested her head on his lap, their laughter echoing throughout the room. I wonder what films they show in the cinema of that villa. I believe films from the island nation should be permissible. Go to hell. After dinner, Sun Zhenyu pushed Chen Yuan into the bathroom for a shower. Halfway through, as was his custom, he called her in to help scrub his back. After a while, he heard her say, Chen Yuan, don't you feel like you've gotten a bit stronger? Feeling the sensation on his back, Chen Yuan blinked. I hadn't noticed. Why? It seems your shoulder and back muscles have become firmer. Really? Perhaps I've been exercising more lately? That's a good thing. Could you help me wash the front? He turned around after speaking. Sun Zhenyu observed the well-defined contours of his abs and chest, her eyes filled with confusion. I recall that last time you showered. Your chest and abs were not this pronounced. Chapter 28. This time I forgive you. Chen Yuan's mind was awash with vivid imagery, rendering him indifferent to Sun Zhengyu's observations. You needn't worry about that. Just help me wash here. Sun Zhenyu shot him a glare and began to assist him slowly. However, after just a few strokes, she suddenly felt something tremble in her palm. Her eyes widened, and when she realized something was amiss, it was too late to dodge. Chen Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered his gaze to her. Sun Zhenyu tightly closed her eyes, her expression a mixture of shame and indignation. Ah, Chen Yuan, are you trying to drive me to madness? After emerging from the restroom, Sun Zhenyu washed her face several times, all the while casting resentful glances at Chen Yuan throughout the evening. The mere recollection of the recent events made her wish she could unleash her fury upon him. Despite her repeated attempts to cleanse her face, she felt as if remnants of that incident still clung to her skin. Chen Yuan sat at a distance, holding a cigarette he dared not light, occasionally stealing glances in her direction. Shun, the beautiful lady, I truly did not mean to. I simply couldn't control myself, I swear. Sun Zhenyu ignored him. After finishing her grooming, she retreated into her bed alone. You can sleep on the other bed tonight, she said coldly, pulling the covers over her head. Chen Yuan quickly tossed aside the cigarette, exclaiming, that would be unfortunate. He hastily turned off the light and, with audacity, joined her under the covers. I fear you might have a restless night and suffer from nightmares if left alone, he added, gently poking her shoulder. Don't be angry. Leave me alone, you're annoying. Chen Yuan playfully embraced her from behind. All right, let's sleep, just sleep. Sun Zhenyu feebly attempted to extricate herself, but soon acquiesced, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Every time Chen Yuan held her like this, she felt enveloped in warmth and security, as if he possessed some kind of magic. The chaotic thoughts in her mind gradually settled, and a sweet drowsiness began to envelop her. How infuriating! Yet I find myself utterly helpless against him. She bit her lip in frustration, silently reprimanding herself for succumbing to his embrace without resistance. Surely, sleeping with someone was more comforting? The sound of Chen Yuan's steady breathing resonated behind her. She puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, Humph, seeing your earnest demeanor, I shall forgive you this time. As soon as the words left her lips, she felt Chen Yuan's fingers tickling her waist. Ah, what are you doing? Oh, that tickles. You're so annoying. Thank you, Shun, for your gracious forgiveness, he chuckled. Oh no, I was wrong. Help, I surrender. After a struggle, She finally grasped Chen Yuan's hand. Why are you so mischievous? No more antics. Let us just sleep. All right. The two lay in silence for a moment in the darkness. Sun Zhenyu curled her legs and asked, Chen Yuan, are you asleep? Not yet. What's the matter? The day you left, I accidentally broke the cup you gave me. Did you hurt yourself? Sun Zhenyu paused, taken aback by his immediate concern for her well-being. A warmth spread through her heart as she blinked in the dark. Of course. I'm fine, but the cup is shattered. Chen Yuan exhaled in relief. As long as you're all right. I'll get you a more durable one in a couple of days. Huh? You're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Time for sleep. Go to sleep, then. The following day, as Chen Yuan stood before the mirror, he was suddenly reminded of the words spoken by Sun Zhenyu the previous night during their shower. It dawned upon him that it was not merely her illusion. His body had indeed undergone a transformation. How could this be? He gazed in bewilderment at the defined muscles of his chest and abdomen, as if he had inexplicably spent a year at the gym. Tentatively, he clenched his fist, sensing an increase in strength, though he questioned if it was merely a figment of his imagination. Rubbing his hair, he recalled the peculiar events that had befallen him. Could it be attributed to his consumption of Su-He's concoction? The very thought made him feel nauseous. It was all so strange. He pressed his hands against his temples, realizing that all his speculations would not resolve his predicament. What he needed most was to test the condition of his physical capabilities. Additionally, he had to expedite discussions with Yang Bin and the others regarding their plans for relocation. Moreover, he had yet to inform Sun Zhenyu about the pistol he had acquired from Su-He. After leaving the house today, he intended to find an opportunity to test it. He hastily completed his morning routine and shared breakfast with Sun Zhenyu before departing early. Just before he left, she earnestly reminded him to return before sunset, to which Chen Yuan readily agreed. Upon exiting the dormitory building, he refrained from approaching the Lamborghini, considering the dwindling fuel within and the disruptive noise it would create on campus. He was uncertain where the ensuing chaos might lead the zombies, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Instead, he walked toward the Eastern District, contemplating retrieving his motorcycle from the observatory parking lot, while also planning to assess his physical prowess against the zombies he encountered along the way. Gripping his baton, he felt a marked difference in his body. It felt lighter in his grasp. He swung at a nearby zombie, successfully dispatching it with a single blow. Previously, he would have distinctly felt the impact reverberating through his hand, but now that sensation was significantly diminished. Astonished, he examined his hands and continued testing his strength against several more zombies, each encounter yielding the same result. His power had indeed increased. Securing the baton to his belt, he quickened his pace. His body had undeniably changed, and in many ways, this alteration could be deemed advantageous. Yet, he found no joy in this realization. He could not help but associate these transformations with the unsettling impulses raging within him. What if these changes were gradually steering him toward becoming a zombie? What then would he do? Although he typically dismissed such fears, deep within, he was engulfed by profound dread. Because of Su-He, his body had once again succumbed to that overpowering urge. Would he be able to revert to his former self in the future? Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm the turmoil within him. After much contemplation, it became evident that there were not any significant issues, provided he refrained from allowing that impulsive urge to dominate his actions. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the underground parking lot. The number of zombies had diminished considerably since he and Su-He had lured some away during their previous escapade, leaving only a handful behind. Chen Yuan conducted a cursory inspection, noting no remarkable changes. He identified a zombie meandering in a corner and retrieved his handgun. It was his first encounter with a genuine firearm, and the sensation of holding it was quite peculiar. He checked the magazine, confirming it contained 7 rounds. After a moment of hesitation, he cautiously disengaged the safety, deciding to test the weapon on the nearby zombie. With one hand pressed to his ear and the other aimed at the creature's head, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot reverberated through the air, and the zombie collapsed, its head obliterated. The ringing in his ears lingered, and for the first time, hearing the gunfire imparted a disconcerting sense of detachment. The tactile feedback was firm, and the recoil was within tolerable limits. Overall, it was a commendable weapon. However, with limited ammunition, he resolved to search Su-He's villa upon his return, where he anticipated more rounds would be found. After securing the firearm, Chen Yuan set off in search of his motorcycle. Soon, he spotted it parked quietly in the distance, as if patiently awaiting its owner. A smile crept across his face as he approached and effortlessly mounted it, closing his eyes momentarily to absorb the moment. He then ignited the engine and headed toward Building 15. As he passed the convenience store near the laboratory, he dutifully filled 2 bags with provisions. Upon reaching the foot of Building 15, he instinctively surveyed his surroundings. There were no significant changes among the nearby zombies, and nothing suspicious caught his eye. He retrieved his keys, unlocked the door, and ascended to the third floor. From a distance, he could hear the jovial sounds of Yang Bin and his companions engaging in a game of poker in their dormitory. Instead of entering immediately, he glanced at the neighboring room where Lu Yong and his associates were bound. They remained in their usual state, slumped against the bedposts in slumber. Satisfied that they posed no security threat, Chen Yuan then entered the dormitory of Yang Bin and his friends. The three engaged in poker immediately noticed his presence and erupted in cheers. "Yuan Gu, you're here," they exclaimed, rushing over to assist him with his belongings. Gu Yan, who had been softly singing by the balcony, turned to smile and nodded at him. "Yuan Gu, you're truly remarkable. My goodness, you've brought so much again." Yin Wei and Yang Yalan took the food, expressing their gratitude while organizing the provisions on the table. Yang Bin wore a slightly apologetic expression. "Yuan Gu, we haven't even finished what you brought last time, and now you've brought even more. We're fine." Chen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "I've told you before, enjoy your meals. I have my ways." He produced a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and continued, "Moreover, I have good news to share today." "What good news?" Upon hearing the news, Yang Bin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In his mind, Chen Yuan was akin to a deity. Any good news he delivered was undoubtedly exceptional. Yin Wei and Yang Yalan, upon overhearing their conversation, immediately perked up with interest. Only Gu Yan remained seated, softly humming a tune, lost in her own thoughts. Chen Yuan smiled and announced, "I have found a suitable location to serve as our new stronghold." "Where is it?" "Yuan Gu?" Yang Bin asked, brimming with anticipation. "The Linhai Listening Wind Villa District." "Wow. Oh my goodness, Yuan Gu, you managed to secure a villa there? It can't possibly be the most expensive area in the development zone, right?" The three of them wore expressions of disbelief. Chen Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is indeed the place you mentioned. I have acquired the finest villa within." Yang Yalan nearly fainted from excitement. "Wow, that place is absolutely fantastic. I had a high school classmate whose family lived there. We once went for a birthday celebration, and the environment was simply breathtaking." Yin Wei playfully embraced Yang Yalan, teasing her, "Calm down, Yalan. Look at how elated you are. Let us allow Yuan Gu to finish speaking." Yang Yalan nodded eagerly and settled down obediently. Yang Bin's emotions mirrored those of the two girls. The Linhai Listening Wind Villa District was well known to many. The villas there were not merely purchasable by those with wealth. He was immensely impressed by Chen Yuan's ability to procure a villa in such a prestigious area. Seeing their eager anticipation, Chen Yuan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, that villa would become their dream sanctuary. Chapter 29. The sudden announcement. After finishing his cigarette, Chen Yuan spoke earnestly. "Since everyone agrees that this location is commendable, it seems I have made the right choice in designating it as our new stronghold." However, he paused. Recognizing that the new stronghold was merely the beginning of their endeavor, the subsequent matters were of greater significance. Yang Bin and the others listened attentively, nodding in focus. "The primary concern is our relocation plan. Here is my proposal. Since there are 4 of you, I plan to transport all of you first. When the time comes, I will drive to the base of Building 15, load the supplies into the vehicle, and you can simply come down and get in." Chen Yuan stroked his chin in thought. "I will prepare thick clothing for you in advance. We will strive to ensure that everything goes smoothly. As long as we can reach there safely, we will have succeeded. I have already visited the area, and there are very few zombies around. Especially at our designated residence, none at all." However, a hint of hesitation clouded his expression. Yang Bin noticed his discomfort and encouraged him. "Just speak plainly, Yuan Gu. It's all right." Chen Yuan nodded. They all understood that upon venturing outside, risks would undoubtedly present themselves. It was impossible to maintain the same level of safety as they had in their dormitory, where they were free from the threat of zombies. Therefore, during our relocation, I will do my utmost to ensure everyone's safety, but I cannot guarantee that there will be no unforeseen incidents. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. Thus, I pondered that the choice of whether to stay or leave lies solely in your hands. If you are willing, we shall embark together. If not, that is perfectly acceptable. I shall bring you additional provisions before my departure, in an effort to assist you as much as I can." After Chen Yuan finished speaking, Yang Bin responded with a smile, saying, "You need not worry, Brother Yuan. Before your arrival, the 4 of us had already reached an agreement. We shall follow you, regardless of what may transpire. We are wholeheartedly committed and have no regrets." Xiao Bin echoed this sentiment. "What he says is true, Brother Yuan. We all feel the same way. Not only have you rescued us, but you have also brought us food. We are at a loss for how to repay you. How could we possibly hesitate?" Yang Wei added, "You need not feel pressured. We are all here of our own volition." Yang Yalan nodded vigorously beside her, affirming, "Brother Yuan, we trust you." Chen Yuan smiled with relief and turned to look at Gu Yin by the balcony, inquiring, "And what about her?" Yang Wei turned to Gu Yin and called out, "Xiao Yin, Brother Yuan is asking if you would like to accompany him." I would, came the simple response. Carried by the gentle breeze from her direction, she remained seated, softly humming a tune, as if existing in a different realm altogether. Yang Wei cast a mischievous glance at Chen Yuan, saying, "Did you hear that, brother Yuan? To be honest, even if we all chose not to follow you, Xiaoyan would still be by your side. He. Chen Yuan, momentarily bewildered, dismissed the thought, feeling slightly awkward. He continued, "Very well. Since we all share the same desire, let us set forth together. However, you must ensure that you follow my instructions completely throughout this journey. Otherwise, I cannot foresee what troubles may arise, understood?" "Absolutely, no problem at all," Yang Bin affirmed, thumping his chest as he looked at Yang Wei. "Right, Wei? Of course," she replied. With this matter resolved, Chen Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. "I will spend the next few days gathering supplies. Once everything is prepared, I shall notify you, and then we can depart." "All right, brother Yuan." After discussing serious matters, Chen Yuan intended to leave directly. Yet, the warmth of their enthusiasm compelled him to stay for lunch. They engaged in cheerful conversation, covering a wide array of topics. After the meal, Yang Bin took a small amount of bread to feed Lu Yong and his companions. Yang Wei and Yang Yalan cleared the table, while Chen Yuan sat beside Gu Yan, listening to her sing. After a while, he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Her speaking voice was already melodious, but her singing surpassed it. It was of a caliber that could enchant anyone with just a single listen. "Is it beautiful?" came the ethereal voice of the young girl from beside him. Chen Yuan instinctively nodded. "Indeed, I believe you are the most enchanting singer I have ever encountered. Do you enjoy listening to me sing?" Gu Yan asked, tilting her face towards him with a gentle smile. "I do," he replied. "Then I shall sing for you often in the future." "That would be wonderful. I have previously expressed my willingness to do anything for you." "Ah," Chen Yuan scratched his head and asked, "By the way, can you play the piano?" "Yes," she replied. "That is splendid. There is an exquisite piano in the villa. I would love for you to play for me." "All right." As Chen Yuan departed from Building 15, the clock had already struck 2. He rode his motorcycle straight to the supermarket in the Western District, quickly filling a bag with provisions before making his way to the infirmary. Upon entering, he found Chen Yuqing seated on a stool, seemingly engrossed in something. Upon hearing Chen Yuan's voice, she immediately turned to greet him with a smile. "You're here. What are you looking at?" Chen Yuan inquired, setting down his belongings as he approached her. Chen Yuqing closed the book and, with a hint of unease, shook her head, saying, "Oh, it's nothing much. Just a casual glance. It must have been left here by the nurse on duty." Chen Yuan squinted to glimpse the title. "The Teacher is Beautiful?" "Yes, that's right. I believe I've skimmed through this before. It's about a romance between a teacher and a student. I assent it? Perhaps, I've only read a little." Chen Yuan leaned closer, observing Chen Yuqing's face. "Teacher, your face is quite flushed." Chen Yuqing hurriedly covered her cheeks, exclaiming, "No, it's not." Chen Yuan chuckled. "I'm just teasing you." Chen Yuqing felt a mix of exasperation and amusement, wishing he were her student so she could assign him to rewrite an English essay 10 times. "By the way, teacher, has anyone else come by in the past few days?" Chen Yuan asked while exploring the infirmary. Chen Yuqing shook her head. "No, there hasn't been anyone." Chen Yuan nodded and then squatted down in front of her. "Let me see how your foot is doing." This time, she obediently allowed him to take hold of her foot. A tingling sensation quickly spread from her foot throughout her body as she looked down at him. Chen Yuan's expression remained focused and earnest, prompting her to unconsciously recall the narrative she had just read about a teacher and her student. "Teacher, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Chen Yuan's voice pulled her back to the present. What is it? Please, go on." "I, along with the other survivors, are planning to relocate our base. We intend to move to the Linghai Listening Wind Villa district. I have already found a villa. If you are willing to join us, I would take you along. However, there will undoubtedly be risks involved. So, if you prefer not to go, it's perfectly fine. You can remain here, and I will ensure to provide you with extra food before I leave." Chen Yuqing clearly did not anticipate Chen Yuan's proposal. The thought of relocating had never crossed her mind. His words left her feeling uncertain, as she had witnessed firsthand how such plans had led to the demise of her former companions. Instinctively, she felt a resistance brewing within her. "Teacher?" Chen Yuan's voice interrupted her reverie. She blinked, realizing he was gazing up at her. "Have you thought it over? Were you concerned about the recurrence of the previous incident during the transfer?" Chen Yuan did not respond directly, but instead posed another question to Chen Yuqing. She nodded, acknowledging her anxiety. "It's all right. Teacher, take your time to ponder. I merely wish to inform you that you need to decide before our departure. Moreover, I will drive the car directly to the infirmary's entrance, allowing you to board effortlessly." "Thank you. Allow me to contemplate this," she replied. Chen Yuan smiled, inquiring, "How does your foot feel now? Running might be out of the question, but can you manage a brisk walk?" Chen Yuqing pressed her legs and replied honestly, "I still can't walk quickly. No worries, Chen Yuan encouraged her as he stood. This will take time. Your injury has improved significantly while you are here. Try to move around more, but do not overexert yourself. All right, thank you, she said appreciatively. There's no need for such formality, teacher. I've placed the food over there. Take your time eating. I must leave now. Chen Yuan pointed to a plastic bag on the bed and turned to grab his backpack. Aren't you staying a little longer? She asked. I still have some matters to attend to. Okay, then please take care. I will seriously consider the transfer issue. Chen Yuan nodded, preparing to open the door when suddenly a crackling sound emanated from the school's PA system. He froze, as if his brain had momentarily malfunctioned. And Chen Yuqing stood in shock beside him. The crackling persisted for a moment, followed by a man's voice breaking through intermittently. Hello, hello? All students still alive at this school, please pay attention. I am Lin Hao, the vice president of the student council. The instant he heard the name, a jolt of electricity seemed to course through Chen Yuan. His eyes widened as the voice continued. We have successfully taken control of the broadcasting room, and we have cleared all the zombies from the activity building. We are now prepared with ample food and a school bus. Furthermore, we have intercepted a message from the temporary shelter in the development zone. We will depart in 2 days. If there are any survivors still in the school who can hear this broadcast, we hope you can find a way to gather at the activity building so that we can escape together to the shelter. He repeated this message twice. After a brief pause, as if taking a deep breath, he spoke again. Sun Zhenyu, are you still alive? If you are, please find a way to reach the activity building, or let me know where you are, and I will come for you. Chapter 30. The man named Lin Hao. The words from the broadcast echoed in Chen Yuan's ears until he was brought back to reality by Chen Yuqing's voice. Chen Yuan, are you alright? I'm fine. I never expected there would still be survivors in the school. Chen Yuan's expression was somewhat unnatural. From their words, it seemed they were already aware of the location of a refuge. I will go and take a look. If it truly is viable, I will find a way to bring you there. Chen Yuqing responded gently. She was a remarkably astute woman, while the refuge was undoubtedly significant. The name mentioned in the broadcast lingered in her mind. The boy named Lin Hao appeared to be Sun Zhengyu's boyfriend. Observing Chen Yuan's reaction, she couldn't help but contemplate certain implications. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, simply gazing at him in silence. Regardless, you must prioritize your safety. There's no need to rush to fetch me. I can take care of myself here. Chen Yuqing's tender words eased Chen Yuan's troubled heart, prompting him to wave his hand in acknowledgement. All right, I shall take my leave. Exiting the infirmary, Chen Yuan remained in a daze. Logically, hearing that survivors were still alive and that evacuation supplies and vehicles had been prepared should have been a cause for celebration. Yet, the individual in question was Lin Hao. Although nothing substantial had transpired between Chen Yuan and Sun Zhenyu, he had long since placed her in the most cherished position within his heart. Now, he was at a loss as to how to confront and navigate the complexities of their relationship and emotions. Consumed by a whirlwind of thoughts, he rode his motorcycle to the border between the central and southern districts. After passing the 3 teaching buildings, a slight turn would lead him to the activity building. Despite the assurances given over the broadcast, one must always remain vigilant. Chen Yuan secured his handgun and dagger, stealthily approaching the activity building. He had yet to properly explore the southern district, and it appeared that the distribution of zombies here was not particularly dense. Perhaps it was because this area was the first to experience the zombie outbreak, causing crowds to flee towards the school, resulting in a relatively lower overall number of zombies. Chen Yuan had always believed that this place must have long been devoid of survivors, so he was taken aback to discover that the most perilous area had unexpectedly transformed into the safest one. As he traversed the 3 teaching buildings, the outline of the activity building gradually came into view. He did not rush to approach. Instead, he observed from a distance. The activity building had a total of 2 large doors at the front and back, excluding the secure passage to the parking lot below. Upon closer inspection, he noted that both glass doors were securely shut, likely locked with chains from the inside. He could faintly see individuals stationed at both sides of the doors. The door closer to the main road had a relatively higher concentration of zombies. Therefore, Chen Yuan resolved to approach the door via the smaller path, ensuring he would go unnoticed and remain safe from zombie attacks. Navigating through the thickets on either side of the small path, Chen Yuan crouched low and darted to the door's edge. Indeed, 2 young men were on watch inside the door, startled by Chen Yuan's sudden appearance. Open the door quickly, Chen Yuan urged while gently pushing against the door, signaling that he was an uninjured survivor. After a brief examination, the 2 young men harbored no significant doubts and swiftly unlocked the iron chain. Upon the entrance of Chen Yuan, they promptly secured the iron chains once more. Impressive indeed, he mused, a solitary figure. Where had he sprinted from? A boy of similar stature to Chen Yuan on his right clapped him on the shoulder, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Yuan regarded him politely and responded, I merely had the fortune of good luck. I arrived from the central district. After a brief pause, he continued, I heard the announcement. Are you all prepared for the evacuation in 2 days? The boy on his left, sporting a small mustache, could barely contain his excitement. Indeed, it's all thanks to Brother Hao. They are all upstairs. Allow me to introduce you. He then affectionately draped an arm around the other boy, saying, Tonggu, you can entertain yourself for a while. I'll be right back. No problem. You both go ahead, replied the one named Tonggu, appearing quite amiable. Chen Yuan observed him closely. Though they shared a similar height, it was evident that Tonggu was significantly more robust, likely due to a regular fitness regimen. The mustached boy led Chen Yuan up the staircase while engaging him in conversation. I am Gao Su, what is your name? Chen Yuan, he replied. Gao Su repeated the name, grinning. From now on, you shall be known as Yuan Gu. How amusing that we share a name with my favorite hero. Chen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Just call me Chen Yuan. The activity building boasted 5 floors, each housing distinct activity rooms. As they passed the 3rd floor, they encountered 3 girls frolicking in a dance studio. Upon spotting Gao Su escorting an unfamiliar boy upstairs, curiosity danced across their faces. Chen Yuan remained vigilant, noting the remnants of the zombie bodies had been hastily dealt with, while bloodstains lingered in many areas, not yet cleaned. He followed Gao Su to the 5th floor broadcasting room, where 6 individuals were gathered around a table, engaged in earnest discussion. Among them was a girl, a middle-aged man, and 4 boys of similar age. At the sound of their entrance, all 6 turned their attention in unison. Each wore a distinct expression. Gao Su raised his hand in greeting, introducing, this is Chen Yuan, a survivor from the central district, just arrived. The most striking boy among the 6 soon stepped forward, extending his hand. Welcome, I am Lin Hao. Thus, Chen Yuan encountered this legendary figure. Indeed, every aspect of him exuded the traits of an affluent and handsome leader, tall and graceful, with a refined manner of speech, qualities befitting a leader. One could surmise that only a young man of such caliber could be worthy of Sun Zhenyu in the world that once was. Chen Yuan glanced at the outstretched hand, hesitating for half a second before shaking it. After their brief introduction, he discerned that this group possessed an extraordinary caliber, which explained their ability to vanquish numerous zombies and seize the stronghold. Seated by the window was a long-haired boy with a stoic demeanor, named Yang Wanli. Wielding a wooden sword, he was the president of the Kendo Club. In my recollection, this individual seems to have made headlines. There was an incident where a group of ruffians caused a disturbance at the school one night. By sheer coincidence, he encountered them and swiftly subdued the entire group. Not far from him sat a middle-aged man with thinning hair, named Liang Zhaida, who served as a bus driver for Jialing University. Beside him were 2 young men of remarkable physical prowess. The round-faced one was named Wu Jidong, reputed to be an expert in the Taekwondo club, while the muscular fellow, Liao, was a regular at the gym. They both exuded an aura of considerable combat capability. The last individual was a young woman seated next to Lin Hao, a paragon of grace and beauty, bearing the surname Jia, called Jia Wenting, for reasons unknown. Chen Yuan felt as though she was observing Lin Hao with both intent and subtlety. After exchanging a few pleasantries with them, Chen Yuan inquired about the evacuation plan for Lin Hao and his companions. In truth, these zombies possess vulnerabilities. If we harness them wisely, we can effect a safe withdrawal. According to Lin Hao, zombies are particularly drawn to shadowy locales. While their strength surpasses that of ordinary humans, each zombie exhibits distinct characteristics. Lin Hao speculated that this may depend on the physical condition of the individual prior to their transformation. Although their strength amplifies upon becoming zombies, their agility diminishes. This could be attributed to the damage inflicted on their brains by the zombie virus, impairing their ability to maintain balance. Consequently, the faster they move, the more prone they are to stumbling. Typically, they operate in groups, swiftly converging upon any perceived target. Their vitality is remarkably robust, seemingly endowed with boundless endurance, rendering them impervious to fatigue. Additionally, they are more attuned to sound, while their vision is relatively poor. Only by destroying their brains can one truly eliminate them. Chen Yuan listened intently. Although these conclusions were solely drawn by Lin Hao, he could not assert their correctness with absolute certainty. Nevertheless, even in this singular capacity, the man demonstrated considerable prowess. Lin Hao retrieved the map he had drawn from the table. The plan itself was rather straightforward. On the day of departure, around midnight, I will broadcast a signal to attract the zombies' attention. Simultaneously, we will ascend to the vehicles from the underground parking garage. He indicated a location on the map, after which we shall make our way directly to the refuge in the development zone. Chen Yuan gazed at the map Lin Hao had presented, contemplating its feasibility. The sole concern was whether unforeseen circumstances might arise on the path to the refuge. Perhaps sensing Chen Yuan's apprehension, Lin Hao patted his shoulder and remarked, You're worried about the journey away from the school, aren't you? A subtle smile graced his lips, exuding confidence as he continued. I've considered that issue as well. However, we are left with no choice but to take the gamble. Chen Yuan nodded in understanding. Lin Hao stood, gazing out at the campus besieged by zombies, a gentle breeze wafting through the air, and he added, rest assured, I seldom lose. As Chen Yuan departed from the activity building, Gao Su and the others struggled to comprehend his decision to leave. Chen Yuan, naturally, refrained from elaborating too much. He simply reassured them not to worry, as he had a few friends trapped in different locations, and he intended to devise a means to bring them all to safety. Do take care, Chen Yuan, Gao Su called out, watching him fade into the thicket. With a slight grimace, he turned back to engage in idle chatter with Tong, good to pass the time. Swiftly navigating the narrow path, Chen Yuan soon returned to the spot where his motorcycle was parked. The situation at the activity building appeared quite promising, provided everything unfolded according to plan. They should indeed be able to reach that sanctuary. With the nation's assistance, survival seemed attainable. As for Chen Yuan, he resolved to set that matter aside for the time being. After all, so many lives depended on survival, and he could not afford to drown in personal sentiments. If fate granted him the opportunity, he would address it later when safety was assured. He mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the dormitory building 15 in the Eastern District.